Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Sentient Adaptive Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Aizawa sprinted across the rooftops, chasing a shadow in the sky. He'd been tipped off that the vigilante phantom would be around the area. They were right, and now he was giving chase. Phantom had to be stopped. Phantom was incredibly fast. Not fast enough to lose him though. And he was easy to spot in the sky. He had to get Phantom down. But he couldn't risk using his quirk where the other could fall. He had to get under Phantom. So he sped up and waited until he was directly under the vigilante before he activated his quirk. And then Phantom fell. Right into his arms. A kid, barely looking 8 years old, stared at him. And then he started screaming and thrashing. "Let me go!" They screeched. Aizawa shook off his surprise and held the kid close, making sure he didn't harm himself or Aizawa. But he was still in shock. A kid? The vigilante was a kid? Hey, calm down," he said. "Let me go, let me go, let me go." The kid screamed, thrashing wildly. Tears of pure terror slid down his face and his voice cracked on a sob. "Hey, calm down," Aizawa said soothingly, holding the kid close. "I'm not going to hurt you. Just calm down. I can't go back, please don't take me back." The kid sobbed. His struggles were futile. He had the body of an 8-year-old. He wasn't strong. Against a trained pro hero, he didn't have a snowball's chance in hell. Aizawa did not like the implications of that. "Kid," he started carefully. "I won't take you back. But you can't stay out here. Do you have anywhere to go? Anywhere you feel safe? Let me go." The kid sobbed brokenly, his futile struggles lessening a bit. "I can't do that, kid," Aizawa said as he held him close. "You're an illegal vigilante. But since you're a kid you won't go to jail. But you can't keep going like this. Do you have anywhere to go?" The kid nodded quickly. He did. He wanted to get back to Tuya. "Where?" Aizawa asked. "I can't show you." The kid was trembling. He couldn't get out of this, could he? But he couldn't compromise Tuya's safety on the off chance that this hero might not try to turn them in. "Kid, you just screamed that you don't want to go back," Aizawa pointed out. "You're a runaway. Obviously. I won't bring you back, but I need to know that you actually have a place to go. I can't leave you all alone out here. It's dangerous." "I have Tuya," the kid said, trying to twist out of the grip. Aizawa kept his hold. "Then show me where you live. If it's not safe I have to take you with me." "No. You'll just give me back to them. I can't go back." The kid frantically tried to get out of the grip. "Kid, I won't." Aizawa kept his hold. "You clearly don't want to go back to wherever you came from and I won't bring you there. But you can't stay out here either." "I can. Stop acting like you care. Only Tuya does," the kid shouted. Aizawa sighed and started walking away with the kid. "Of course I care. You're 8. You're too young to be out here." "I'm not. Let me go." The kid tried to kick his captor, but it didn't work. That didn't deter Aizawa, who kept walking. He pulled out his phone to text Hizashi that he was bringing a kid home before doing the same to Tsukachi. Hopefully he'd be able to get the kid to talk and get to the bottom of why he'd run away. Aizawa opens the door, holding the kid close with one arm. He had to use his quirk multiple times when the kid tried to fly away. "Hizashi, I'm home." The kid was trying to bite his arm but couldn't quite reach. "Let me go," he growled. Maybe intimidation would work. "No," Shoyuta said bluntly. "Show." Hizashi smiled at him but paused at the kid in his arms. "Who's this?" "The vigilante phantom," Shoyuta said. The kid glared at the other adult. One was more than enough. He hated adults. They were only trouble. Hizashi smiled at the kid. Messy short brown hair that looks to be in a permanent state of wind hair. Bright blue eyes and freckles on his cheeks. "Hey there, little one. What's your name?" "It can't be Phantom," Hizashi greeted. The kid narrowed his eyes to glare harder. Like hell he'd tell them. "Kid doesn't have a place to go, so he's staying here for now," Shoyuta said. "I'm not." The kid growled lowly. Awesome. I'll prepare the bedroom. Hizashi said and left. Let's get you cleaned up, kid. Shoyuta said, walking towards the bathroom. I don't need to be cleaned up. The kid protested. Leave me alone. Can't do that, kid. You'll fly off. Shoyuta said, looking at the kid. It had to be an emitter quirk. There was no physical sign of wings, but he knew they'd form. Black translucent wings. Feathered if he was right from the many times the kid tried to fly off earlier. The kid scowled. Just let me. You heroes are all the same. He scoffed. Shoyuta blinked a little. Oh yeah? And what is it that we're the same? You're all selfish assholes. The kid hissed. Shoyuta hummed as he opened the door to the bathroom. So the kid hated heroes. Some are. But not all heroes are like that. All of them are. You turn a blind eye to suffering and just continue on like nothing happened. The kid growled. I didn't leave you behind, did I? Shoyuta asked. Why didn't you? The kid shouted. Tuya is gonna be all alone now. Who is Tuya? Shoyuta asked. And I don't even know your name. Why would I tell you? You're a hero and you just turned me over to HC. Shoyuta blinked. But why would I turn you over to the hero commission? The kid flinched. He didn't answer, clenching his teeth to keep himself silent. Stupid. Kid, Shoyuta said slowly. You have to tell me. Why would the hero commission want you? A harsh shiver went through the kid. No. My brother suffered enough. The kid mumbled. He couldn't do that to Izuku. He'd already taken his place to set him free. He couldn't be captured. Everything would be in vain. It would be like spitting into Izuku's face after he'd sacrificed everything for him. Kid, I won't take you back. Shoyuta promised. But I have to know. And you mentioned a brother. Is he in the same situation you used to be? The kid sniffed quietly. Just let me go. He begged quietly. He wanted to get back to Tuya. Back to safety. Kid. Shoyuta started before he sighed. Just take a bath. Eat dinner with us. Sleep for the night. I'll let you leave tomorrow. The kid stared up at him with tears in his eyes. You promise? He mumbled quietly. Shoyuta nodded. I don't like this at all, but just let me help. When you leave, just let me help sometime. The kid stared at him. I'll decide when I leave. He replied, going limp. He wasn't relaxing, but he wasn't fighting the hold either. Shoyuta nodded and placed the kid down. Do you want a shower or a bath? Shower. My wings soak other dash. The kid cut himself off, looking sad and lost. Shoyuta noticed but didn't say anything. I'll turn on the shower. Warm water? No. The kid mumbled quietly. Lukewarm. The kid shook his head. Cold? Shoyuta asked. Are you sure? The kid answered with a small nod. Okay. The adult relented and turned on the shower with cold water. There's a towel on the counter. Help yourself to the soaps. I'll leave out some clean clothes for you. He said before leaving. The kid stared after him. When the door closed, he sighed. He stared at the mirror, a face that was not his own staring back at him. His messy blonde hair replaced with brown. And his golden eyes now blue. His cheeks were also dotted with freckles in a diamond shape. He knew his fingerprint was different too. So were his height and size. And his red wings were gone. But not completely. He looked over his shoulder, black wings manifesting. But why had Izuku done that? Why had he taken his place? Why had he freed him? He didn't even know what to do with his newfound freedom. All he'd ever known was training. Before that, he had nothing. His family lived in poverty and alcohol. Always stripped for cash. That was why they accepted the offer HC made. Practically sold him off, he'd realized a bit ago. He didn't even know what to do now. He was using his skills to fight criminals like he was taught, but he was not needed. Only chased down. At least he was able to get food. At least he had Tuya. Tuya had gone through something similar as him. He'd been trained until exhaustion. He'd been abused. Because that was what HC had been doing. Abusing him. Was that why Izuku had freed him? So that he wouldn't be abused anymore? Took his place? But now Izuku got abused. He needed to save Izuku. But how? HC is looking for him. He was a nobody now. He had no connections. He couldn't save Izuku. Hawks sunk to the floor. It was useless. He couldn't do anything. He couldn't even avoid capture. He wasn't sure if the hero could even be trusted. Then again, he didn't know about him. Hopefully, he could lie and say a different name. But what name? He could just stick with Phantom for now. It was not like he knew any other name. Phantom. It took quite a while until Phantom got up to actually showered. He didn't mind cold showers. He was used to it, since he was young. And HC forced him to take those to wake up. Tia liked the cold too. Phantom sighed. He showered quickly. He stepped outside and dried himself off with a frown. He saw a bundle of clothes at the front of the door. He wondered why the hero had kids' clothes. He decided not to question it. He reluctantly put on the clothes that were slightly big on him. The pants hung around his ankles and the shirt was more of a dress shirt than anything. Phantom sighed. Why was he so small? He blamed it on the lack of food from his old home. Or jeans. He didn't know if Izuku changed it to make him smaller. Well, he'd always been small. Phantom pulled up his pants and went outside. Maybe he could run now? There weren't any windows in the bathroom. The house was okay. It was a small apartment with some rooms. It was clean. Not messy like his old house, but it wasn't sterile clean like at HC either. He curled his wings around himself for comfort as he searched for an exit. He missed his wings. These ones were weightless. Mostly weightless. They had pressure. He knew they were there, but he just missed the weight of his real ones. Still, he searched around the house. There were no windows he could crawl out of, and whatever there was, the bedrooms, it was locked. Phantom gave up on the doors and walked down the hallway to what he assumed to be the living room. He seized the hero on the couch and heard noises coming from what he assumed to be the kitchen. Probably the other one. He flared his wings a small bit. He hated this. He just wanted to leave. Hey! Shoyuta greeted. Sit down. Hisashi's making dinner. Phantom frowned. He intentionally misunderstood and sat down on the floor. Shoyuta stared at him for a moment. Or on the floor. That's okay too. Phantom glared at him, his wings twitching. Shoyuta stares at the wings for a moment. It's an emitter, isn't it? Phantom glared at him. Like hell, I'll tell you. He growled. You don't have to. I know it is. Shoyuta said. My quirk erases transformative and emitter-type quirks. The difference is that your wings don't form physically. They're just there. Phantom wings. That would be a pretty good name to call his quirk. Phantom wings. You're wary, I get it. Shoyuta said. But I really won't hurt you or turn you in. Phantom curled up in his wings a bit. I don't believe you. Adults always lie. I don't know what adults you've met, but I'm not lying to you now. Shoyuta said. I don't believe you. Phantom said. You're a hero. The worst type of adult. I don't know if I should be offended or not. Shoyuta said blankly. You should be. Phantom scoffed. I'm not though. Shoyuta said. Some adults are shitty. I get that. But not all. 100% of the adults I've ever interacted with were incredibly shitty. Phantom said. How many adults have you interacted with? Shoyuta asked. I stopped counting at 75. And that was when I was 10. Phantom replied. But you couldn't be older than 8. Shoyuta said. I'm 14. Phantom scoffed. You look 8. Shoyuta said. And I should know. I am 14. Phantom said vehemently. You're 14. Shoyuta relented. Phantom's wings fluffed a bit in surprise. That's weird. He said. What's weird? Shoyuta asked. Not arguing with you? Yes. Phantom replied. He smoothed down his wings and stared at the weird hero. Shoyuta shrugs. If you say you're 14, I won't argue. Why not? Phantom asked. What's the point? Shoyuta asked. I don't know, ask HC. Phantom scoffed. His wings fluttered a bit in agitation. Mind telling me why you're so angry at HC? Shoyuta asked curiously. What did they do to you? Oh, they just ruined my life, my brother's life, my crush's life. Phantom replied. Why am I telling you this? You won't believe me anyways. Let me go. Shoyuta stared at him for a moment in thought, reading him. I do believe you, he said finally. Great. It's too late now anyways. Phantom hummed, sounding overly joyful. Inside, he felt sickened and hopeless. His wings shuddered a bit. What did they do? Shoyuta asked again. Like I said, they ruined our lives. Phantom replied. Specifics? Shoyuta asked. Who are you to them? If I tell you, you'll hand me over to get the prize money. Phantom explained. So I won't. I'm not interested in money. Shoyuta says with a frown. Especially if it involves sending a kid to an abusive or dangerous situation. And I don't believe you. Greedy adults are the reason I even was in that situation. Phantom scoffed. Shoyuta stared at him for a moment. I won't force you to believe me. Great. Leave me alone then. Phantom said, curling into his wings some more. Okay. Shoyuta relented. Somehow, Phantom managed to cover his whole body with his wings. It wasn't the same as his old wings. It lacked the warmth, the physical touch and softness. But if having his old wings meant being chased and abused, he'd settle with these. At least Izuku let him keep the wings. He wouldn't know what to do if he didn't have them. He'd probably have cried a lot more. He was worried about Izuku. He was probably in a lot of trouble for what he did. He didn't want to know what HC did to punish him. Unlike him, Izuku didn't have a contract. He was taken and owned just like that. They could do anything they wanted to him as long as nobody found out. Kigo curled up tighter, trying to push down his emotions to avoid crying. He got beaten by the belt and locked in a room. Punishment got worse as he grew up because he could take more. They disguised it as interrogation training, sometimes, or retraining. But Izuku, he could heal. He could heal any injury he got to not leave a scar. What would they do to him? Kigo shuddered. And he'd just left his brother all alone. Before they'd had each other. To console each other and take care of each other. But now, why? Why had Izuku just left him? Now he was all alone and suffering. Why? Why hadn't he done anything to stop him? Kigo curled up tighter, a small sob escaping him. He wanted Izuku back. He didn't want Izuku to get hurt anymore. Whoa, hey, what's wrong? Shoyuta asked worriedly. Kigo did hear the hero, but he didn't react. His thoughts were so loud that he sounded so far away. He just wanted to help his brother. His brother who didn't deserve any of the pain. Who didn't deserve to be there. Especially not alone. He'd only ever been nice to him. Kigo was so selfish to leave him. He sobbed quietly. He was so selfish. They were right. He couldn't be a hero. He was way too selfish. Kigo curled up tightly, sobbing shakily. He didn't even realize where he was. He was too out of it. His wings shuddered in pain and regret. But, why? Why had Izuku left him? Why had he taken his place? Why had he sacrificed himself? Why couldn't he be stronger? He was older than Izuku. He wasn't broken like Izuku was. He was supposed to be better. Stronger. Izuku was supposed to look up to him. He was supposed to protect Izuku. He was supposed to take Izuku's place. He was so selfish. He couldn't even save his brother. It was his fault. He flinched when he felt something on top of him and looked through his wings. A blanket? Why a blanket? Where had it come from? Kigo shuddered. He wasn't alone. Was Tuya there? He'd been captured, hadn't he? He didn't want to leave his wings. He didn't want to see the room he was trapped in. Kigo sobbed quietly as he pressed his wings closer to his body, his eyes screwed shut. He didn't want to go back. Or should he? But Izuku had done so much to get him away. What about Tuya? He needed to get back to him. But he couldn't escape. They wouldn't let him leave again. He didn't have a powerful quirk like Izuku. He had to get out of here. They'd call HC while he was sleeping. He was sure of it. Should he risk it? What if they were out there waiting for him to leave and then capture him? Kigo whimpered quietly. He just wanted to get back to Tuya. Tuya was safe. Kigo hid in his wings and just cried. The world was so unfair. Let's leave him alone for now. Hisashi said as he backed away from the crying kid. Shoyuta frowned worriedly but agreed. There was nothing they could do. They'd most likely just make it worse. What happened anyway, Sho? Hisashi asked gently. Shoyuta frowned. He just started sobbing. Completely unprompted. He explained. Hisashi hummed and sat down next to him. It's probably not. Maybe he had a flashback? Shoyuta frowned. I'm not sure. He replied. He just slowly started curling up and hiding himself with his wings before he started crying. Hisashi hummed. He's at an unfamiliar place, Sho. Of course he's going to be upset. Shoyuta sighed. You're right. We should let him go tomorrow morning. I'm still worried. Hisashi said. You're not going to just abandon him, right? No. I can't. Shoyuta replied. I'll try to get a hold of his location and bring him food. Better to get his general area. Hisashi advised. The places he frequents. He won't like you so close to what he feels is safe. True. Shoyuta agreed. I'm worried what he implied, Sho. Hisashi confessed. The hero commission. Why would they be after him? He's a kid. He can't be a villain. Maybe he's a villain's kid? Shoyuta suggested. He said something about a brother and someone named Tuya too. Hisashi hummed. Not much to go on. Especially since we don't know his name. Shoyuta sighed. I know. But maybe we'll find out something? I'll try and search. Hisashi promised. Thanks, Zashi. Shoyuta sighed softly. Let's just wait for him to calm down. Hisashi said while looking at the sobbing kid on their floor. Shoyuta nodded. Should I make some tea? He suggested. Yeah. Hisashi nods. If the kid doesn't want it, I could drink it. All right. Shoyuta replied. He got up and went to the kitchen to make some tea. After a while, the kid seemed to calm down a bit. He threw off the blanket as he spread his wings a small bit. Hisashi stared at the kid silently, not wanting to startle him. The wings looked interesting though. Feathered, black and slightly translucent. Like ghost wings. Kigo's wings flapped a small bit. He was nervous and ready to bolt. He might even try getting through a closed window. Hey, little guy. Hisashi said softly. Kigo flinched and looked up. What are you going to do to me? He asked, his eyes wide with fear. Nothing. Hisashi says honestly and raised his hands to show that he had no weapons. Maybe get you to eat and sleep, but that's all. But why would you do that? Kigo asked quietly, his whole stance full of distrust. His wings were flaring a bit. Because we want to help you. Hisashi smiled. Can't let a kid starve after all. I don't understand. Kigo said. Hisashi smiled sadly. That's okay. I don't hold it against you. Kigo's wings curled around him for a second. He looked unsure. So, vulnerable. When can I leave? He asked. Tomorrow. Hisashi promised. Promise? Kigo asked. I promise. Hisashi replied. But you need to eat breakfast first before you can leave. Why? Kigo asked again. He didn't understand why they were doing this. He just wanted to leave. Can't let you leave hungry. Hisashi said easily. But I'm 14 already. I know how to get food. Kigo tried to argue. Kid, no offense, but you're thin as a twig. Hisashi said. Kigo frowned, his wings flaring. That's because of HC. He scoffed. Sorry. Hisashi said. But please eat tomorrow morning? You're a weird adult. Kigo only replied. I get that a lot. Hisashi chuckled. Kigo frowned. He'd meant that as an insult. These adults were so weird. Unpredictable. He didn't know how to act. And it was scary as hell. He had to play by their rules for now. If push came to shove, he'd put his training to use. Maybe he'd be able to take them. He was faster with these wings. They were lighter and didn't have as much wind resistance. But they acted similarly to his old wings. Feathers included. Plus he could copy Quirks. So he just had to be fast enough. And he was extremely fast. He just had to play their game for now. I made you something to eat. Hisashi said. I can taste it if you want. Make sure it's not drugged or anything. Okay. Kigo said. Hisashi nodded and went to the kitchen to pick up the bowl of food. He gave it to the kid, taking a bite first to show that it wasn't drugged. Kigo stared at the food. It looked good. And it was warm. Take it. Hisashi encouraged with a smile. What's the catch? Kigo asked. Finish it. Hisashi asked more than demanded. Kigo frowned. That sounds suspicious as F-. He said. There's literally nothing else. Hisashi said while raising his hands. I don't have any ulterior motives. Kigo frowned but started eating silently. It tasted good. He really didn't remember ever eating something like this. HC sometimes gave him good food, but mostly it had been for his diet and tasted awful. He tried not to let it show though. Unfortunately, he couldn't stop his wings from fluttering happily. Maybe he should just make them go away. But he missed his wings. It was a double-edged sword. Either feel incredibly vulnerable or display his emotions to everyone. He wasn't sure which was worse. He probably preferred the wings though. Displays of emotions he could learn to control. He would learn it. He just wanted his wings. Kigo ate silently. He was a bit disappointed when the food was all gone. Do you want more? Hisashi asked when he noticed the look. Kigo looked up. You can't give me food twice without a catch. He mumbled. Made a lot. Hisashi said. Besides, who else is gonna eat it? The cats. You have cats? Kigo asked, his voice rising a pitch in panic. Cats were dangerous and attacked his wings. Don't worry, they're locked in the bedroom. Hisashi assured. Kigo felt sick as he remembered how close he'd been to prying open that door. Oh God. He gulped. No, I don't want any more food. He mumbled. Okay. Hisashi relented. So the kid was afraid of cats. Made sense. Bird Quirk. Kigo drew his wings as close to his body as he could. He could desummon them, but he'd never lose that trauma. Never. He couldn't see another cat without panicking. Ever. Their creepy green eyes. Kigo shuddered. He didn't want to meet their cat. Was that why they kept him here? Why they told him about the cat? To keep him in line? He was scared. He didn't want to ever see a cat again. He flinched when the adult came close, but he only took the plate. Want some tea? Hisashi asked. Kigo quickly shook his head. He could drink some tap water. Do you want anything to drink? Hisashi asked gently. Kigo shook his head. Okay. Hisashi said. You can sleep in the guest room. Third door on the right. You're not making me sleep on the floor? Kigo asked with a frown. There had to be some sort of catch. If you're comfortable there, we won't stop you. Hisashi said. I know some kids prefer the floor. But it's your choice. Kigo frowned. He never wanted to sleep on the floor again. It hurt his wings quite a lot. But a bed. It had been a while since he'd been in one. HC gave him a big bed to fit his wings, and that was one of the few things he was grateful about. But he still didn't know what these adults wanted. He flared up his wings a bit. Will you kill me in my sleep? He asked. Because that was a legitimate concern. Tuya had told him that it happened quite often. Hisashi blinked in shock at the question, and he was instantly concerned. No. Definitely not. Why are you letting me stay then? Kigo asked suspiciously. Because we couldn't let you just starve out there or get hurt. Hisashi said. Maybe it's because we have a soft spot for kids. Can't stand watching as one flies around getting hurt. Kigo scoffed and crossed his arms. There are a ton of kids in this city who have it a lot worse than me. He argued. He was thinking of Tuya. We can't save all of them. Hisashi said. I know they exist. But we've only been able to find you. We help whoever we can. Kigo frowned. You're wasting your time helping me. He replied. Helping someone is never wasted time. Hisashi said with a smile. But I'm doing fine. You just kidnapped me. Kigo scoffed. It's not kidnapping if you can leave. Hisashi said. Tomorrow. Kigo wrapped himself into his wings. Still kidnapping. He insisted. Sorry. Hisashi apologized. If you'd really be sorry, you wouldn't have done it. Kigo scoffed. Can't exactly leave a kid in need. Hisashi pointed out. Kigo scowled. I'm not a kid in need. I'm doing just fine. Kid, if it were anyone else, They'd arrest you for vigilantism and illegal quirk use. Hisashi said bluntly. Kigo winced. I was trained to be a hero. He hissed. You don't have a license. Hisashi said. Trained or not, it still counts as illegal since you don't have one. Kigo glared at him. If a kid thinks they have to put their life on the line to save others, then maybe heroes just aren't doing a good enough job. Hisashi shrugged. Maybe. It could be true or false. I don't know. Kigo scoffed and turned away, his arms crossed in annoyance. Go to sleep, kiddo. Hisashi said. Time will go by faster and you'll be able to leave before you know it. Kigo scoffed and left for the guest room. Shoyuta frowned as he silently made breakfast. He decided to let Hisashi sleep in after the straining night they'd had. Phantom had gotten a total of 4 nightmares. They had been woken up by sobbing coming from the guest room. Hisashi stopped him from checking because Phantom was still very wary around them. But it was upsetting to hear him sob, go quiet then start sobbing again. It had been awful, knowing they couldn't do anything for the child. He wanted to help. He really did. But he couldn't. He'd likely just make it worse. He was a stranger to the kid. And Phantom didn't seem to like him at all. Which was understandable. He clearly hadn't had the best experience with heroes. The hero commission. What had they done to him? Training? Abuse? What had they done? His thoughts were interrupted when a tiny kid walked into the living room. The too big clothing made him seem even smaller. He seemed shaky. Good morning. He greeted softly. Sit down and eat something. Kigo looked up, seemingly noting his presence only now. He felt awful and was too exhausted to argue. He sat down silently. Shoyuta placed down the plate of warm food in front of him. Here you go. Enjoy. Kigo stared at the food emptily. He'd had an absolutely awful night. He missed having Tuya around to make the nightmares go away. He was probably a bit worried already. Or at least he liked to think that. Tuya was so amazing. He was a breath of fresh air. Despite his scars, he was the one who helped him when he didn't know what to do or where to go. Kigo stared down at the food and started eating silently. As soon as he was done here, he could go back to Tuya. Shoyuta sat down and started eating. They ate in silence and it didn't take Kigo long to finish. Can I leave now? He asked. Shoyuta hesitated before he sighed and nodded. Yes. You can leave. The door is unlocked. Relief washed over Kigo. He jumped up to bolt before remembering something. Where are my clothes? He asked with a frown. On the table in the living room. I've washed and fixed them. Shoyuta said. Kigo flapped his wings and was at the table in a second before bolting for the door. Shoyuta watched him leave and sighed. Hisashi walked out of the hallway and over to him. It's hard to help someone who doesn't want help. He said softly. Doesn't mean I won't try. Shoyuta said. Zashi, if HC is after him, he's in danger. Hisashi sighed quietly. All right, Sho. He murmured. Shoyuta looked down at his food. I'm so worried. I know. I'm going to see if I could check around the area for Phantom. Good luck, Sho. Thanks, Zashi. Kigo's wings flapped as he landed in front of the home he shared with Tuya. He quickly crawled through a hole in the wall before he could be spotted. Maybe Tuya was home? Kigo, there you are. Tuya ran over to him. Where have you been? What happened to you? So Tuya had been worried. He smiled a bit. I kind of got kidnapped. He replied sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head a bit. What? Tuya exclaimed and looked him over, checking to see if he was injured. I'm fine, Tuya. Kigo said softly. They forced me to eat something and sleep a bit. He explained. Nothing really malicious. Still, they were scary. Tuya frowned at him worriedly. Did they follow you? Tell me what happened. I checked 5 times and went as fast as I could. They didn't follow me. Kigo replied. Can we cuddle? Then I'll tell you. Everything. I'm still shaky because of the nightmares I got. He admitted. Of course. Tuya said and hugged him. Let's go to the bed. Kigo sighed in relief and hugged Tuya back. Sounds good. He mumbled. They both went to the makeshift bed in the corner of the room. It was more a nest than anything. Blankets piled on top of each other to make sure the floor wouldn't be as hard. Kigo sat down on Tuya's lap, hugging him gently. So, I was on patrol. He started explaining the story. It took quite a while to tell it. So much had happened. Tuya had tensed when he mentioned the hero catching him and then the cat. Did it hurt you? He asked worriedly. Kigo shook his head. No. But they were there. So near, and I was extremely scared. He mumbled. Tuya hugged him close. I'm sorry, Birdie. I should have been with you. Kigo hugged back. It's okay. You couldn't have known. He mumbled quietly. Still, they could have sent you back. Tuya held him close, trembling slightly. I don't want you to go back to that place. Kigo tensed. I know. He mumbled quietly. I was so scared. Can you please stop patrolling? Tuya requested quietly. I can't lose you. Kigo looked up at him. But? He wanted to protest, but he couldn't do this without Tuya. I can do less? He offered. And be more careful. Tuya hugged him. If that's all you can do, then sure. Please be more careful. Kigo nodded a bit, hugging Tuya tightly. They stayed like that for a while, unable to let go in fear of losing the other. They were both aware that without the other, they wouldn't be where they were now. They'd likely be dead. They didn't want to lose each other. Ever. Because they were all they had left. Maybe that was why Kigo had fallen for Tuya so quickly. He loved Tuya. Even if he was smaller than him thanks to Izuku. But he was still 14. They were both 14. So it should work out? And Tuya was so amazing. He'd managed to save himself. Something that Kigo had never been able to do. He was so strong. They already had a few plans to save Izuku and Tuya's siblings. But they weren't perfect yet. They still had a long way to go. But there was only so much they could do. They had nothing. No one to fall back on. The only way to save Tuya's siblings was to convince them to leave, but that wouldn't be happening anytime soon. They couldn't do anything for Izuku that didn't involve breaking and entering. And if they got caught, well, they'd be in deep shit. They didn't want to go back to where they'd come from. So they kept making plans, hoping that one day they'd get the perfect, risk-free one they were searching for. There wasn't else much they could do. Phantom flew around with a frown, being extra careful not to be seen. It was easier at night where his black wings were hidden. Wearing all black also helped. Since his hair was pretty dark too, the only visibly thing were his bright blue eyes. He missed soaring through the sky. But he had to be careful. HC could find him. Or some hero could. He still wanted to help people though. Maybe to repay Izuku. Maybe because he didn't know anything else. Or maybe because deep down he still wanted to be a hero. He couldn't just stand back while crime was still going on. So he was patrolling, making sure the bad parts of town where barely anyone patrolled would be safe. Plus, less heroes mean he was less likely to be captured. His wings suddenly picked up movement from below. Phantom swooped down to get a better look. He saw a black figure running across the rooftops with a white scarf and yellow goggles. It was that hero again. Phantom rolled his eyes and landed on a telephone pole, glaring at the hero. Why was he here? Searching for him? The a-hole should just leave him alone. Phantom stared at the hero who was still running around. Hardly any heroes patrolled this area. It was not populated enough to gain them money. He scowled. The hero should just F off out of his territory. His wings ruffled in response to his emotions. They didn't make noise anymore. But they were still expressive. He flapped his wings and shot up into the sky. He couldn't attack the hero. And he couldn't stay here where the hero could get him. So he left. Shoyuta looked up just in time to see Phantom fly away and sighed. He'd expected this. The kid wouldn't magically warm up to him. He couldn't give up though. Phantom was growing angry. The hero kept coming into his territory for weeks non-stop. It was annoying as hell. He couldn't work like that. Catching villains was one of their sources of income. He apprehended them and took their stolen money. If this hero kept stealing their capture, then they'd run out of money soon. He couldn't have that. Tuya needed medication and they both needed food. That meant he had to confront the annoying hero. And make him go away. It was a risk. The hero could easily take him to HC and everything would be for nothing. Izuku's efforts and sacrifice would be for nothing. He needed to find somewhere where he'd be at an advantage. Maybe a telephone pole the other couldn't climb without hurting him? He should bring a weapon. Without his feathers and wings he'd be weak. Which led him to this. Tuya, can I have one of your knives? He asked. Tuya stared at him for a moment. Why? I have to get rid of the annoying hero. Kigo explained. Please don't kill him. Tuya said as he handed Kigo a knife. You'll get in trouble. Kigo chuckled. I won't kill him. He can erase my quirk though, and I need something to defend myself with. He explained. Tuya nodded. Please be careful. He could take you away or tell HC. Kigo nodded. I'll be careful, Tuya. I promise. He said softly. They needed each other. Do you want me to come with you? Tuya asked. That would certainly be helpful. Kigo hummed. Yes please, but keep hidden. I don't want him to hurt you too. I'll be careful. Tuya nodded and gave him a smile. Kigo smiled back. Thanks, Tuya. I really appreciate it. Anything to keep you safe. Tuya said. He'd failed his siblings. He wouldn't fail Kigo. Kigo flushed a small bit. So cool. Tuya was so awesome. Let's go tonight? Kigo suggested. Tuya nodded. I'll go prepare. Thanks. Kigo replied. He had to get ready too. This would be risky, but they couldn't lose their only source of income. Tuya was only 14. He couldn't work much. And he looked like 8. That was even worse. They needed to get that hero to leave or else they wouldn't survive. Shoyuta frowned as he ran across the rooftops. He hadn't been able to talk to Phantom yet for weeks. But he couldn't give up. He knew Phantom had to be somewhere. He could feel a stare on him. That was either a villain or Phantom. Usually the latter. Phantom seemed to tail him often. Maybe it was because he was too close? Or because Phantom was suspicious of him. Either way, he had his attention. He just needed to let Phantom make his move. He didn't need to wait much longer when he heard the telltale flap of wings and Phantom landed directly in front of him. Shoyuta stopped and stared at the boy. Hello, Phantom. Phantom glared at him with all the rage his 4'12" body could muster. Get out of my territory. He growled lowly. I mean no harm. Shoyuta raised his hands to show that he was telling the truth. You are causing us harm. You're taking away the only way we can earn money. We'll die. Phantom shouted at him. Shoyuta stared in surprise. I'm sorry. I didn't know. Phantom scoffed. That was your plan all along, wasn't it? He growled. No. I'm telling you the truth. I didn't know. Shoyuta said honestly. Phantom rolled his eyes. Why are you here then? There's no reason to be here, in my territory, except if you want to hurt me. He accused. I'm not going to hurt you. Shoyuta repeated. I just want to help you. Phantom's wings fluffed up in a threat display. But what's in it for you? Nothing. Shoyuta replied honestly. I just want to help. It doesn't make any sense. Phantom growled. It really didn't. But why would they want to help? But it's the truth. Shoyuta said patiently. Phantom felt eyes on him. Leave. You're going to kill us. He growled. I'm sorry. Shoyuta said. I won't take down criminals anymore. But I really just want to help. And I don't believe you. Phantom replied, the feathers of his wings sharpening and softening in nervousness. I know. But that's my intention. That's all. Shoyuta said patiently. Well, I don't care. Leave and never come back. Phantom hissed. Please let me help. Shoyuta said softly. Phantom glared at him. No. Shoyuta hesitated unsurely. I really just want to help. Prove it. Phantom growled. He did not believe a single word that the hero was saying. You have to let me. Shoyuta said. Phantom scoffed. He hated this. He didn't want to. But maybe they wouldn't have to waste money on expensive things? Like clothing? He couldn't think like that. He should fly away. But what if he wouldn't leave? He was not sure what to do. His wings flared up a bit. How dare that a-hole make him feel so conflicted? Shoyuta waited patiently as he stared at Phantom. F you. Phantom cursed. I understand you don't believe me, Shoyuta said patiently. But I have no ulterior motive. I am still thinking, but I wanted to make it clear that I don't like you at all. Phantom grumbled. Shoyuta nodded. I know. That's okay. I don't trust you. I know. Why are you still here then? Because I want to help. Shoyuta replied. I don't understand it. It's the truth. Shoyuta repeated. Maybe it's your truth. Phantom said. You're just trying to gain my trust to hand me over to HC. He accused. Shoyuta shook his head. No. I would never. Not if what you implied is true. What would you even do if I let you? Phantom scoffed, his wings flaring. Bring you food. Shoyuta said. Warm clothes. Things like that. We can meet somewhere. Anywhere you want. I won't follow you or try and turn you in. Phantom glared at him. Let's start with food and see how it goes. He said. He didn't want to give away information about Tuya. We meet here. Shoyuta nodded. How about tomorrow? I'll bring some warm food for you and whoever it is you're staying with. And some long-lasting foods as well. Alright, we'll meet here. Phantom repeated. Shoyuta nodded and walked away. Phantom flapped his wings and shot into the sky, quickly getting the hell out of there. That was something. He still didn't trust the hero. Not at all. He'd have to wait until Tuya came home from where he'd been hiding. Tuya frowned as he crawled through the hole into their home. I don't trust him. But he isn't lying. Kigo shot towards him and hugged him tightly. He's scary. He mumbled. Tuya hugged him back gently. I know. I know. Kigo closed his eyes as he held Tuya close. I don't know if we can trust him. Tuya admitted. He's a hero. A hero we don't know. But he wasn't lying when he said he'd give us food. I'm worried he'll poison it or something. Kigo nodded. I'll make him eat some of it. Tuya nodded. What about the other foods that he'll bring? They'll most likely be closed. Like packaged. Kigo replied. What if he uses a needle to contaminate it? Tuya asked. Kigo tensed. You're right. He mumbled. I can check. Tuya says. I picked up some knowledge. I'd know and throw away anything that looks compromised. I'm so glad I have you. Kigo sighed. Tuya hugged him closer. Me too, K. They stayed like that for a while before going to sleep. Phantom landed with a flap of his wings, kicking up air and alerting the villain in front of him. The villain reacted a second later, sending a gust of wind towards the strange figure. Phantom flew away from the attack and sent out a translucent feather. It touched the villain and he felt a quirk coming through the connection from it to the rest of his wings. Phantom let loose a giant burst of wind from his wings, knocking the villain back. When the villain hit the wall, he dove down and kicked the villain in the head, knocking him out. Phantom tied the villain up swiftly and rifled through his pockets for anything valuable. He pulled out some money from their wallet. It wasn't much, but it was still something. It was all they'd need for the next few days. He flapped his wings and flew away from the scene. He let the criminal lay there. Someone would find him soon. At least now he had the quirk of wind manipulation. He'd noticed he had a time limit of 5 quirks. It was 3 when he'd started, but he'd managed to bump it up. He hadn't found the maximum amount of quirks he could use, but he could use 2 or 3 quirks at the same time, no more. That was pretty useful. He wished he could thank Izuku for the quirk. But their plan wasn't perfected yet. He knew it was desperate. Izuku was only acting. He may have thought about the change and the quirk. But not all. Kigo sighed. He just wanted his brother back. He'd never even said thanks. He'd just stared and done nothing as Izuku flew away and led HC after him. He'd been frozen with fear and regret. The only thing he has left of Izuku was a small red feather. The quirk Izuku used to lead HC away. His quirk. Kigo shot towards the home he shared with Tuya. He needed to cry a bit. Kigo's wings flapped silently as he landed on the roof, the designated meeting spot. Shoyuta looked up from his phone when he heard Phantom arrive. Hey! Phantom looked around silently, checking for traps or reinforcement. But there was only the hero and 2 bags of food. At least he thought it was food. What's that? Phantom asked. Food. Shoyuta replied. Phantom nodded. Poisoned? He asked. Maybe the reaction would give them away? Shoyuta shook his head. No. I just bought it. Kigo watched him suspiciously. You can check the receipt. It's in the bag. Shoyuta said and pushed the bags forward. Sorry for the cold dinner. We didn't set a time. 9 p.m. was the only thing Kigo said. He shot forward and grabbed the bags before disappearing. Shoyuta stared at where he'd been only a moment before and sighed. He'd expected that. It was fine. It would take time to gain his trust. He could be patient. Kigo nudged the bag with his wing, spilling the contents onto the floor. Doesn't look poisoned. I don't trust them though. He mumbled after a minute of examining the food. Tuya nodded as he looked over the packets. We can eat these instead of the takeout the hero gave us. Kigo nodded in agreement. It was a good idea. Tuya took out a can from the bag. This one. Kigo inspected it curiously. It's hard to put a syringe through metal, right? He asked. Tuya nods. I checked it. No holes. Still airtight. Okay. Kigo hummed. Let's do it. Tuya nodded and went to a corner of the room. They had a metal stand with a thin wire mesh in the middle where they could place food on, and Tuya could place his hand under to use his quirk. Kigo went after him. Are you okay to use your quirk, or should I? He asked. It'll use up your feathers if you use my quirk. Tuya said as he placed the can down after popping it open. I can do it. Fire quirks, as they found out, used Kigo's feathers as a kindle. Okay. Kigo replied. They both sat down and Tuya held his hand under the stand, blue fire forming and lighting up the area. Kigo relaxed at the warmth. This was always the best thing about cooking. All that warmth. It was slowly getting colder as winter approached. Tuya didn't have a problem with the cold. His body was made to handle it. He hated summer though. But Kigo preferred the warmth. He didn't like being cold. At least that meant there was always at least one of them well suited for the weather. The food finished after a few minutes and Tuya turned off his quirk, blowing his hand to cool it down. Kigo carefully used the wind quirk he'd acquired to help Tuya a bit. Thanks. Tuya sighed in relief. He still hated burning himself like this. It hurt so much. Always. Kigo replied with a smile. Well then eat up. Tuya said and handed Kigo a spoon. Kigo smiled at him. Thanks. He hummed. He took the spoons and ate the hot food carefully. They ate in silence, content with the warm food. They didn't have much but they were happy with what they had. Kigo cuddled into Tuya a small bit. They had each other. The meetings continued like that. Barely a word exchanged except details for the next meeting. Shoyuta would bring food or clothes. Anything they needed and then let them take it wordlessly. Kigo still didn't understand his intentions. But they had more food now. And some fitting clothes. He didn't get cold all that often anymore. But it was still risky. Having a hero so close. He couldn't trust any hero. They worked for HC. He couldn't. Kigo frowned as he laid awake in bed, right next to Tuya. He couldn't trust the hero. He'd learned his name was Aizawa. But why was he so persistent? What did he want? The money? He didn't seem to be lying. Then what? He'd said he didn't want to turn him in. Why not? He was an illegal vigilante. He was one of the most wanted people of HC. He didn't understand that hero or his intentions. And that was dangerous. He looked over at Tuya. It was dangerous for both of them. So what should he do? Maybe he should make the hero talk? Get some information. He had some training to spot lies. He should be able to tell. Right? He had to try at least. Shoyuta stared into the night, holding a bag of blankets close. It was getting colder so they might need those. Gaining their trust was a very slow process. It had been roughly a month since they'd started and he didn't seem to be getting any closer. He didn't even know Phantom's real name. Speaking of him, he'd just landed. Silent as ever. Shoyuta waved at him. Hey, I got some blankets for you this time. Phantom nodded. What's your hero name? He asked. Eraserhead. Shoyuta answered easily. Phantom nodded. You're an underground hero, right? Shoyuta nodded. I am. And still you try to help us? Phantom asked with a frown. Of course. Shoyuta replied. I said I would. Phantom's wings twitched. Our favorite foods are soba and chicken katsudon, he said quietly. Shoyuta perked up a little but didn't show it. Instead he nodded calmly. I'll bring those for you tomorrow. Phantom nodded. He stared at the bag with the blankets silently. Shoyuta pushed them towards him and backed away. He didn't want to scare Phantom away. It's yours. Phantom shot towards it and grabbed the blankets before disappearing into the night. Shoyuta watched him leave before he left to continue his patrol. That was a major improvement. Shoyuta ran across the rooftops carefully with 2 bags in hand. And something weird happened when he arrived. Phantom was already there. He was sitting in the snow, a frown etched to his face. Shoyuta paused a little before he walked forward. Hey! He greeted, his breath fogging up. Isn't it cold? Phantom looked up from where he'd been drawing shapes into the snow. No, he replied even though he was shivering a bit. He was strong enough to handle the cold. He got up and brushed off the snow. His pants were soaked. Right, Shoyuta said and handed the bags over. He didn't want them to touch the cold snow. I brought some warm food and some more warm blankets and clothes. Phantom nodded, hesitantly taking the bag out of his outstretched hand. Kid, please don't do that again. Shoyuta said. It's freezing out here. Don't sit in the snow. Phantom frowned and flew away. The only thing that stayed was an imprint on the snow, surrounded by small drawings. Shoyuta really hoped the kid wouldn't get a fever from that. Kigo groaned quietly. He felt absolutely miserable. Everything was just too hot even though he knew it was cold, and his head hurt. Tuya did his best to help, putting blankets on him and placing a wet rag on his forehead. Nothing seemed to help though. It only got worse. Kigo could barely move and refused to eat anything. Tuya didn't know what to do. They didn't have any medicine. They couldn't go to a doctor. And if this kept up, Kigo could seriously die. Tuya. Kigo groaned weakly. It hurts. Make it stop. Tuya bit his lip worriedly as he tried to comfort Kigo. I'm trying. I have to go find that hero. He should have some medicine. Kigo sobbed quietly. It hurts. Tuya. I know. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. Tuya said and stood up, putting on a scarf and a beanie to hide his face. He was not bothered by the cold, but he didn't want the hero to see his face. Kigo needed medicine. Don't leave. Kigo whined weakly. Please don't leave me. He sobbed quietly. Not like Izuku. Please don't. Tuya hesitated and kneeled back down beside him, touching his hand. I won't. But you need medicine. I'll come back. I promise. Kigo took his hand weakly. Please. I can't do this without you. Tuya cursed under his breath. What if I take you with me? Kigo immediately nodded. Please, Tuya. He mumbled weakly. Okay. Tuya agreed and went to pick up some warm clothes and blankets to bundle him up. He had to carry Kigo over to the hero and he had to make sure his friend wouldn't get cold. Kigo coughed painfully. Tuya bundled him up and picked up Kigo, holding him close. He needed to find the hero. Kigo shivered harshly as he cuddled into Tuya. Tuya held him close as he waited for the hero to come. Am I dying? Kigo asked weakly. No. Tuya said immediately, cuddling him close and using his quirk to warm him up. No. Of course not. You're just sick. Kigo relaxed at the warmth. I love you, Tuya. He mumbled. Tuya blushed, unsure what to respond. You're sick, Kigo. He said quietly. It's going to be okay. Kigo nodded a small bit. Tuya cuddled Kigo close as he warmed him up. He was steaming from the contrast in temperature, but he focused on his friend. Kigo sighed quietly and closed his eyes. Tuya looked up when he hears someone and saw Eraserhead. Kigo blinked weakly and stared up at Eraserhead. Eraserhead. Your hero name is weird. He giggled quietly, cuddling into Tuya. Tuya held him close as he stared at the hero. Who are you? Eraserhead asked. Tuya. The boy replied. I need your help. What's wrong? Shoyuta asked. He's sick. Tuya said worriedly. Really sick? We don't have any medicine and I can't leave him alone. Please. I'll do anything. Anything. Just help him. Shoyuta nodded. Come with me. I need to check him over. And he needs warmth, he said. Tuya hesitated for a moment, unsure if he should trust him. But currently he was their best chance. He slowly walked over to the hero, holding Kigo closely and protectively. Kigo coughed, shivering a bit in pain. Tuya came close to the hero and hesitantly showed him Kigo. Please help him. Shoyuta frowned worriedly. We need to get him inside. Follow me, he decided. Tuya hesitated before he nodded. Don't hurt him. Please. I won't. Shoyuta promised. Tuya nodded and followed the hero to wherever they were going. Kigo slowly woke up. He still felt bad but not horrible. How do you feel? Tuya asked from beside him, sitting on a chair while Kigo was in a bed. Better. Kigo mumbled quietly. Tuya smiled in relief. That's good. How long was I out, Firefly? Kigo asked weakly. 2 days. Tuya said quietly. It was a really bad fever. I had to ask the hero for help. Kigo frowned worriedly. Are you okay? He asked. I'm fine. Tuya assured. And you're right. The hero is. We're at his place. Kigo tried to sit up. He groaned quietly as nausea went through him. Don't. Tuya gently pushed him back down. Just rest. Okay. Kigo mumbled. Do you want anything? Tuya asks. I have some water. Please. Kigo mumbled. Tuya nodded. And handed him a water bottle. He opened it, showing that it hadn't been opened before, and gave it to Kigo. Kigo sipped on it slowly. Tuya watched over him like a hawk, making sure he was okay. Kigo handed back the bottle, his eyes dropping a bit. I'm hungry, he mumbled. I'll go get something for you. Just stay here, all right? Tuya requested. Kigo nodded a small bit. The fire user stood up and left to go find some food. Kigo looked after him. Tuya was so brave. He willingly went to the hero to help him. He flushed a small bit. Tuya had done that for him. He was so awesome. Tuya returned with some bread and butter. I checked it. It's safe, he said and handed the plate to Kigo. Kigo took the plate, still a bit shaky. Thanks, he mumbled. Do you want me to feed it to you? Tuya asked when he noticed the shaking. Kigo's eyes widened as he flushed a small bit. Yes, please, he replied softly, his wings fluffing up a bit. Tuya smiled and took the plate back, tearing off a piece of bread and feeding it to Kigo. Kigo chirped happily as he ate the piece of bread. It tasted so good, and only served as a reminder of how hungry he was. Tuya smiled happily at the sound. It was one of the things HC tried to get rid of, and one of the things Tuya fought to keep. It was adorable. He tore another piece and fed it to Kigo. Kigo was thoroughly content with being fed. Tuya kept feeding Kigo until all of the food was finished. Kigo sighed happily. Thanks, he mumbled. You're welcome. Tuya smiled at him. Kigo smiled back weakly. After a while, Shoyuta walked into the room. He needed to check on Kigo. He'd learned the name from Tuya. He'd probably been too panicked to remember to use code names. Tuya looked up when he walked in and shifted his body to protect his sick friend, staring at the hero warily. Kigo made himself as small as possible and hid behind Tuya. He was in no condition to fight. They stared at the hero for a moment, waiting for him to make a move. Tuya raised his free up a little, ready to send out flames in case they needed to run. How are you feeling? Shoyuta asked gently, being careful not to step too close or make any threatening movements. Better, Kigo said quietly. Do you think you need some medicine? Shoyuta asked. Tuya glanced at Kigo as he looked him over. He turned back to the hero. Maybe something for his fever? Kigo watched the interaction silently. Sure, I should have something. Shoyuta replied and left. Tuya watched him leave before turning to Kigo. Don't worry. I can tell which is real medicine and which are drags. Kigo nodded a small bit. I'm so happy I have you, Firefly, he mumbled. Tuya smiled softly at him. Me too, K. Kigo sighed softly. He was glad Tuya felt the same way. Tuya looked up when the hero returned. He was carrying a small box of pills. Since you're 14, you should only take half a pill, Shoyuta explained. He'd quickly scanned the instructions. Tuya nodded, still staring at the hero warily. The box did look real, but he wouldn't know until he saw the inside. I can feed it to him, he said. Sure. Shoyuta agreed, handing the box to him. Tuya took it and pulled out the packet of tablets. He read the back and made sure it was still sealed inside. Once he checked everything over, he popped one out and snapped it in half with a bit of difficulty. He handed half the tablet to Kigo. Kigo took the tablet and swallowed it. Tuya handed him the bottle of water to wash the bitterness down. Kigo took it with a small thanks and drank some. Tuya nodded and looked back at the hero. 2 days and he still didn't trust him. You should feel better soon, Shoyuta said. Kigo hid behind Tuya a bit. He was vulnerable. Tuya raised his arm to protect Kigo. I'll make sure he gets better. Alright, please make sure to wear warmer clothes outside, Shoyuta advised. Tuya nodded. I'll remind him. I just have a question. Are you two brothers? Shoyuta asked. Tuya shook his head. No. I want him to be my boyfriend, Kigo explained. But he's stubbornly oblivious, he complained. Tuya flushed a little in shock. I'm not that oblivious. Kigo pouted. You are that oblivious. Or you're just ignoring me. He crossed his arms. Shoyuta watched them silently. What? Tuya looked away in embarrassment. I'm bad at emotions, okay? I have no idea what to do. Well, I've been courting you for months, you could have at least acknowledged it, Kigo pointed out with a small frown. I didn't know how. Tuya defended. Well, you could have told me you don't want me. Kigo frowned. Or literally anything else other than ignoring me. I wasn't ignoring you, Tuya said. I care about you. Shoyuta silently left the room. What the hell? Kigo sniffed. You didn't acknowledge me though. I made you nests and fed you, but you just ignored it. Tuya paused. Wait, that was courting? You literally court like a bird? Sheet, I'm sorry, Kigo. I didn't know. Kigo stared up at him. But I chirp and stuff. Of course I court like a bird. He mumbled. I didn't know. Tuya said guiltily and hugged him. I'm sorry, Kigo. I didn't know. Kigo hugged back a bit. Tuya hugged him close and rubbed his head. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were that serious about courting me. I'm sorry. I do like you that way. Kigo flushed brightly, his wings fluffing up. You really do? He asked quietly, his eyes wide with hope. Tuya pulled him closer. Of course I do. I love you. Kigo hugged Tuya tightly. I love you too. He mumbled quietly. Tuya smiled softly before he chuckled. I can't believe we confessed when you're sick and in a stranger's house. Oops. Kigo mumbled with a small grin, showing that he wasn't sorry at all. Tuya rolled his eyes fondly. Go rest, Kigo. I'll protect you. Thanks, Firefly. Kigo mumbled. He cuddled into Tuya a bit. Anytime, Kigo. Tuya smiled down at him. Kigo smiled at, but now go sleep. Okay. Kigo mumbled and closed his eyes. Tuya held him gently, warming up to lull Kigo to sleep. Kigo was fast asleep in less than 10 minutes. Tuya held him the whole time, unable to leave. He was afraid to lose his friend. Boyfriend? They could work out the details later. Kigo slept deeply, not a single nightmare bothering him. Shoyuta gently knocked on the door and stepped inside, holding 2 plates with food. Tuya looked up, Kigo asleep in his lap as he cradled the smaller boy. Kigo's wings were wrapped around the both of them as he slept peacefully. Are you hungry? Shoyuta asked quietly, not wanting to wake the sick boy up. Tuya stared at the hero and then at the plate of food. He still didn't trust him. Shoyuta placed down one of the plates on a cupboard and ate some of the food on the other, proving that it wasn't poisoned. Tuya relaxed a little and nodded. But I want to wait for Kigo to wake up. Alright, I'll leave the food here, Shoyuta announced and placed down the second plate. He just hoped the two would be alright. They were still so young. Do you two have somewhere to stay? Somewhere warm? He asked gently. He just needed to know. Yes, no. Tuya replied to both questions, holding Kigo close. They had a place. It was not at all warm or even temperature regulated. If it was hot, it was hotter inside. If it was cold, there was no protection from said cold other than no snow indoors. Shoyuta frowned worriedly. So you have somewhere to stay that is cold though? He asked. Tuya nodded in reply. That was worrying. No wonder Kigo had gotten sick. Do you want to stay here? Shoyuta asked gently. At least until the weather gets warmer. It would be a shame if Kigo got sick again. He knew it was cruel to say that. But he might be able to keep them warm and safe here by saying that. Tuya held Kigo closer as he stared at the hero warily. No. We're fine. He didn't want to give the hero any chance to send Kigo or him away. They'd rather brave the cold than be trapped here. All right. Shoyuta said. Please be careful though. Is there anything that you need? Heating pads. He suggested. They had some laying around. Tuya looked contemplative for a moment before he shook his head. No. I can keep him warm. All right. Shoyuta sighed, giving up for now. He could try again later. But this was progress. So much progress than before where he could barely talk to them. He was glad Kigo was doing better now though. It started as a slip of tongue from Tuya, but the boy eventually let it go. He was careful not to speak of their last names. Do you two want some dessert too? Shoyuta asked. Tuya stared up at him with a hint of hope, but he pushed it down quickly to shake his head. All right. Shoyuta agreed. Tell me if you need anything. He said before leaving. Tuya watched him leave before returning to Kigo, looking down at his peaceful face. It was rare that Kigo didn't get any nightmares. He was happy to keep him asleep for as long as possible. Kigo shifted and cuddled into him a bit more. Tuya smiled softly. He'd take care of his bird. Kigo shivered slightly as he pressed against Tuya. He was cold. Maybe they shouldn't have left immediately when he'd been a bit better. Tuya let his quirk burn under his skin to raise his body temperature, holding Kigo close. Thanks, Firefly. Kigo mumbled quietly, cuddling closer. Anytime. Tuya replied, warming up his bird. Kigo shivered a small bit. His breathing left little clouds. It was too cold here. Tuya looked worried and opened his hand, making a flame to hopefully warm him up. Don't hurt yourself, Tuya. Kigo mumbled quietly. You're freezing. Tuya argued. But I don't want you to burn yourself. Kigo mumbled quietly. You're cold. Tuya repeated firmly. Kigo couldn't find an argument against that. He was cold. He was shivering from the cold. Tuya tried to keep him warm, but it was too cold. They had little protection from the cold. Kigo trembled harshly as he cuddled close to Tuya. Tuya hugged him close, looking around their barren home. If this went on, he'd only get sick again. Hey, I think we have to ask for help. Okay. Kigo mumbled. How about that hero? Tuya asked. He's been the most trustworthy so far. Kigo nodded a small bit. All right, we're going to that hero. Tuya stood up, carrying Kigo with a gentle and firm grip. Kigo cuddled into Tuya silently. Tuya headed out and walked towards the direction of the hero's home. Shoyuta was surprised when the two kids ended up at his doorstep only a few hours after leaving. It wasn't a bad surprise though. Come in, he said softly. Tuya walked inside with Kigo in his arms, tense and wary as he looked around. Kigo curled his wings around himself a bit. Tuya placed Kigo on the couch and wrapped his arms around his bird, warming him up. Shoyuta left for the kitchen. The two looked like they could use some warm tea. He wouldn't complain about two unexpected guests. Not when they trusted him enough to come here. Kigo cuddled into Tuya a bit. Thanks. He mumbled quietly. Much better. Tuya nodded, gently rubbing his head and removing the snow from it. Kigo leaned into the touch with a small smile. Thanks. He mumbled quietly. No problem. Tuya replied, using his quirk to warm Kigo up. Kigo relaxed slightly. So warm. Tuya looked up when he saw the hero coming back with 2 cups. Shoyuta smiled at them. I made tea for you, he explained. The 2 kids stared at him warily, not taking the cups. Shoyuta took a sip of each cup. See? It's safe, he said gently. After a moment, Tuya reached out and took both cups, handing one to Kigo. Kigo took the warm cup with a small sigh. Tuya looked down at the tea and took a sip. He relaxed a little. Shoyuta left silently. Those two needed some rest. Kigo took a few small sips. He hasn't tried to call anyone yet? Tuya said quietly to Kigo. Kigo nodded. But it's almost as if he doesn't want to turn us in. He mumbled quietly. Tuya hummed softly as he looked down at the tea. I still don't fully trust him. He could be playing us. Kigo frowned worriedly. You're right. He mumbled. Tuya leaned against him. I'm not sure what to think. Kigo nodded a bit. He's weird. Tuya nodded in agreement. Kigo cuddled into Tuya. They both stayed like that for a while, enjoying the warmth. What if he's actually nice? Kigo asked after a bit. Tuya was silent for a moment. I'm not sure if we can risk trusting him. Kigo cuddled into him. I know. He mumbled quietly. Tuya hugged him gently. Kigo closed his eyes with a soft sigh. Hizashi stared at the two kids sleeping on the couch. At least they came on their own. He said. Shoyuta nodded a bit. I'm worried about them. He said with a frown. Understandable. Hizashi said. They left immediately when they felt better but then came right back, half frozen. Shoyuta sighed. I just want them to be okay. I know. Hizashi said in understanding. Be patient. It will take some time for them to trust us. We just have to keep going. Shoyuta nodded a bit and hugged Hizashi gently. Hizashi hugged back gently. Just be patient, Sho. They'll trust us eventually. You just have to be patient. Okay. Shoyuta sighed quietly. Kigo slowly walked up to the table. He was a bit hungry. Maybe he could get some breakfast? The two adults heroes were sitting at the table. Tuya wasn't awake yet. Hizashi stared at the kid in surprise. Oh. Hello there. Shoyuta did the same. Kigo was the skittish one. To have him willingly coming to them meant a lot. Are you hungry? Kigo nodded a small bit. His wings were fluttering slightly in distress. He was so nervous. He wished Tuya was there with him. Shoyuta nodded, standing up to make something. How does toast and egg sound? Kigo nodded a small bit. Shoyuta nodded and started to work. Come sit down while you wait. Hizashi encouraged with a smile. Kigo stared up at him. He didn't want to. He slowly slid onto the chair furthest away from them, his wings fluttering as he messed with his hands a bit. Hizashi smiled at him, not stopping him at all. Kigo curled up on himself a small bit. He didn't like being alone. He wanted Tuya. He didn't trust these adults. He glanced over at the door. He should have waited for Tuya to wake up. Do you want to wait with your friend? Hizashi asked gently. Kigo nodded a small bit. He was uncomfortable and vulnerable without Tuya. You can go. We'll call you when breakfast is done. Hizashi assured. Kigo nodded. He slid off the chair and quickly went back to where Tuya and him were staying. Tuya was still sound asleep on the couch, leaning against the armrest. Kigo climbed onto the couch next to him and wrapped his wings around him. Tuya groaned softly in his sleep and unconsciously wrapped his arms around Kigo. Kigo closed his eyes contently, feeling safe in Tuya's hold. His friend would always protect him. Tuya blinked slowly, waking up to something fluffy and warm. Kigo looked up when Tuya shifted. He smiled softly. Tuya blinked down at him. Hey! Hey, Firefly! Kigo hummed. Tuya sleepily raised his hand to rub Kigo's head. You okay? Kigo leaned into the touch happily. Yup. He mumbled. Tuya hummed softly, hugging him close. You okay too? Kigo mumbled. Tuya nodded. A little warm though. Oh, sorry. Kigo mumbled. He removed his wings. Tuya sighed in relief when cold air brushed his body. Kigo flapped his wings a small bit to get some more cool air to Tuya. Tuya relaxed at the cold air. Thanks. Kigo smiled softly. He nuzzled Tuya happily. Tuya sniffed a little. Is there someone cooking toast? Eraserhead is making breakfast. Kigo mumbled. He didn't want to move though. It was hard enough to find a comfortable sleeping position because of his wings. Tuya hummed. Do you want to eat? Yes. But I don't want to move. My wings are relaxed. Kigo mumbled. I can carry you. Tuya offered. Kigo looked up at him. Please. Tuya chuckled and picked him up. Of course. Kigo relaxed in his hold, sighing happily. Tuya walked over to the kitchen with Kigo in his arms. Kigo curled up a small bit when he saw the two heroes. Tuya stared at them silently, holding Kigo close. "Are you too hungry?" Shoyuta asked, motioning at the breakfast that was ready on the table. Tuya nodded and stared at the food uncertainly. Hizashi took a bite out of both to show it was safe. The teen relaxed and walked over slowly. Kigo didn't let go of him, watching Eraserhead warily. They sat down, Tuya maneuvering Kigo in his lap and pulled a plate closer to feed him. Kigo ate breakfast contently. Tuya kept glancing at the adults, making sure they didn't try anything. Kigo cuddled into Tuya a bit. He was safe with him. Kigo stared at the boxes on the couch table silently. They were colorful, but he had no idea what they were for. Tuya stared at them in confusion, not sure what to do with it. "I'm confused," Kigo mumbled. Hizashi hummed as he looked over. "About what?" Kigo looked up. Should he? He kind of wanted an answer. "What's that?" he asked, pointing at the box. "That's a game console," Hizashi explained. "You play games on it." "Okay," Kigo replied. He had learned absolutely nothing from that sentence. "Do you want to play?" Hizashi asked. "I have no idea what you're talking about," Kigo replied. Tuya nodded in agreement. "Here, let me show you." Hizashi walked over slowly and kneeled down, turning on the console and TV. Kigo blinked when the screen lit up. Hizashi pulled out a simple racing game and placed it inside the console, turning it on. Tuya stared as the screen went colorful. "I'm not allowed around that," Kigo mumbled quietly. He wasn't allowed around TVs. It was only a waste of time. Tuya turned towards him. "You're not back there." Kigo looked up at Tuya and hugged him a bit. Tuya held him close comfortingly. Kigo cuddled into him a small bit. Hizashi handed them two controllers. "Here." Kigo blinked up at him. "What's that?" he asked quietly. "A game controller," Hizashi explained, pointing to the screen. "Just follow the screen. It'll explain how to use it." "Okay," Kigo mumbled quietly. He looked up at the screen. There were so many different colors. Tuya took the controller tentatively and looked at the screen to read what it said. So many functions for a button. "It's confusing," Kigo mumbled. Tuya nodded in agreement. "Let's just try." Kigo cuddled into Tuya a bit and nodded. Tuya smiled. "Let's both try and solve this." They both spent 10 minutes trying to solve what the screen meant with the instructions. There were so many buttons. It was so confusing. Some buttons couldn't be used all the time, and some didn't have any meaning. They were confused for most of the time. It was so weird. "I think I got it?" Tuya asked. Kigo looked over. "You do?" he asked. Tuya nodded. "The joystick is to move. The colorful buttons are attacks and interaction, I think." "Ah," Kigo mumbled. Tuya hummed and pressed a button, shifting to the game. Kigo blinked. It was still pretty confusing. "Two-player, right?" Tuya asked when they were given the option. "Can I watch you for now?" Kigo asked. He didn't think he'd understood it yet. Tuya smiled. "Sure." He picked single-player. Kigo cuddled into Tuya. The fire user selected to play and picked a car. Once the game started, he clumsily tried to control it. But it was a bit difficult. He was still bad at the controls. Kigo was amazed though. Tuya was doing so well. Tuya pouted when he barely passed the finish line second last. Kigo smiled. "You were good," he mumbled softly. Tuya pouted and restarted. "I'm trying again." Kigo nodded. "Don't forget, you don't have to be the best anymore," he reminded. Tuya paused for a moment before he smiled and nodded. "Yeah. Thanks." Kigo smiled at Tuya. Tuya stared at the screen with focus as the game started again. Kigo watched the screen curiously. Hizashi smiled from the doorway as the kids played a game. They looked pretty relaxed. It was sad to know that these kids had no idea what games were. Sheltered life before running away. They'd never had a chance of having a good childhood. He promised to himself that if the kids decided to stay, he would give them the childhood they deserved. Shoyuta stepped through the front door, a cake box held close. He wanted to surprise the kids and had bought them a treat. He saw the duo sitting in front of the TV playing a game. They'd really taken a shine to Hisashi's video game collection. Kigo looked up, his wings flaring a bit in an obvious threat. Tuya looked up and hugged Kigo close, protectively. Kigo blinked at Tuya. I brought cake for you. Shoyuta explained. Tuya stared at him warily, but he was interested. He hadn't eaten cake in so long. What's cake? Kigo asked quietly. Tuya looked down at him. It's a sweet treat. Kind of like bread but sweeter and fluffier. Fluffy sweet bread? Kigo asked in confusion. That was hard to imagine. Tuya nodded. There's a lot of flavors. Chocolate. Vanilla. Orange. Strawberry. Kigo's eyes lit up a bit. I heard about chocolate. It's supposed to be really good. Shoyuta smiled. I have chocolate cake. Kigo looked over at him, his wings fluttering a bit in excitement. Tuya looked between Kigo and Eraserhead uncertainly. He didn't know if it was okay or not. What if there was something in it? Kigo looked really excited though. Don't worry, I'll eat a slice too. Shoyuta assured. Okay. Tuya relented. Shoyuta placed down the box on the kitchen counter and put 3 slices of cake onto a plate each. Tuya and Kigo abandoned the game to walk over to the kitchen and stare at the cake. They had to make sure it was alright after all. Shoyuta took a plate and ate a bite, showing to the kids that it was safe to eat. Kigo watched him for a few moments before he took a plate with a tiny mumbled thanks. Tuya did the same and looked down at the cake. It had been a while since he'd had any. The last time he'd eaten cake was on his birthday. And even then, it had never looked as good as this one. Kigo went over to the couch and started eating silently, his wings fluttering a bit. Tuya followed after him with his own cake. Kigo wrapped himself up in his wings a bit and slowly started eating. Tuya sat next to him and ate the cake. He relaxed at the familiar taste of chocolate. Sweet and thick. It's really good. Kigo mumbled, leaning against Tuya a bit. Tuya nodded in agreement. It is. I didn't even know things this delicious existed. Kigo mumbled. Tuya smiled sadly. There's a lot of it. Kigo looked up at him. Really? He asked, his eyes wide in awe. Tuya nodded. Yeah. More flavors too. That's amazing. Kigo said with a small smile. Tuya chuckled. Yeah. Maybe when we have some extra cash we can buy some. Kigo smiled. Awesome. He mumbled. Tuya smiled back before continuing to eat. Kigo happily ate the cake. He didn't know something like this existed. The closest thing he ever got were some weird cookies HC had given him as a treat. The closest sweet thing he got was fruit. If he was lucky. They'd been adamant on making sure he kept a strict diet. Not that it changed much. Sure, he had muscles earlier than any child, more than any child should, but he was still thin. There was only so much muscle his body could have. And he was also tiny. Well, he'd already been tiny in his old body. Now he was even smaller. He supposed it couldn't be helped. Izuka did his best, and being small meant he was faster and could hide in places others couldn't reach. Tuya, what's it like being tall? He asked quietly. Tuya hummed. I guess it's okay. You get to reach for stuff. See a little farther. Why? Well, I never got to be tall. Guess I'm just curious. Kigo mumbled. Tuya smiled and nuzzled him. You're perfect just the way you are. Kigo flushed brightly. Thanks. He mumbled softly. It was still hard to remember that sometimes. Tuya smiled softly. He was so cute. Kigo chirped quietly, cuddling into Tuya a bit. Tuya chuckled softly. Cute songbird. Kigo smiled a bit. He liked that Tuya didn't berate him for chirping. It was something he hadn't been allowed to do back then and would be punished for it. But Tuya didn't mind it. He liked it. Kigo cuddled into Tuya happily, chittering a small bit. Tuya hugged him gently. So cute. Kigo flushed softly. Thanks. He mumbled. There was a small meow. Kigo froze. No. No. He drew his wings close to himself, a small whimper escaping him. Please no, please no. Kigo? Kigo. Tuya hugged him gently, looking down at the cat at the foot of the couch. It's okay. It won't hurt you. Kigo broke into sobs, curling up as tightly as he could. Get it away, please. He whimpered in fear. His whole body was trembling as he tried to get as far away from the hostile creature as he could. Tuya held him close and looked at the cat. He tries to scare the cat away, but it didn't react at all. "Eraser!" he called, holding the terrified bird close. Kigo shivered harshly, sobbing in fear. "Tuya!" he whimpered. "Eraser!" Tuya called again, holding Kigo close and using his arms as a shield. Eraserhead was there not even a second later. "What's wrong?" he asked. Why did Kigo look so scared? "Please take the cat away," Tuya pleaded as he held Kigo, staring at the adult. "Please." The cat meowed and walked over to Shoyuta. Kigo sobbed quietly, curling into Tuya. Shoyuta picked up the cat and carried it back to the bedroom. "How did you get out?" he scolded. The cat meowed at him and pawed his chest. "I know you just want love," Shoyuta murmured. "But you scared Kigo." The cat meowed up at Shoyuta, staring into his eyes. "Please stay in the bedroom," Shoyuta murmured. The cat meowed mournfully. "I apologize, but we have guests, one of which is terrified of you," Shoyuta explained. He opened the bedroom door and stepped inside, closing it behind him to avoid letting another cat outside. The cats meowed sadly from the bedroom. Shoyuta frowned softly. Kigo was terrified of cats. More so than others. That was a look of previous trauma. Shoyuta sighed softly and sat down to pet his cats. They purred happily when he finally gave them attention, leaning into his hand. He sat with them for a while, petting them gently. "Is it gone?" Kigo whimpered quietly, cuddling close to Tuya. "It's gone," Tuya assured, gently rubbing his back slowly. Kigo took a few shuddering breaths as he tried to calm down. Tuya gently rubbed his back and head to comfort him. "I'm so scared," Kigo mumbled as he cuddled closer. "I know," Tuya said quietly. "But it's gone. It won't hurt you." Kigo nodded a small bit. "I'm sorry," he mumbled quietly. "There's nothing to be sorry for," Tuya said. Kigo sniffed. "But I'm scared of cats." "There's nothing wrong with that," Tuya said gently. "You've been through a lot. It's understandable you're scared of them." Kigo hugged Tuya close. "Okay." Tuya rubbed his back gently. It took a long while until Kigo calmed down enough to let Tuya go. "Feel better?" Tuya asked worriedly. "A small bit," Kigo mumbled quietly. "Do you need anything?" Tuya asked. Kigo shook his head a bit. "Do you want to sleep?" Tuya asked. Kigo shook his head. "No nightmares," he mumbled quietly. "Okay." Tuya nodded. "What do you want to do?" Kigo shrugged a small bit. "Want to play the game again?" Tuya suggested. Kigo wiped his face with his sleeve. "Okay." Tuya picked up the controller to start a game. Can I just watch?" Kigo asked quietly. He didn't have the energy left to make any decisions at all. "Sure." Tuya nodded and pressed single player on a random game. Kigo cuddled into Tuya a small bit, his wings still shivering with fear. He'd been really startled and terrified by the sudden appearance of the cat. It had been so scary. All he could remember was the pain and the claws. Kigo whimpered quietly as he cuddled into Tuya and tried to focus on the screen. Tuya hushed him softly as he played the game. "I found a fish. Want to catch the fish?" Kigo sniffed and nodded a small bit. Tuya focused on catching the fish. It was as slippery as in real life. Kigo watched silently. Hisashi walked into the bedroom, finding his husband cuddling their affectionate cats on the floor. He closed the door before the cats could leave. "Hey, Sho," he greeted. "What's up with the kids?" Birdie seemed scared. Shoyuta looked up with a small frown. "Moss got out. I have no idea how she did it, but she sent Kigo into a panic attack," he explained. Hisashi frowned worriedly. "Kigo is afraid of cats? Phobia or trauma?" "I think both. Phobia acquired through trauma," Shoyuta said with a small frown. He was shaking and clinging to Tuya while sobbing. Hisashi hummed softly. "He has wings. He's been living on the streets. Could it be possible he was attacked by feral cats before?" Shoyuta frowned. "Pretty likely," he agreed worriedly. Hisashi hummed and stared down at their cats. "This will be hard." Shoyuta frowned. "Yeah." He agreed. Thanks for limiting me to 3 though. Would be much harder with 20. Hisashi snorted a little. Yeah. Though you were content with them. Remember when they would sleep on your face and neck during winter? Shoyuta laughed softly. A blanket of cats. He hummed. Even when you woke up with fur in your hair. Hisashi laughed. Shoyuta chuckled. Yeah, I'm happy with 3 cats too. Hisashi hummed. But what are we going to do about Kigo? Shoyuta frowned worriedly. I'm not sure. He replied. Hisashi sat down and a cat came up to him for pets. It's better not to let the cats leave our room. But we can't help him if we have cats and he's terrified of them. Shoyuta nodded. Maybe we can show them that cats can be nice too? He murmured. That's not going to be easy. Hisashi says. Our cats are too big. If they were kittens, at least we could show that they're too small to be of harm. Shoyuta frowned. He looked up at Hisashi, his eyes wide and pleading. Hisashi stared back with growing concern. No. Shono. We have 3 cats. But it could help Kigo. Shoyuta mumbled, cuddling Moss close. Where would we even get a kitten that could help him? Hisashi questioned. It needs to be small, harmless, caring, and not a troublemaker. That's too high of an expectation for anyone. Cat or otherwise. Shoyuta pouted a small bit. I'm sure we could find one. Hisashi sighed. If you can find the impossible kitten, we'll try. Yes. Shoyuta said with a grin. I will do the impossible. Hisashi sighed tiredly. Why couldn't his husband show this much energy with anything else? It was cute though. Shoyuta chuckled. He'd find the perfect cat for Kigo. Shoyuta slowly opened the door, holding the tiny kitten in his hands close to his chest. It was just too tiny. The cat was pure black and it could barely walk, only wriggle around. It didn't meow loudly like most kittens. The loudest he got it to make was a tiny mew, which was the moment the kitten decided to mew. Kigo was up in less than a second, his wings spread wide in fright. He shot towards Tuya, hiding behind him. Tuya jolted a little in shock and looked back in confusion. Cat. Kigo whimpered quietly. Shoyuta looked down at the tiny furball. All right. That hadn't worked. Tuya wrapped an arm around Kigo protectively and looked at Shoyuta. Where's the cat? Please take it away. The kitten let out a tiny mew, squirming around in his hand. Shoyuta frowned slightly. Of course. He replied. He carried the tiny kitten to the kitchen to give it a bottle. The kitten mewed and wiggled around, its tiny paws clawing at his hand but barely making any scratches. Yeah, I'm getting you your food. Shoyuta murmured softly. Kigo hid his face in Tuya's shirt as he trembled slightly. He hadn't seen the cat, maybe it wasn't even there. Tuya turned around and hugged Kigo gently, hushing him softly. It's gone. It won't hurt you. Kigo clung to Tuya silently. Shoo, it won't hurt you. Tuya assured. But it's so scary. Kigo mumbled. Shoyuta watched them worriedly as he gave the tiny furball a bottle. Kigo? Did you see the kitten? He asked gently. Tuya looked up as he hugged Kigo. Why would it matter? He's terrified of them. Shoyuta watched Tuya. This is a baby kitten. It's smaller than my hand and can't do him any real harm. It can barely walk and still needs milk. He explained as he held the tiny kitten close. Tuya watched him warily and glanced at the thing in his hands. The bottle was bigger than the tiny black fluff suckling on it. The kitten only has milk teeth right now. They can't do any real damage. They're made that way so that it won't harm its mother when drinking milk. Shoyuta explained. Kigo cuddled closer to Tuya. Claws. He whimpered. The way those claws had dug into his wings. He shuddered. Tuya hugged him close. The claws can hurt him still. Shoyuta ran a finger over the claws. Not really. They're still dull. He explained. Kittens paw their mother to signal they're hungry. So having sharp claws wouldn't be good. A harmless cat? Kigo mumbled in confusion. Tuya glanced at the tiny kitten and noted how small it was. It was the size of his finger. It's tiny. Kigo hesitantly looked up. It really was tiny. And it's harmless? He asked hesitantly. Shoyuta nodded. It's completely defenseless. He agreed. The kitten pawed the air as it suckled on the bottle of milk. Kigo winced and hid his face in Tuya's shirt. Are you sure? He mumbled. I'm completely sure. Shoyuta said patiently. I can try and hold it to make sure. Tuya suggested. Please. Kigo mumbled quietly. Shoyuta walked over to the two kids slowly. Tuya held Kigo close as he looked at the tiny fur ball in Shuta's hands. He slowly reached a hand out. The tiny kitten winced back a small bit before sniffing the hand. Tuya held still as the cat sniffed him. The kitten pressed their head against Tuya's hand a bit and purred quietly. Tuya stared for a moment before slowly petting it. The kitten leaned into the touch, closing its eyes. Tuya slowly moved his finger down to touch the tiny paws. The kitten watched him curiously with big blue eyes. It's safe, Tuya says after a few seconds of prodding. I don't think it can pounce on you. Kigo looked up hesitantly. Okay. He mumbled quietly. The eyes were blue. Reminded him of Tuya. Especially because of the black fur. Tuya held Kigo gently. I'll protect you. Kigo cuddled into him a bit more. Thanks. He mumbled. The cat mewed quietly. Kigo stiffened a small bit. Why is it making noises? He mumbled. There had to be a reason, right? Shoyuta gently cuddled the cat close to give it some warmth. This kitten lost her mother. So she's calling for her. Even though she's not alive anymore. He explained. Tuya frowned sadly. Poor kitten. How old is it? Kigo looked at the kitten worriedly. Barely a month old. Shoyuta replied. Do you two want to name her? He asked. Name her? Tuya asked. Shoyuta nodded. She needs a name. He said. Tuya looked down at Kigo. What do you think? Kigo blinked. Ain. He mumbled. Tuya smiled. It sounds nice. Shoyuta nodded. She'll be called Ain then. He agreed. Ain mewed softly. Tuya looked down at the kitten and reached out to pet it. It was so small and frail. Kigo watched the kitten silently. He wasn't shivering anymore. The kitten mewed and wiggled around. Is she hungry? Kigo asked quietly. Maybe. Do you want to feed her? Shoyuta offered the bottle to Kigo. Tuya looked down at him and then at the tiny kitten. Try. Ike. Kigo hesitantly took the bottle and held it towards the kitten. The kitten moved towards the bottle and started sking greedily. Kigo watched the kitten silently. It was just hungry. Not angry. The kitten let out tiny sounds as it fed, pawing at the bottle with tiny paws. Kigo kept his eyes on the kitten, checking for any signs of hostility. There were none. The kitten just wanted some milk. The kitten wasn't dangerous. It was just hungry and very small. So small. He was sure if he touched her too hard he would hurt the kitten. The kitten was completely defenseless. He wasn't scared of it. Not when he could seriously hurt the kitten while the kitten couldn't hurt him. He was still scared of other cats though. Very much so. Just not Ain. Ain was just so small and cute. Completely harmless. She had beautiful eyes too. Blue. And black fur. Kind of like Tuya. Kigo leaned into Tuya a bit. He pulled the bottle away when the kitten was sated. The kitten wriggled a little and yawned, showing off tiny teeth. Kigo blinked. Okay, those really couldn't hurt him. Ain liked her lips and nuzzled into Shuta's hand, closing her eyes. She should be scary. Why is she cute? Kigo asked. Because she's tiny? Tuya suggested. Tigers are big and they're scary. Kigo shuddered. Maybe. He mumbled. Where will it sleep? Tuya asked Shoyuta curiously. Shoyuta hummed in thought. I don't think she can stay with the other cats yet. They need to get used to her scent first. He replied. Would it be okay if Ain stays here with you? Tuya looked down at Kigo. It's your choice. Kigo stared at Ain for a moment. Okay. He mumbled. Where do we put her? Tuya asked Shoyuta. Shoyuta hummed. I'll get a kitten bed for her. Can I leave her on the couch in the meanwhile? He asked. Sure. Tuya nodded. Please make sure she won't fall off. Shout said. He gently placed the tiny kitten down. Okay. Tuya nodded and looked down at the tiny kitten shifting around on the cushion. Ain couldn't really move much. She shifted a bit before settling down. She's really tiny, Tuya said. Kigo nodded. He reached out and gently rubbed the kitten's head. The kitten jolted a little and shifted around, its thin tail moving around wildly. Kigo pulled his hand back. Had he done something wrong? I think you just startled it, Tuya said. Kigo looked up at Tuya. Okay, he mumbled. He hesitantly tried again. Ain shifted a little before calming down. Kigo gently rubbed the kitten's tiny body. So small. The kitten mewed quietly, barely a chirp. It sounds tiny too, Tuya said in awe. That's so weird. Kigo mumbled. So tiny. Babies are pretty small, Tuya said. But this is tiny. Could it be a runt? Maybe. Kigo mumbled. The kitten mewed again. Kigo pet the kitten gently. Ain let out another tiny mew before going quiet. Kigo watched the kitten. Was it okay? She's probably sleepy, Tuya said. Kigo nodded a bit. I am too, he mumbled. Let's wait for Eraserhead to return, Tuya suggested. Okay, Kigo mumbled. The kitten had fallen asleep midway through their conversation. It was purring softly, cuddled into the couch cushions. Shoyuta came back after a bit, a small, fluffy kitten bed in his hands. Tuya looked up at him when he came and watched as he gently picked up the kitten and placed her in the cat bed. The kitten cuddled into the fluff with a small purr. Ain is acceptable for a cat, Kigo mumbled. Shoyuta smiled a little. His plan had worked. She doesn't have a mom, Tuya said. Are you taking care of her? Yeah. Shoyuta agreed. Can I help? Kigo mumbled quietly. Tuya smiled happily. Kigo was offering to help take care of a cat. Shoyuta smiled. Of course you can, he said softly. Internally he was cheering happily. Kigo nodded. He cuddled into Tuya a bit. It's late, Shoyuta said gently. Get some sleep you too. I needs to sleep as well. Okay. Kigo mumbled quietly. Tuya nodded, hugging Kigo close as he looked at the tiny kitten. Kigo cuddled into Tuya sleepily. Shoyuta left to the bedroom to let them sleep. Kigo yawned softly. Tuya yawned and held Kigo close, closing his eyes. Kigo chirped quietly. Tuya rubbed his head slowly. Good night, Kigo. Good night, Tuya. The bird mumbled back. Shoyuta went into the bedroom with a sheet-eating grin. Found it, he hummed. Hizashi hummed in confusion, in the middle of brushing his teeth. Found wa. Shoyuta grinned brightly. I found the perfect kitten. He elaborated. Kigo likes Ain. Hizashi choked and washed the toothpaste from his mouth. What? He asked when he spat out the water. Shoyuta laughed softly. He fed the kitten and pet her. What? You. Hizashi stuttered in shock and disbelief. Shoyuta chuckled and hugged Hizashi gently. It was amazing to watch. He hummed. The kitten is absolutely tiny. Hizashi sighed in defeat. Leave it to you to find the impossible kitten. Shoyuta chuckled and cuddled Hizashi close. Hizashi sighed but relaxed. You have an affinity for kittens. Shoyuta grinned up at him. I also have an affinity for a certain loud blonde. Hizashi smiled softly and kissed him. True. Love you, Shoyuta chuckled softly. He kissed back gently. Let's go to bed. Hizashi encouraged. Shoyuta nodded. You'll have to let me brush my teeth first though. He hummed. I'll meet you in the bedroom then. Hizashi gave his cheek a kiss. Shoyuta smiled softly. Yeah, meet you there. He murmured. Hizashi nodded and left the bathroom. A few minutes later, Shoyuta slipped into the bed. Hizashi immediately wrapped his arms around his husband and nuzzled into his neck. Shoyuta smiled softly. Hey, he murmured. Hizashi hummed quietly. Good night, Shoyuta. Good night, Zashi. Shoyuta murmured back. Hizashi hummed softly and drifted off to sleep. Shoyuta joined him soon later. Shoyuta woke up to being shaken a bit. Yeah? He mumbled, cuddling into his pillow. The kitten is noisy. Tuya said. Is hungry, I think. Shoyuta blinked sleepily. Be there in a sec. He mumbled. Tuya stayed back and waited. He looked down at the cats sleeping at the foot of the bed. They looked so peaceful. He wanted to pet one, but that would wake them up. Shoyuta slowly got up, blinking sleepily. He almost forgot kittens drank milk every few hours. Without a mom, that meant he had to feed them. Maybe he could just show the kids how to make the milk. Shoyuta went to the door tiredly and moved to the kitchen. Tuya followed him after closing the door. He made the milk silently and gave Tuya the bottle before going back to sleep. Tuya looked down at it in confusion and walked back towards Shoyuta. But we don't know how to feed it. Kigo did well yesterday. Shoyuta reminded quietly. Or was it today? Is it not tomorrow yet? Are you sure? Tuya asked. And it's 1 a.m. Shoyuta nodded. He'll do fine. I trust him. Are you sure? Tuya asked again. I am. Shoyuta yawned. Okay. Tuya relented and went back to Kigo. Shoyuta went back to his bedroom. Tuya looked down at Kigo, who was gently petting the noisy kitten. Kigo looked up at him. So I should feed Ain? He asked quietly. Tuya nodded, handing the bottle to Kigo. Kigo took it a bit hesitantly. But I needed to eat. So he reluctantly fed her. The kitten latched onto the NPL and back to SCK greedily. Kigo gently held Ain close. Ain drank the milk greedily, pawing the air a few times. Kigo gently rubbed Ain's head. Ain let out a tiny sound as she fed. Kigo smiled a small bit as he pet Ain. She wasn't so bad. She's so small. Tuya said. Kigo nodded. Cute. Tuya nodded with a smile. Kigo put the bottle away when Ain was done drinking. The kitten shifted a little before going back to sleep. Kigo gently cuddled Ain close. Let's put her back and let her sleep. Tuya said. Kigo nodded a bit. He went over to the kitten bed and gently put Ain down. She shifted a little and wriggled around for a moment. When Ain quieted down, Kigo climbed back onto the couch to sleep. Tuya joined him and hugged Kigo close. Kigo cuddled into him. They fell back to sleep easily. Hizashi carried a few books over to the couch. Hey! He greeted softly. Tuya looked up at him, hugging Kigo as the bird looked at the tiny kitten. Kigo hugged Tuya back a bit. I got some books for you too. Hizashi explained with a soft smile and placed them down on the table. They both stared at the books silently. They both thought the same thing. Was this an assignment? Should they read them and memorize? There are some crime novels. Maybe you'll find them fun. Hizashi said. They still didn't respond, staring at him silently. Almost fearfully. Hizashi blinked in confusion. What's wrong? He asked gently. You don't have to read them if you don't want to. Why did you give them to us then? Tuya asked quietly. Because you're spending a lot of time cooped up in the house with nothing to do. Hizashi explained. I don't want you to get bored. You're not making us read and memorize it? Kigo asked quietly. Hizashi blinked. No, not at all. He replied. Truthfully? Kigo asked. I swear. Hizashi agreed. They stared for a moment before Tuya looked at the books. He tentatively reached out for one, glancing at Hizashi every so often. Hizashi smiled softly. Tuya pulled the book closer and looked at it. He read the back. Kigo glanced at the book. He wasn't sure if the other was saying the truth. He hated memorizing books. He'd always forget something and get punished for it. So, he'd stay away from them for now. Tuya opened the book and looked through it. Kigo gently pet the kitten. Ain mewed quietly. Hizashi smiled and decided to leave them alone. The door opened and Nomuri walked in. Shoyuta Hizashi, I've come to check up on you. Kigo stared up at the stranger that had just walked in. His wings shivered slightly in fear. Tuya held Kigo close and readied his quirk. Shoyuta stepped in front of them with a frown. Nomuri, I told you not to come. Nomuri pouted. But why? You never tell me anything. There's a good reason for that. Please leave. Shoyuta said steadily. Kigo hugged Tuya tightly. Nomuri frowned and looked behind him. She gasped, seeing two kids huddled on the couch. Nomuri, no. Shoyuta said with a frown. But kid. Nomuri pouted. They're so cute. You didn't tell me you adopted. We didn't. They're just staying for a bit. Shoyuta replied. Please leave now. Nemuri pouted and stared at Shoyuta. Shoyuta sighed. He went towards Nemuri and took her arm, dragging her outside, away from the frightened kids. Tuya stared as Aizawa took the scary woman away. He hugged Kigo close as the door closed. Kigo whimpered quietly. Tuya hushed him softly. She's gone. Eraser took her away. Kigo cuddled into Tuya, who hugged him close. Shoyuta closed the door and pulled Nemuri away. Come on, Shoyuta. Nemuri complained. I'm glad you adopted. Really? I'm just upset you didn't tell me. We didn't adopt the kids. Shoyuta said with a frown. They just don't have anywhere to go. You are already adopting them. Nemuri said. We are not. Shoyuta replied with a frown. But why are they living with you? Nemuri asked. Because they're homeless. Shoyuta replied bluntly. One of them almost died because he got sick, so they're staying for now. Nemuri frowned. I guess that makes sense. You pick up children like you pick up stray cats. Shoyuta flushed. Shut up. He scoffed. You know it's true. Nemuri teased with a grin. And I saw that tiny kitten in the living room as well. It's not true. They'll leave once the weather gets better. They're scared of us. Shoyuta replied. Nemuri frowned. But you're a hero, right? Yes. They hate heroes. The smaller one is a vigilante. Shoyuta explained. Nemuri frowned. I see how that could be a problem. He's also deathly afraid of cats. Shoyuta said with a frown. Oh. Nemuri said. Yeah. I can see how. That's a problem. Nemuri frowned. He ran into one of our cats and had a panic attack. Shoyuta sighed. Nemuri frowned. This is bad. Shoyuta sighed. I got them a kitten and he kind of accepted it. But at first he was scared of the tiny fluff ball. Makes sense. Possible trauma or phobia? Nemuri asked. Likely both. Shoyuta replied. He's kind of scared of everything. Well, both of them are. Nemuri hummed. I guess that explains why you don't want me to come. Exactly. Shoyuta sighed. I hope I stepped in time. They are both likely victims of abuse and they're really bad with new people. Nemuri nodded. Well, I'll leave you to it then. Shoyuta nodded. Please don't come unannounced. He sighed. All right. Nemuri relented. But you'll tell me when you adopt kids, all right? Yes, we will. Shoyuta sighed. All right, I'll leave you to it. Nemuri said. Thanks. Shoyuta replied and went back to the apartment. He hoped Kigo and Tuya weren't too scared. Kigo looked up when the door opened. Thank you. He mumbled quietly. Tuya nodded, holding Kigo closely. Thanks. Shoyuta smiled softly. It was no problem. He replied. She was scary. Tuya admitted. Ain mewed quietly from her bed. Kigo gently picked Ain up and cuddled her close. Poor kitty. She can be scary. Shoyuta agreed. But she's not dangerous. Ain mewed again. She's loud. Tuya said quietly. Kigo nodded. Way too loud. I know. I always tell her to tone it down a bit. Shoyuta sighed. Ain mewed again. Kigo looked down at the kitten. Are you hungry? He asked gently. Ain mewed again, pawing the air and begging. Kigo gently held the kitten close and went to the kitchen to get a bottle. Eraserhead had showed them how to make those. Tuya stood up and followed him. Kigo smiled at Tuya a small bit. I'll make it. Tuya said and went over to the bottle. Thanks. Kigo said softly. Ain mewed again. Kigo gently rubbed her head. She's so noisy. Tuya said. Kigo smiled softly. I don't mind. He hummed, cuddling the tiny kitten gently. Tuya smiled softly. That was good. Kigo looked pretty content while cuddling the kitten. Tuya shook the bottle and handed it to Kigo. Thanks. Kigo said as he took the bottle. He gently fed Ain. The kitten suckled greedily, pawing at the air. Kigo smiled softly. She's so cute. Tuya said with a smile. Kigo nodded in agreement. Never thought I'd ever think that about a cat. He mumbled. But she's a kitten though. Tuya pointed out, poking the paws. A very tiny kitten that I doubt could do more than cry. Kigo nodded. I'm still scared of cats. They're creepy. He mumbled. Tuya nodded. Makes sense. But not this little kitten. Right, Ein? Kigo nodded. Ein drank happily. Kigo looked outside the window silently. It was snowing, the whole world covered with a blanket of white. His wings fluttered a small bit. Tuya looked over at him. It's snowing. Yeah. Kigo mumbled quietly. It's almost Christmas, isn't it? Tuya nodded. Yeah. You ever celebrate Christmas? Not really. Kigo said quietly. I heard it's supposed to be nice. It is. Tuya said. Supposed to be. You celebrate with food, cookies, have presents. Mainly with family. Kigo looked up at Tuya. Do you think I'll ever be able to celebrate Christmas? Maybe. Tuya said. One day, when we're better, we can celebrate together. Kigo smiled softly. He scooted a bit closer to Tuya and wrapped his arms around him. Okay. He mumbled. Shoyuta frowned as he listened in. Christmas was coming, and they hadn't felt a true Christmas before. Hisashi met Shuta's eyes. They should do something about that. We're going shopping. Hisashi announced. Tuya and Kigo looked up at that. Shoyuta was putting on his capture weapon as he stepped towards the door. Feel free to grab some food or play games. The TV is yours. Shoyuta told them. Kigo nodded a small bit. Stay safe. Hisashi called before leaving. Can we even be not safe while alone? Kigo mumbled. I think he meant not get in trouble. Tuya said. Ah. Kigo hummed. That made a lot more sense. Ein chose this moment to wake up and mew for food. Kigo got up and went to the kitchen. He chirped reassuringly to Ein. Ein mewed back and Tuya chuckled. Mama Kigo is getting you some milk. Kigo flushed slightly. Are you the dad then, Firefly? Teased right back. Tuya flushed brightly and looked away. Kigo grinned. Come on, you're my boyfriend. You should have expected that. I am not responsible enough for a kid. Kitten or otherwise. Tuya said. Ein mewed again. Ein doesn't think so. And I don't either. Kigo said with a smile. He brought the bottle over to Ein and gently picked her up and fed her. Ein fed happily, pawing at the air. Tuya looked away while blushing. Shut up. Kigo grinned. Ein is our baby, he hummed teasingly. No. Tuya whined in embarrassment. Kigo giggled softly. So, do you have any idea what to get them? Hisashi asked as they stood in the mall. No idea. Shoyuta said truthfully as he looked around. Hitoshi chuckled softly. You think they'd like the new Legend of Zelda game? I guess. Shoyuta hummed. They have been playing quite a lot of adventure games lately. Hisashi nodded in agreement. So that? He asked. Shoyuta nodded in confirmation. Maybe something soft too? Clothes for the kiddos maybe? Hisashi hummed thoughtfully. Sounds good. He agreed. Maybe something for the new kitten. Shoyuta hummed thoughtfully. They might feel like we left out the impossible kitten. They've taken a liking to her. I still can't believe it. Hisashi grinned. You found the impossible kitten. Shoyuta grinned smugly. I know. It was purely by chance too. I didn't think I'd find one so quickly. Hisashi smiled. Kigo seems to like Ein a lot. He hummed. That's the point. Shoyuta smiled happily. Hisashi chuckled softly. It worked out great. Shoyuta nodded in agreement. She's just so tiny. There's no way she can harm Kigo. Hisashi nodded. I'd really like to know why he's so scared of cats. It couldn't be that bad if it was just bird instinct, right? Shoyuta nodded. It's possibly trauma. Maybe he was attacked by cats before? We won't know unless we ask, and we need to gain his trust first. Yeah. Hisashi hummed. They seem to like you a bit more lately though. Especially Tuya. There's still a long way to go before they trust me. Shoyuta said. They haven't told me their last names yet. We're on a good way. Hisashi said softly. It's an improvement at least. Shoyuta agreed. Hisashi smiled softly. And? What do you want for Christmas? He asked. Cats. Shoyuta asked cheekily. Hisashi rolled his eyes. No, we will not get a fifth cat show. Ah. Shoyuta said. I'm not sure what I want. I have everything I need. Hisashi smiled softly. That's cute. He hummed. Shoyuta looked away while blushing. What do you want? Hisashi hummed. I think I'm happy with a kiss. He replied. Shoyuta smiled. I'll buy some mistletoe then. Hisashi chuckled softly. Do you think they'll like some cookies? Shoyuta asked as they passed a bakery. Every kid likes cookies. Hisashi replied. A certain pro hero too, by the way. Let's get some cookies then. Shoyuta said. Is there a bunch of varieties or do we need to buy every single one? Hisashi gave a grin and Shoyuta already knew the answer. Shoyuta sighed. I'll check our budget. Hisashi kissed his cheek gently. Thanks, Sho. You're the best. He hummed. Sure. Shoyuta hid a smile. Hisashi sighed happily. I love you. He murmured. I love you too. Shoyuta hummed. Hisashi grinned. That's good. Else this would get a little awkward. He joked. Shoyuta chuckled. I wouldn't stay with you if I didn't like you, cockatoo. Hisashi smiled softly. I like you too, kitten. He murmured. Let's get those cookies. Shoyuta said and pulled Hisashi towards the bakery. Hisashi followed Shoyuta with a soft smile. Hisashi opened the door to their apartment with a smile. He wondered what the kids were up to. Shoyuta stood next to him and saw the kids on the couch sleeping. Kigo sleeping on top of Tuya with his wings encasing them. Ain was sleeping soundly in her cat bed. He wondered who had moved the cat bed so close to the couch. Hisashi smiled softly. They're adorable. He mumbled. Shoyuta smiled softly and nodded. They are. Let's hide these in our room and wrap them up. Hisashi nodded. They both silently snuck into their bedroom and closed the door before the cats could leave. Who knew what would happen if Kigo was woken up by a cat? The cats meowed up at them curiously, sniffing the bags they had. Hisashi decided to play with them a bit. The poor babies had been locked into one room all day. Shoyuta placed the bags on the bed and picked up a curious cat. No, treats later. Hisashi chuckled softly. The cat meowed at him and placed a paw on Shuta's cheek. You're too cute. Shoyuta grumbled and held the cat close. Ah. Hisashi murmured softly. Shoyuta smiled at Hisashi and sat down, petting the cat gently, causing it to purr. Hisashi gently hugged Shoyuta. I'm not a cat. Shoyuta grumbled but didn't pull away. Oh yes you are. Hisashi murmured softly. Not. Shoyuta pouted at him. Hisashi kissed his cheek with a chuckle. We should start wrapping the presents. Shoyuta said with a flush on his face. True. Hisashi hummed. Let's get started then. Shoyuta said and rummaged through the bags, letting the cat hop off his lap. Hisashi leaned over to reach the bag better. The cats meowed at them curiously, staring and pacing at the foot of the bed. Hisashi smiled down at them. Be good and you'll get treats. He murmured. The cats meowed at them. I'm just happy they won't tear the wrapping papers. Shoyuta said. Hisashi chuckled. They're very well behaved. He hummed. Especially in comparison to their first cat. Surprisingly. Shoyuta said. Hisashi chuckled. Kigo shifted a bit, a small yawn escaping him as he slowly woke up. He rubbed his eyes sleepily and looked around, his eyes landing on the small tree in the corner of the room decorated with colorful ball and white stuff. That hadn't been there before. Kigo looked at Tuya and shook him a small bit. Tuya groaned and reluctantly opened his eyes. Yes. There's a tree. Kigo mumbled sleepily. What tree? Tuya groaned tiredly and looked around, seeing the tree. There's a tree. Kigo chuckled softly. Yes, there's a tree. He hummed. He spotted some presents laying under the tree. Probably for their hosts. Tuya hummed softly and slowly sat up, holding Kigo with one arm. I haven't seen one up close. My old home doesn't allow these and those in stores are gigantic. Kigo nodded. He cuddled into Tuya a bit. Can we get a tree when we have money? He asked softly. In a few years? I don't see why not. Tuya agreed easily. We should have money to spare by that time. Thank you. Kigo mumbled softly, cuddling into Tuya. Tuya rubbed his back. When we have money, I'm getting you lots of presents. Kigo smiled. Me too. You'll get everything you deserve and more. He murmured. Tuya smiled down at him and nuzzled him. You too, Kay. Kigo nuzzled back happily. Has Ein woke up yet? Tuya asked and glanced at the box where the kitten slept soundly. Kigo shook his head. Want to sleep a little longer? Tuya asked. Kigo nodded a bit, cuddling into Tuya contently. Tuya laid back down on the couch and closed his eyes. They both drifted off to sleep soon after. Tuya groaned a little when he was woken up by something. That something was a very quiet mew which he knew came from Ein. He opened his eyes and looked around. Kigo shifted a small bit, not really awake yet. Tuya gently lifted Kigo up and placed him on the couch when he stood. He walked to the kitchen to make some milk for Ein. Kigo mumbled something before going back to sleep. Tuya came to the cat bed with a bottle and gently fed Ein. Ein drank happily, making some content noises. Tuya smiled softly down at the kitten. She was still so small but gaining weight. She was so adorable. She loved cuddling. Maybe she'd help Kigo with his fear of cats when she grew up. He sure hoped so. Kigo didn't deserve to be so scared all the time. He smiled down at Ein. You'll help Kigo, okay? Ein drank happily. You'll help Kigo and you'll be a good cat for him. Tuya said before a thought came. How would they take care of her when they left? He glanced over at Kigo. He looked so happy and comfortable. Did he want to leave? But it was dangerous. These heroes didn't even know their names. What if they did and it was too late to run away? He didn't know what to do. Maybe he could give them his last name to test them? He could warn Kigo to run if things went wrong. If he was brought back, it was not a problem. It would hurt, but Kigo had it worse. Maybe he'd even be able to help his siblings? It would be risky. But for Kigo, breakfast is ready. Shoyuta called out as he carried breakfast to the table. Hizashi came sliding in, singing All I Want for Christmas while grinning at Shoyuta, much to the children's confusion. Shoyuta flushed brightly. Hizashi kept singing, winking cheekily at Shoyuta. Stop it. Shoyuta grumbled as he placed down the plates. Hizashi continued despite his protest. Shoyuta rolled his eyes. The kids just stared in confusion. Hizashi, you're a dork. Sit down and eat. Shoyuta sighed. Come on and join in. Hizashi encouraged and continued singing. Shoyuta groaned softly but quietly started singing. Hizashi lit up and sang joyfully, dancing around Shoyuta with a bright smile. Shoyuta rolled his eyes. Hizashi sang with perfect harmony with Shuta's disinterested monotone singing. Tuya stared in confusion as the adults sang in the kitchen. Kigo watched them silently. Hizashi took Shuta's hands and danced around the room, singing with him. Shoyuta followed him, a bit more enthusiastic. They both danced and sang in the kitchen, the Christmas cheer growing. Hizashi was over the moon to sing with Shoyuta. When the song ended, Shoyuta rolled his eyes. You are a dork, he said. But you love me. Hizashi smiled lovingly down at him. Regrettably, Shoyuta replied with a grin. They both knew he didn't mean it. Kigo looked at Tuya. Should they say something? Tuya just mutely shook his head. Kigo nodded and waited silently. They were hugging now? It was so weird. Both of them weren't used to this much affection. Kigo cuddled into Tuya a bit. Tuya hugged back gently. These heroes were so weird. Shoyuta blushed when he realized that the kids were still there and pulled away in embarrassment. Go eat, Zashi. Hizashi smiled and nodded, going over to the table to start eating. Sorry about that. Shoyuta apologized to the kids. Kigo only nodded a small bit. Tuya did the same. It was still weird. Kigo looked up at Tuya and his eyes widened a bit. Tuya, he whispered. Tuya looked down at him. What? Your hair. Kigo said quietly. Tuya's eyes widened and he held his head. His roots were coming back. Kigo frowned worriedly. This was bad. What were they going to do? Kigo frowned. All the hair dyeing supplies were back at their hideout. It was still snowing and they couldn't go back to get it without freezing. They needed a solution. And they were running out of time. Are you coming for breakfast? Shoyuta asked. Kigo frowned and looked up at Tuya worriedly. Tuya bit his lip uncertainly. You don't have to. Kigo whispered. It would look suspicious. Tuya whispered back. Kigo frowned. That was true. We're coming, Tuya said and stood up. He had to tell them his name eventually. Kigo's wings trembled a bit as he walked to the table. They both sat down on the table, tense and worried. Is something wrong? Shoyuta asked gently. Tuya shook his head. No. Kigo focused on his food silently. They all were silent. Let's open presents after breakfast, Hizashi suggested with a smile. Shoyuta smiled. Good idea, Zashi. He murmured. Okay. Tuya agreed easily. But it was not like they had presents to open or give. Kigo only nodded a bit. Hizashi smiled at Shoyuta knowingly. Shoyuta smiled back. They continued eating. Tuya bit his lip hesitantly. I have something to tell you. Shoyuta looked up. Yes. He asked gently. My last name. Shoyuta perked up a bit. But Tuya looked so anxious. You don't have to tell us, he said gently. I have to, Tuya said and looked down. It's Todoroki. Todoroki, Tuya. And with a beat, it was completely silent. Todoroki? Like Todoroki Enji? Endeavor? Tuya kept silent, afraid. We're not mad, just trying to process it. Hizashi mumbled. Okay. Tuya said quietly, refusing to look at them. So, you're Endeavor's kid? Shoyuta asked after a while of silence. Tuya nodded hesitantly. Did you run away or? Shoyuta asked. Hizashi nudged him. He just told us something very personal and upsetting. Let him calm down, he pointed out. Tuya hunched into himself and nodded. He did run away. Kigo frowned worriedly and gently hugged Tuya. Tuya held him tightly, trying not to tremble with anxiety and fear. We won't report you or take you back if it's that you're worried about, Hizashi said gently. Tuya looked up at them in surprise and wariness. Hizashi smiled sadly. We told you we just want to help. But if you think that living on the streets is better than staying with Endeavor, then we won't argue with that, he said gently. Tuya kept staring, unsure what to do. Not sure what to say. I don't really have a right to judge. I ran away from home when I was 16 and stayed with Hizashi and his parents until we were old enough to have an apartment by ourselves, Shoyuta said. Tuya stared at him. Why? He asked hesitantly. Physical, mental, and emotional abuse, Shoyuta replied. My family was shitty and Hizashi's moms were nice and offered me a place to stay. So, I promptly went there. Oh, Tuya said quietly. He wondered if Aizawa had to train as well. Train until his body broke and his quirk hurt him. Kigo stared at Aizawa, seeing him in a different light. Had he been as scared as them? Hizashi smiled softly. They were bonding. He could see that. But that also meant something else. They were bonding through similarities. In this case, abuse. He was worried. Kigo looked back down at his food and finished eating it. Shoyuta carried all the dishes to the kitchen with a small frown. So Tuya had run away from Endeavor? How about we open the presents now? Hizashi suggested. Okay. Tuya agreed easily. Hizashi smiled. Go on then. He hummed. Both of them stared at Hizashi in confusion. Don't you want to open your presents? Hizashi asked. But we don't have presents, Kigo said in confusion. Sure do. You should look under the tree, Hizashi hummed. They both looked at each other in confusion before going to the tree and looking through the presents. Kigo blinked in confusion. There really were presents with their names on them. Tuya stared at the presents in confusion. That's weird, Kigo mumbled. Why? Tuya asked Hizashi. Well, since you're staying with us for now, we thought it might be nice to get something for Christmas, Hizashi explained. Why? Tuya asked. Hizashi shrugged. Because Christmas presents are nice? He suggested. Kigo's wings flapped a small bit. But we can't stay forever. You know that, he said. Tuya nodded. We can't stay here. Hizashi smiled sadly. But as soon as it got a bit warmer, the kids would be gone. So why? Tuya asked while holding up a present. Hisashi sighed softly. We were looking for Christmas presents for each other and the idea just popped up. He admitted. But you're wasting money. Kigo said. We're not. Hisashi said gently. Because it might make you happy. Kigo blinked. That didn't make any sense. Why? Tuya asked again. He was so confused. Why would he waste money on something that could make them happy? Because we want you to be happy. Everyone deserves to be happy. Hisashi explained. Kigo felt tears collect in his eyes. Everyone did? But why wasn't he happy then most of the time? Tuya kept quiet and looked away. He hadn't been happy with anyone other than Kigo. Hisashi smiled sadly. You two are such amazing individuals. You deserve to be happy. You're weird. Tuya said quietly. Hisashi smiled sadly. I know. He replied. Tuya tensed. Oh no, he hadn't meant to upset him. No dash. I didn't mean it like that. I didn't dash. It's all right. Hisashi replied. Tuya looked down guiltily. It's okay, Tuya. Hisashi said gently. I'm not mad. But I made you upset. Tuya said quietly. He'd insulted him. That usually got him beaten. You didn't mean to. Hisashi said gently. Tuya didn't say anything as he played with the beautifully wrapped box. It's all right. Hisashi said gently. Kigo hugged Tuya a bit to comfort him. Tuya stared down at the box. Was he even allowed to open it after what he said? You can open it, kid. Hisashi said gently. Kigo looked down at the box. You want to open it together? He said quietly. Okay. Tuya nodded in agreement. Kigo cuddled into him and clumsily ripped at the paper. Tuya did the same but tried to tear it cleanly. Hisashi watched them curiously. Tuya opened his first and saw a bunch of clothing. He lifted one up to see a loose black hoodie. It was so soft. Kigo looked at Tuya with a small smile. It looked nice. Tuya looked inside and found similar-looking hoodies and shirts. All in different designs. They were so soft and fluffy, but not overly warm. Had they noticed that he overheated easily? It was weird. Why would they give him clothes? Especially such amazing ones? He wasn't sure. They look awesome. Kigo mumbled softly. What about yours? Tuya asked. Kigo blinked. He'd forgotten about that. He opened his present curiously. He blinked when he saw a fluffy, warm-looking hoodie. There were more like it inside of the box. Kigo's wings fluttered happily as he ran a hand over one of the hoodies. So fluffy. He liked fluffy things. They were so soft and nice. Kigo smiled softly. Thank you. He mumbled quietly. Hisashi smiled softly. You're welcome. Kigo looked up at Hisashi. They're very fluffy. He said softly. I'm glad. Hisashi smiled. There's one more present for the both of you. Kigo blinked. Another one? He asked softly. Tuya looked around and pulled out a present addressed to both of them. He showed it to Kigo. Kigo nodded. Let's open it together. He suggested. Tuya nodded. I'll open one side. Kigo nodded and carefully opened the other side. They tore the wrapping together and opened the box. It was one of the weird boxes that had games in them. They both stared at Hisashi in confusion. It's a really cool game. You can try it if you want. Hisashi suggested. Can we? Tuya asked, a little hopeful. Please. Kigo said softly. Sure. Hisashi agreed. Tuya smiled at him. They could play a new game. Kigo smiled softly, his wings fluttering a bit. Maybe it was not so bad to stay. Aizawa and Yamato were pretty okay. They just hoped it would stay that way. Shoyuta watched from the kitchen doorway as Kigo and Tuya explored the new game they had gotten. He smiled a little at their happy and excited expressions as they played. Hisashi gently wrapped an arm around Shoyuta and pulled him close. I'm glad they're happy. He murmured softly. Shoyuta nodded. They deserve to be happy after what they'd been through. Todoroki Tuya. Todoroki. Endeavor. What would warrant Endeavor's kid to run away from home with those burns? Abuse? He knew he wouldn't get the answer from Tuya anytime soon. That was all right. He could always ask later. In the meantime, he'd keep him safe and happy while keeping him away from Endeavor. It was the least they could do. Wish they would stay longer, even after the snow was gone. But he knew that wouldn't happen. He just had to be patient, earn their trust. It wouldn't happen quickly. But he wouldn't stop trying. He just hoped the boys would accept some more help when they left. Tuya and Kigo played for a while. The game was really interesting. I like it. Kigo mumbled softly. Tuya smiled and nodded in agreement. It's really cool. Kigo cuddled into Tuya a bit. It is. Tuya nuzzled his head. Want to try this puzzle? Kigo closed his eyes happily. Sure. He mumbled. Tuya hummed and began doing the puzzle. Kigo was content with just watching him play and soaking up his warmth. Tuya was so comfortable. You're amazing, Tuya. Kigo mumbled. Tuya smiled at Kigo. Not as amazing as you. Kigo smiled back. Ah, you're gonna make me blush. Tuya grinned and nibbled his ear. But you're cuter when you blush. Kigo flushed brightly. Yeah? What had that just been? Tuya laughed at his reaction. Kigo pouted. Not funny, Firefly. He grumbled. Very funny. Tuya corrected with a grin. Shut up or I'll kiss you. Kigo threatened. I'll take the kiss either way. Tuya grinned. Kigo looked away, his face flushed brightly. Knew you promised me kisses? Tuya teased. Kigo huffed and leaned close to Tuya, their noses almost touching. He pressed a small kiss to his cheek. Tuya smiled and kissed him back. Kigo flushed brightly and pulled back. Tuya chuckled with a smirk. So cute. I'm a fierce warrior. Kigo grumbled. Who also pouts like Ein. Tuya grinned. Kigo pouted. Mean. He grumbled. And here I thought you were my loving boyfriend. I can be loving. Tuya nuzzled him. But I can be mean too. Kigo rolled his eyes. Tuya kissed his cheek again and continued playing the game. Kigo flushed and looked away. Ein chose that moment to wake up and demand food. Kigo, happy to have a distraction, got up and went to the kitchen to get a bottle. Tuya smiled at him as he walked away. So, since they're already kissing, should we have the talk with them soon? Hisashi asked. Shoyuta snorted a little. Zashino. They're not our kids. It's not our place. Do you want grandkids so soon? Hisashi gasped softly with a sheet-eating grin. Shoyuta flushed and looked away. They're not our kids. I know they've already snuck into your soft, mushy heart. Hisashi teased. Shut up. Shoyuta grumbled. Hisashi snickered. I've already accepted my fate. He hummed. They're not going to stay, Zashi. Shoyuta reminded. Hisashi looked down at his husband. I won't lose hope though. He replied. They like it here. I know. Shoyuta said. I want them to stay too. But we need to be patient. They're not going to stay with us after one winter. Hisashi hummed. It's only been a month though and they're already quite relaxed. He pointed out. I don't know, Zashi. Shoyuta said as he looks at the wall. I sometimes see Kigo tense in fear when we would go near the door or grab our phones. Hisashi gently hugged Shoyuta. They'll trust us one day. He said gently. Shoyuta leaned into him. I hope so. I want to help them. They're so bright. They have so much potential. I'm scared for them. What if they get recognized and dragged back where they came from? Hisashi asked quietly. Tuya dyed his hair. Shoyuta said. We could buy him some black dye. As for Kigo, I'm not sure. We need to ask him. Hisashi nodded a bit. If they do stay, there's the issue of legally adopting them. Shoyuta muttered. Yeah. We can ask my moms. Hisashi said softly. This won't be easy. Shoyuta said. Hisashi nodded. I'm aware of that. I just hope you understand. Tuya is Endeavor's kid. That isn't easy. Kigo is at least connected to the hero society. Hisashi sighed. I know. He mumbled. Shoyuta frowned sadly. Hisashi gently hugged Shoyuta close. They wanted the kids to stay with them. Tuya glanced at the box when he saw movement. Usually Ein would be asleep by now. Ein crawled around slowly and stood up on shaky legs. Tuya's eyes widened. Kigo! Kigo looked up. Yeah. He asked sleepily. Ain is walking, Tuya said with an excited smile. Kigo blinked and looked over. She really was. Go, Ain, he said softly. Ain took a few steps towards the edge of the bed and pawed at the soft walls. Kigo chuckled softly. He got off the couch and went over to Ain, gently picking her up. Ain mewed quietly. Kigo smiled and hugged the kitten close. Ain mewed before going silent as she purred. Kigo gently rubbed her head. Tuya smiled. A bird taking care of a cat. Adorable. Kigo pouted at Tuya. I'm not adorable, he mumbled. You are. Tuya smiled at him. Ain, my boyfriend is mean to me. Kigo whined. Ain stared up at him silently. Kigo blinked down at Ain. Ain blinked back. They continued blinking at each other silently. Tuya chuckled softly. So cute. Kigo pouted at Tuya. Tuya chuckled. You are. I can and will push you off the couch. Kigo threatened. Oh no. Whatever shall I do? Tuya grinned playfully at him. Fall off the couch, apparently. Kigo replied. Tuya laughed. Kigo stuck out his tongue at Tuya. You love me. Tuya teased. I do. Kigo agreed. But you can please stop calling me cute. Never. Tuya grinned. Kigo pouted. I mewed. Kigo looked down at Ain. You're not mean to me, right? He asked. Ain mewed at him. Good kitten. Kigo murmured softly. Tuya laughed. You're cheating on me with a cat. No. You're my boyfriend. Ain is my baby. Kigo replied. Oh. Tuya. Shut up. Kigo sighed. Tuya only laughed harder. Hizashi opened the door with a smile, a large bucket of fried chicken in his arms. Hello, family. Kigo looked up and his eyes widened at the smell. Is that fried chicken? He asked softly, his wings fluttering in excitement. Hizashi smiled brightly. It's my favorite. Chicken is my favorite too. Kigo mumbled. Softly. Hizashi smiled happily. Then it's a good thing I bought a lot, huh? Come on, let's eat. Kigo's wings fluttered happily as he slowly walked over to the table. Hizashi placed down the bucket and grabbed 2 plates. Does your boyfriend want to join? He's sleeping. Kigo replied. Alright, we'll save some for him and show Yuta then. Hizashi smiled. Kigo nodded. He smiled a bit. Chicken. Hizashi gave him a bunch of chicken pieces onto his plate, handing it to him. Kigo took the plate with a small smile. Thanks. He mumbled. Anytime. Hizashi smiled brightly. Kigo sat down and started eating happily, a small chirp escaping him. He'd missed chicken so much. He loved chicken. Chicken was so amazing. He'd missed it so much. He devoured half his plate before he knew what he was doing. It was so good. Kigo hummed softly and continued eating. Hizashi smiled at him. Thanks for sharing the chicken with me. Kigo said softly. Hizashi smiled at him. Anytime, Kigo. Kigo smiled a bit. You're not that bad. He mumbled quietly. Hizashi lit up brightly. Thank you. Kigo looked back at his food and continued eating silently. He loved chicken so much. It was just so tasty. His wings fluttered slightly. He wanted to trust Yamada. He really did. But should he? Yamada had been nothing but kind to him. Takami Kigo, hero name Hawks. He mumbled quietly. Hizashi's eyes widened as he stared at him. He swallowed his food. Hero name. I already said they were training me to become a hero. Kigo mumbled quietly. He looked away uncomfortably. But you're a kid. Hizashi said softly. How long? Since I was 6. Kigo mumbled quietly. Hizashi stared for a moment in shock before he smiled. Thank you for trusting me with this. You won't regret it. Kigo looked up at Yamada, his eyes calculating. Hizashi smiled at him. I promise. All right. Kigo mumbled and ate the last few chicken pieces. Shoyuta cuddled his cats close as he waited for Hizashi to come to bed. He wondered what was keeping his husband. Maybe he was talking with Kigo and Tuya? It would be good. He looked up when the door opened and saw Hizashi frowning as he walked inside. The cats immediately crowded around his legs and meowed up at him. Anything wrong? Shoyuta asked gently. Kigo gave me his name. Hisashi informed and sat down on the bed, cuddling a cat close. Takami Kigo. Hero name, Hawks. Shoyuta blinked. Why does a kid have a hero name? He asked. My guess? HC groomed him. Hisashi said with a frown. I'm worried, Sho. He said he's been training since he was 6. Shoyuta frowned worriedly. He did say he doesn't want to go back to HC. He mumbled thoughtfully. Hisashi nodded. They don't want anyone to know about Kigo. But just, who is Kigo? I'm afraid they did more than just train him, Sho. Shoyuta frowned. We should search the database for information. Maybe they put up a missing post. Hisashi nodded. He went to the laptop at their desk and booted it up. Shoyuta gently hugged his cats close. He just hoped it wasn't as bad as he thought. Though, going from Kigo's behavior, it was likely worse than what he could imagine. The kid had been screaming when he'd first found him. After a few minutes, Hisashi started searching up the name Takami Kigo. No match. He tried Hawks. That got him an article. A wanted one. From the Hero Public Safety Commission. The face was a kid with messy wind-slide sandy blonde hair, golden eyes and bright red wings. The kid couldn't be older than found anything? Shoyuta asked. Sort of. Hisashi said worriedly and moved to the side a bit to let Shoyuta look at the screen. Shoyuta frowned at the screen. Use force if necessary? He read aloud. What the hell? It says he's a very dangerous boy with a versatile and dangerous quirk. Hisashi frowned. Potential villain. Wanted with Wow, I have never seen numbers that high. For a kid. Shoyuta frowned. I can see how many people would be tempted to get that reward. He grumbled. But keeping a kid safe is much more important. Hisashi stared at him worriedly. This kid looks nothing like Kigo. Somewhat. Kigo has brown hair, blue eyes and his wings aren't bright red. Your quirk can make it go away. This one explains that Hawk's quirk is having bright red wings and can detach his feathers as well as use them telepathically. And he can use it as blades as well as having enhanced senses. He frowned at the screen. I can see why they said he was dangerous. Such a cool quirk. But this Hawks is nothing like Kigo. Shoyuta frowned. Dyed hair and contacts? Hisashi shook his head. Not possible. We should have seen it by now. And you can't change a quirk, Sho. Unless we have the wrong person. Or unless someone changed his appearance. For a quirk to be changed, you'd have to change more than his appearance. His very DNA would have to be altered. Shoyuta pointed out. Hisashi nodded. It's not impossible. Could it be a different quirk? I think so. Shoyuta mumbled. Hisashi frowned worriedly. Use force. He's just a kid. HC is fed up. Shoyuta sighed. Hisashi nodded and clenched his hands angrily. I really don't like this. They are treating a kid like a villain. You've seen Kigo. He's not a villain. He's trying his best to use his skills to do good. Shoyuta said with a frown. Hisashi nodded before he blinked. What if they're not chasing him down because he's a potential villain? What if they're chasing him down because he knows their secrets? Their crimes? What if they're trying to keep him silent? Shoyuta frowned. That is very likely. He mumbled. We're not taking him to HC. Hisashi said with a frown. Never. We won't let them take him. Shoyuta nodded in agreement. We'll do our best to keep him safe. Hisashi nodded. We will. Shoyuta smiled. We still have around 2 months until winter is over. He hummed. Hisashi hummed softly and picked up a very insistent cat, hugging it close. We'll make him. Both of them. They don't deserve this. Shoyuta nodded. They deserve to just be children for a while. He said softly. Hisashi nodded. Yeah. Let's go to sleep, Sho. We'll get something for them tomorrow. Maybe another cake? Or chocolate? Chocolate. Shoyuta said softly. Hisashi smiled. For the kids. Not for you. Shoyuta chuckled softly. It was worth a try. He hummed and flopped onto the bed. Hisashi chuckled and placed down the cat, walking over to the bed to lie down next to his husband. Shoyuta turned to lie on his side, facing Hisashi. Love you. He hummed. Love you too. Hisashi smiled at him. Shoyuta smiled back softly. So Hisashi was curious. Sue him. But he wanted to know what other secrets HC had been keeping from the general public. Contrary to popular belief, he was tech-savvy. So, it wasn't too hard to encrypt his own computer so that he could search freely. And search he did. He heard Kigo mention Izuku and searched for anyone by the name of Izuku that was related to HC in any way. Absolutely nothing came up. Hisashi sighed and kept searching. Maybe some old articles about Izuku? Still nothing. Hisashi sighed tiredly. Maybe anything that mentioned HC taking someone in? Like Kigo? There was nothing. Nothing at all. Though. Some article about a Midoriya Izuku. His mother was murdered and he went missing. And he was found again about a year later during a raid. HC took him. That was concerning. Especially since there was no mention of him since and no one questioned that HC took a kid. That raid. It said that Eraserhead had participated. His husband should know something about this, right? Or maybe not. He'd been on a lot of raids. A kid wouldn't make much of a difference. He should still ask. He wouldn't get his hopes up. Shoyuta had saved a lot of kids. But still, asking never hurt. Hisashi turned around to face his husband on his bed. Shoyuta? Do you remember a raid? Where you saved a kid named Midoriya Izuku? Shoyuta blinked. Zashi, you know I'm horrible with names. He replied. Hisashi glanced at the article. Fluffy green hair, green eyes and freckles. Shoyuta frowned as he tried to remember. Oh. He mumbled. I remember. He was really scared so I kept my distance. Hisashi hummed worriedly. I figured. He's the kid Kigo referred to. His brother. HC claimed him. They what? Shoyuta asked with a frown. They have him, Hisashi stressed out. They took him. Not to a foster home. HC took him. Shoyuta stared at Hisashi. He might not even be registered. Who knows what effed up things they might have made him go through. He realized. Hisashi looked away worriedly. Kigo showed signs of abuse. Shoyuta, I'm afraid. Shoyuta frowned. We have to get Izuku out of there. He mumbled. It won't be easy. Hisashi frowned. We didn't even know he existed before this. Shoyuta nodded, already going through strategies. I bet Kigo already has a plan. He mumbled to himself. It's not good. He's as much of a bind as Izuku. Hisashi said. Unless it involves kidnapping. I won't let him participate, Zashi. But he might have useful intel. Shoyuta explained. If you're sure. Hisashi said. It won't be easy. This is HC we're talking about. I know. I'll be careful. Shoyuta promised. Hisashi nodded. He looked back at the article. At the picture of a small boy. Barely 4 when his mother was murdered. 5 when he was rescued. The poor kid. The kid was so young. Who knew what they were doing to him? Hisashi looked at the date the article had been released. 2 years ago. Izuku would be 8 now. The poor kid. He'd save him. They'd save him. Shoyuta walked into the living room. If he remembered correctly, Tuya's favorite food was soba. He didn't know whether he liked cold or hot one though. Cold or hot soba? He asked Tuya. Tuya blinked at him. Why? Because I'm making soba and wanted to know your preference. Shoyuta replied. Oh. Tuya said. I like cold soba. Shoyuta nodded. It should be done in around half an hour. Okay. Tuya said and added as an afterthought. Thank you. Shoyuta smiled. No problem. He replied. He went to the stove to start making the soba. Shoyuta carried the soba into the living room. The kids looked up from their puzzle game when he arrived. Cold soba. Shoyuta announced. Tuya lit up and paused the game, moving towards the bowl. Kigo looked at the food for a moment before joining them. Tuya grabbed a bowl and stared at it. I hope you'll like it. Shoyuta said softly before going to the bedroom to get Hisashi. Thanks. Tuya said and grabbed his chopsticks, pulling the soba into his mouth and slurping it. His eyes went wide with joy. It tasted so good. Almost as good as his mom's. Shoyuta smiled softly as he watched from the doorway. Tuya slurped on his soba happily. Soon, they were all sitting at the table together, eating soba happily. Tuya was the first to finish, and he stared at his empty bowl sadly. Do you want more? Shoyuta asked gently. I made a bit too much. Tuya looked up at him hopefully and held out his bowl. Yes, please. Shoyuta took his bowl and went to the kitchen to refill it. Tuya watched him almost excitedly. It only took a minute until Shoyuta returned. Here you go. He hummed as he placed down the bowl in front of Tuya. Thank you. Tuya said gratefully and immediately dug into his new bowl of soba. All right. Tuya loved soba. Shoyuta sat down and filed that information away for later. It was good to know that they were relaxed enough that he didn't need to take a bite out of their food to show that it hadn't been tampered with. It was a pretty big step already. He just needed to keep this up. He needed the kids to trust them. Hopefully they would. He wanted to help. And maybe one day he'd be able to do so. Kigo cuddled close to Tuya. Do you trust them? He mumbled quietly. Tuya hugged back. A little. They haven't tried to send me back. But it's still kind of early to tell. Kigo nodded. I told them my name too. He mumbled. And they're still nice. Tuya hugged him close. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe they're waiting for winter to be over. Kigo shrugged, cuddling closer to Tuya. No idea. He mumbled. Tuya nuzzled him. If they do betray us, I'll protect us. Thanks. Kigo mumbled. Tuya nuzzled him. I hope they won't though. I like it here. They're so kind. Kigo nodded. He liked them too. Also, Ain is cute. Tuya smiled as he looked over at the sleeping kitten. She was a bit bigger now but still small. Kigo looked at Ain with a soft smile. She was adorable. You are a mom to cat. Tuya teased with a smile. I don't think you expected that. Kigo flushed. Yeah. He mumbled. Tuya smiled wider and kissed his cheek. Pretty bird. Kigo flushed brightly. Tuya smiled against his neck. It was so easy to fluster him sometime. Mean. Kigo grumbled quietly. I'm just complimenting you. Tuya defended with a grin. You're making me embarrassed on purpose. Kigo accused. No. Tuya denied with a smile. Kigo looked away and pouted. No, don't turn away. Tuya nuzzled him. I love you. Kigo flushed. You know I don't like being flustered. He whined. But I like it. Tuya nuzzled him and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Kigo flushed brightly and pouted. Pretty bird. Tuya praised with a grin. No. Kigo mumbled. Yes. Tuya hummed. My pretty bird. Kigo flushed brightly. Stop it. He mumbled. Never. Tuya teased while nuzzling him. Kigo huffed but nuzzled back a bit. It was 3 a.m. The dead of night. Everyone was asleep. Even the felines. Then the window rattled and opened up, letting cool air wash in. Ain whimpered and mewed in dismay at the cold as a black figure snuck inside. They made it exactly 2 steps before a blue flame ignited. Kigo stared down at the burglar, his wings flapping soundlessly to keep him in the air. A feather shot towards the window and slammed it closed. Bad move. He growled lowly. What the hell dash? The burglar exclaimed. His quirk was useless. He could only thin his fingers. But he pulled out a knife. Stay back, kid. There was a gust of air and he was disarmed. Think again, fucker. The man didn't have time to react before he was attacked by a bombardment of feathers. Tuya yawned as he walked into the kitchen, one hand aflame, to find some zip ties. They didn't need much time to tie up the burglar. Should we wake out hosts? Kigo asked. Tuya yawned again as he pet Ain with a warm hand to soothe her. No. Just lock him in the cupboard. They need sleep. Plus, there's cats in their room. Kigo shuddered a bit. Alright, do we have duct tape to GG him? I think I saw some. Tuya said and went back into the kitchen. He came back with a roll of duct tape. Meanwhile, Kigo frisked the burglar and put all the little hidden knives onto the coffee table. Tuya tore off a piece and taped their mouth shut. Let's go back to sleep, K. Kigo nodded a bit. He leaned against Tuya sleepily. Tuya picked him up and laid down on the couch. He gently pet Kigo's hair and closed his eyes, listening as the burglar fruitlessly tried to struggle out of his bindings. They didn't really care about that. Should he manage to escape, he would step on the feathers Kigo had placed all around him and alert him. Kigo cuddled into Tuya happily as if they hadn't just taken down a criminal. When Hisashi woke up that morning later at 4:30 a.m., he didn't expect to see a man tied to their tree, with ghost-like feathers all over the floor and bits of snow. What the hell? Hisashi mumbled as he stepped closer. He crunched a feather under his foot. Kigo was up in less than a second, one of the knives from the table in his hand. "Oh, it's you," he mumbled. Hisashi raised his hands placatingly. Now he understood why HC warned he was dangerous. That was so fast. And smart. Could he actually feel those feathers? And they were see-through too. Unless someone had the lights on, no one could see them. "Why is there a man tied up to our tree?" he asked instead. Kigo put away the knife. "The odd burglar," he replied. "A burglar?" Hisashi asked and stared at the man. "Why didn't you wake us? Are you hurt?" Kigo blinked. "You have cats in your room," he replied simply. "Okay, fair enough." Hisashi sighed and walked back to his room to grab his phone. He paused and turned to Kigo. "Are you sure you're unharmed?" "I have no idea why you keep asking that, but yes, Tuya and I are unharmed," Kigo replied. "Because we care," Hisashi said. "You'll tell us if you're hurt, right?" "It's likely that we would," Kigo replied cryptically. Tuya was hurt. His scars hurt him a lot. Hisashi nodded. "Good. Thank you." He walked back to the bedroom and closed the door before the cats could get out. Kigo silently ate breakfast as Yamada filled Aizawa in on what had happened last night. "And you didn't wake us up?" Aizawa asked after he was done. "Cats," Kigo explained simply. "Right." Aizawa sighed. "Still, good job you two." Kigo nodded. "Couldn't let him get to you after all," he mumbled. Aizawa smiled a little. "Thank you. And I'm sorry this happened. This place was supposed to be safe for you. We can defend ourselves," Kigo replied. "I know," Aizawa said. "It was smart, leaving your feathers around. Can you actually feel with them?" Kigo nodded a bit. Hisashi smiled softly. They were talking almost normally. That was good. Tuya ate his food silently, listening to the conversation. "Where is the burglar now?" Kigo asked curiously. "A friend picked him up to take him to the police," Hisashi explained. Kigo nodded a bit. "Okay," he said. "Do you think he'll come back?" "Probably not," Hisashi hummed. "Criminals hardly go back to the same place twice. Especially if they failed spectacularly." "Okay," Kigo replied softly. They continued eating in silence. Until Tuya spoke up. "You said to tell you if anything hurts." "Yes. We need to know that to be able to help," Hisashi explained gently. Tuya fiddled with his chopsticks. "My scars. They hurt a lot. Sometimes." Hisashi watched him worriedly. "What kind of scars are they?" he asked gently. "Burn scars," Tuya mumbled quietly. Hisashi nodded reassuringly. "Do you know the degree?" he asked gently. Tuya shook his head. "No. Fourth maybe? Fifth? Bad enough that I needed skin grafts." Hisashi nodded. "I'll look it up and get something for you," he promised. Tuya stared at him in surprise. Hisashi smiled softly. "You shouldn't have to suffer." "But I'm not." Tuya stopped himself. "Being in pain qualifies as suffering," Hisashi pointed out. "But..." Tuya trailed off. "Don't worry about it," Hisashi said gently. "Okay." Tuya relented. He didn't understand them. Why would they do this for someone they barely knew? But he was used to not understanding them by now. They were just weird. Hisashi opened the door with a bit of difficulty, carrying a big bag he'd picked up at the pharmacy. Tuya looked up from the couch, the controller in his hands from playing a game. "I got some things for your burns," Hisashi explained as he carried the bag over to Tuya. Tuya stared at the bag with wide eyes. That's a lot." Hisashi nodded. I'm not sure whether you're allergic to anything, so please be careful when you use it. He explained. Just use it on a small patch of skin. You didn't have to waste your money. Tuya said weakly as he stared. It's not a waste of money if it helps you. Hisashi said with a soft smile. Tuya blinked in confusion. Don't worry about it. Hisashi said. Okay. Tuya said and looked inside the bag. There were quite a lot of salves, but also a book on how to treat burns. He wasn't sure where to start, or if he could. Kigo was peacefully petting Ai near him. The little kitten was perfectly content with it. Kigo looked over at Tuya. He was still staring at the various products in the bag. You okay? Kigo asked softly. I'm not sure what to do with this. Tuya admitted. Well, the salves are supposed to be applied onto skin? Kigo mumbled. Tuya nodded. I don't know where to start. Yamada said you could be allergic. So maybe start somewhere where you can see it well to keep an eye on it. Kigo suggested. Tuya nodded and picked one up. It was bright blue. He poured a bit on his arm and rubbed it. Kigo watched curiously. We should keep track which is which. He mumbled. How? Tuya asked as he looked at Kigo. Leave the one you used outside? Kigo suggested. Tuya nodded and placed the bottle on the table. Kigo hugged him gently. Tuya hugged back with one arm. Kigo smiled up at him. After testing all the salves, they found out that Tuya wasn't allergic to a single one. There were some that worked better than others though, so Tuya stuck to those. What am I going to do with the ones I'm not using? Tuya asked Yamada. Just give them to me. We might need them later on. Hisashi replied. Okay. Tuya nodded and did that. Hisashi took the salves to their first aid box. Just in case. Kigo sleepily reached for the cocoa again and poured himself a fourth cup. His night had been terrible. He'd maybe gotten 2 hours of sleep. He just wanted to pass out. Maybe cry a bit more. He placed down the empty packet. Tuya walked in equally as tired. He went to grab some cocoa but saw that it was empty. Kay, did you use all of the cocoa? Kigo only nodded a small bit, drinking from his cup sleepily. But there was a small spike of panic shooting through him. Shouldn't he have done that? Tuya sighed in exasperation. He'd just get some tea. Green tea maybe? Jasmine? Kigo flinched. He'd have fed up. Did Tuya hate him now? He'd done something really wrong. How could he have forgotten to leave something for Tuya? His lungs felt like they were being crushed by a large metal claw. He slid over his cup to Tuya's place wordlessly and got up, tears stinging in his eyes. Tuya blinked when Kigo left. Kay? He asked in confusion, but the boy had already left. Did he not want his cocoa? He yawned tiredly and continued making the tea. Hisashi looked after Kigo. What had just happened? Shoyuda continued drinking his coffee, also confused. Kigo locked himself in the bathroom, sobbing quietly. The sound echoed slightly, almost as if mocking him. He curled up tightly. Why couldn't he do anything right? Tuya hated him now because he'd been inconsiderate. And greedy. And selfish. They were right about him. His handlers were right. He was selfish because he hadn't saved Izuku. He could have protested and said he should be the one to run. But he hadn't. He just watched silently. He was bad. He only created problems for everyone. Kigo sobbed, his translucent wings brushing against his arm. He stared at his wings. They were the reason he'd ever even been in that situation. Because they wanted his quirk. He took a feather tightly and pulled at it, ripping it free with a gasp of pain. There was no blood. No evidence. The bundle of feathers in his hands disappeared when he wanted it to. So he grabbed another handful and pulled, feeling pain spread through him. It was like yanking a fistful of hair. He knew this was bad. But he deserved to be punished for his misbehavior. He was bad. Selfish. No better than his handlers. So he kept pulling. The pain made him gasp. Made his head spin. But he deserved it. He deserved to be punished. He deserved it. Another handful of feathers fell to the tiled floor. And another. And another. Kigo! Tuya exclaimed in shock as he stared at him. Kigo winced. He quickly made his wings and the feathers disappear. Tuya ran over to him and kneeled down. Kigo, why? That hurt you. Why would you do that? Kigo turned away from Tuya, still sobbing shakily. Kigo, Tuya said quietly. Can I hug you? Kigo shook his head. Okay. Tuya pulled his hands away to place on his knees. You tell me what's wrong? Please. Kigo shook his head. He didn't deserve Tuya. Kigo, please. I want to help. Tuya said softly. Go away. Kigo sobbed. It was for the better. Tuya hesitated. Did I do something wrong? Kigo shook his head a small bit. Then what? Tuya asked gently. Kigo sniffed and kept staring at the floor. Phantom pains were shooting through his whole body. He deserved it. Kigo, you're safe here. Kigo winced. Even after he'd done something wrong, Tuya tried to cheer him up. He didn't deserve Tuya. He only deserved pain and misery. He sobbed brokenly. Tuya kept saying calming words in hopes of helping him. He was worried. He didn't know what was wrong or how to help. Everything that would normally help made everything worse now. He didn't know what to do. Kigo shivered, curling up on himself. Tuya didn't know how long he waited. He just sat there waiting for Kigo to calm down. It hurt, but he couldn't help. The least he could do was watch Kigo to make sure he wouldn't hurt himself again. Kigo sniffed quietly and wiped away his tears. Tuya perked up and waited a little longer. Hope bloomed in his chest. Kigo looked over at Tuya. I'm sorry. He mumbled. It's okay. I'm just worried. Tuya said. What's wrong? No. I'm sorry, Tuya. Kigo mumbled. I'm so selfish. Selfish? Tuya asked in confusion. Kigo sniffed and looked away. Kigo. Tuya said softly. Why do you think you're selfish? Kigo just shook his head. He just was. There was no explanation. Kigo. Please tell me. I want to help. Tuya said softly. I'm just a nuisance. You shouldn't have to help me. Kigo mumbled. You're not. Tuya said. I want to help you. Kigo sniffed. But I'm an inconsiderate a-hole. That's not true. Tuya said. You're neither of those things. I drank all the cocoa. Kigo whimpered quietly. That's. Tuya shook his head. I'm not mad about that. I made tea instead. It's okay, Kigo. I'm not mad. Kigo looked up at Tuya. Tuya gave him a sincere smile. I'm not mad. It's okay. Oh. Kigo mumbled. Do you want to finish your cocoa? Tuya asked. I can heat it up for you. I don't think so. Kigo mumbled. His whole body hurt. Do you need anything? Tuya asked. Kigo shook his head a bit. Can I help in any way? Tuya asked. Kigo shook his head again. Okay. Tuya didn't know what to do. Kigo's wings manifested, looking normal again. He wrapped himself in them with a frown. Kigo walked out of the bathroom. He looked absolutely exhausted. He went over to Tuya and hugged him silently. Tuya blinked in surprise and hugged him back. Feeling better? Bit. Kigo mumbled. Tuya nuzzled him. That's good. Kigo sighed quietly. Tuya rubbed his head comfortingly. Kigo leaned into the touch with a small chitter. Tuya smiled happily and continued. Kigo relaxed a small bit, cuddling into Tuya. Shoyuta and Hizashi shared a relieved smile. They were glad the kids got along again. Nizu walked up to Aizawa's desk. Either you tell me what is up with you and Yamada right now, or I'll break into your house and spy on you. He threatened. Aizawa blinked in confusion. What? Why? Something is troubling you both. Tell me what? Nizu demanded. Aizawa sighed. It has nothing to do with UA and it doesn't affect our performances, sir. I don't care. I'm curious. Nizu replied. Sir, it's really not important. Aizawa said. If it wasn't important, you'd just tell me. Nizu pointed out. I can't. Aizawa said. It's not related to UA. Nizu frowned. All right. He replied, his voice showing that it was anything but. And Aizawa came to regret not caving. Despite saying, all right, Nizu didn't stop at anything to inconvenience Aizawa. He gave him the worst classes and showed up randomly to chill in his capture weapon. During classes, Aizawa was annoyed. Very annoyed. But he took it. As long as it didn't affect his teaching. Plus, Protecting the kids was much more important. Nizu got progressively more annoying though. Aizawa wondered why he didn't annoy Hisashi. Probably because he was easier to annoy. Nizu sat on top of his head, making a little nest out of his hair in a lesson. The students had learned not to ask. It was getting repetitive, but he could handle it. You just have to tell me. Nizu hummed. No. Aizawa said immediately. All right. And it continued on and on. Aizawa praised himself for his steel resolve by not giving in. Unfortunately, Nizu didn't give in either. It was just a never-ending cycle. Zashi, can you go shopping for the kids after we're done today? Shoyuta asked. Sure. Hisashi nodded. What do they need? I think some more medical supplies for Tuya, and Kigo wanted some chicken for today. Shoyuta replied. Hisashi nodded. I'll go grab some then. Nizu stepped out of the shadow. So, you finally adopted some kids? He said. Both of them jumped in shock. Nizu looked pleased. Shoyuta glared. Don't look into it. Why not? Nizu asked innocently. Because these kids have been through a lot and I will not have you ruin what little trust they have of us. Shoyuta said with a glare. Nizu hummed. All right. He relented. Thank you. Shoyuta sighs. Hisashi tugged at his sleeve. Oh, he could help. Nizu watched them curiously. Help with what? Shoyuta turned to his husband. We could use his intelligence. Hisashi tried to convince. Shoyuta looked vaguely uncomfortable. I don't know. He mumbled. Please show. We need all the help we can get. We can ask them if you're hesitant. I'm not sure if Nizu would be able to take down HC. Shoyuta mumbled. I'm baiting him. He quickly signed. He could. Hisashi replied. Please show. I'm not so sure. Shoyuta mumbled. Is that doubt I hear? Of course I could. Nizu replied. Hisashi turned to him and then at Shoyuta pleadingly. All right. Shoyuta relented. Hisashi smiled happily and turned to Nizu. Promise us you won't tell anyone about this. Sure. Nizu agreed easily. We have 2 kids. Hisashi explained. One is being hunted by HC. For reasons we think, is because he is living proof they're doing something shady. Nizu frowned. He nodded. He showed signs of abuse. Shoyuta frowned. Forced to train since he was 6. Groomed to become a hero. And not very kindly. There's another kid. Hisashi added. His brother. Not biologically. Midoriya Izuku. Found at a villain's compound and HC took him. No records of him going to foster care. Just that HC took him. We think he's being groomed as well. He's young Nizu. So young. Nizu frowned. We need to get him out. Hisashi nodded. Takami Kigo. Pux. That's where you need to start. And Midoriya Izuku as well. I'm on it. I'll message you the details this evening. Nizu replied and went off. Thank you. Hisashi smiled at him before turning to Shoyuta and signing. You evil BSTRD. Shoyuta chuckled. He needs a challenge. He signed back. Hisashi snickered. That he does. Shoyuta looked at Kigo during their late dinner. He should tell him that they'd gotten some support. He hoped they would take it well. We got some support for freeing Midoriya. Shoyuta spoke up. Kigo looked up in confusion. Midoriya? Shoyuta nodded. Kigo blinked. Who? Midoriya Izuku. Aizawa clarified. Kigo's eyes widened. What kind of help? Don't worry. Shoyuta said gently. He's a literal genius and will come up with a plan for saving your brother. Promise? Kigo asked hopefully. Shoyuta nodded. Just then his phone pinged. He went to look and grinned when he saw a message from Nizu. And we have the plan. Kigo's eyes lit up and he looked over. What is it? Please tell me. Shoyuta smiled. Nizu hacked into the HC database and managed to find out where Izuku is being kept. There's an air vent. He could disable the cameras for long enough that someone can sneak in. Kigo's eyes widened with interest. And? Then we'll sue HC to make sure this never happens again. Shoyuta replied. But Izuku has to be safe first to make sure HC won't dispose of any evidence. Kigo's eyes widened and he nods grimly in understanding. So, what's the plan? And when can we save my brother? I'm really good at stealth, so I'll be sneaking in and take him with me. Shoyuta explained. Let me do it. Kigo said with a frown. He's my brother. I'm small. I'm fast. I'm silent. He saved me once. I want to save him this time. You can distract them. Shoyuta frowned worriedly. I don't want you to get hurt. He said quietly. You've been through enough. I failed him once. Kigo said vehemently. I won't fail him again. Besides, my quirk is more useful. Shoyuta watched Kigo worriedly. What if they capture you? He said quietly. You'll be the distraction. Kigo said. Besides, I have a better quirk now. Izuku made sure of it. Shoyuta sighed. Kid. He mumbled. Are you sure? There's no way I can get 2 kids out of HC's headquarters. Tuya watched him worriedly. Kigo hesitated. That was true. But he couldn't leave Izuku. What if you get caught? He asked. I'm a pro hero. If I go missing, that will likely be noticed. Shoyuta replied. You're an underground one. Kigo pointed out. They won't question. And HC can lie. They've done it before. Shoyuta took a deep breath. Kigo, I don't want you to ever fall into their hands again. They'll take revenge. And it won't be pretty. He explained. But Kigo frowned shakily. His wings ruffled. At least take someone with you as backup. Someone strong. Important. So that they can help you get out and HC can't take you away. Shoyuta sighed. Someone strong would draw too much attention. He pointed out. Please. Kigo begged with tears in his eyes. I don't want to lose. I don't want to lose you. Shoyuta winced slightly. What had he done wrong this time? Please just take someone with you. Kigo begged. Kigo. I'll think about it, okay? Shoyuta relented. That was the most he could promise. Kigo sniffled and nodded. Okay. They continued eating dinner in silence. The TV had only been running in the background. He hadn't even focused on it. He hadn't been paying attention. One sentence caught Kigo's full attention though. Pro hero Ace makes his stunning debut at only 14 years old. He recognized the name. That was the hero name the commission had given his brother. Kigo stared at the screen and saw Izuku. His Izuku fighting a highly dangerous villain that had destroyed half a city. The Izuku that they'd planned to save today. He seemed focused on the task at hand, but his eyes looked empty. Broken. He showed off his powers, his skills. He attacked the villain that was 20 times his size with a smile on his face. His movements were smooth, relaxed, in all the sense of a trained master. His quirk only made the fight easier. And when it was over, he turned to the cameras and gave a dramatic speech. He'd changed a lot. His hair was different. His posture was different. He held his stance like a strong hero. Someone to rely on, someone who could do anything. A grin on his face that seemed to put everyone at ease, charming and easy at the same time. But it was fake. Broken. He looked so scared. Like one slip-up would kill him. And everything sounded rehearsed. Kigo? Tuya asked worriedly when he noticed a lack of response. Kigo didn't respond. He couldn't. Not when Izuku looked like he was breaking at the seams but putting on a mask at the same time. Pretending he was okay. Pretending he wasn't breaking apart. Tuya frowned worriedly. What was wrong? Kigo? Are you okay? He asked gently. Izuku. Kigo whispered as he fell to his knees. Cold dread filled him as he stared in horror. No. Kigo. Izuku showed off his quirk. Fixing the entire city spotless. Using his quirk to fix everything, the buildings, the streets, the signs, all of it without a mess. Quick, clean and efficient. He looked absolutely exhausted. But he kept smiling. No one noticed. No one noticed the tiredness behind his eyes. The strain in his smile. The pressure on his shoulders. Kigo! Was he crying? He wasn't sure. His face felt wet. He was wrapped up in a tight hug. What's wrong? Tuya asked as he hugged Kigo close. Aizu. That's Izuku. What did they do to him? He cried, sadness, anger and horror filling his body and breaking his heart. What did they do to my brother? Tuya looked at the TV, seeing Izu put on a show for the crowd and cameras. But Aizawa already left. Did something go wrong? He's debuting. Kigo yelled in distress, crying. Now the world knows he's here and there's no way to save him without causing suspicion. He's gone. Tuya hugged him close. Then the door slammed open. Kigo put up his wing to block the sudden pressure pushing against them. He looked up and felt his stomach plummet. Endeavor stood there, tall and imposing. His orange flames blazing and radiating intense heat. Kigo's eyes widened and he wrapped Tuya in a tight hug. No. Stay away from him. Tuya's eyes widened and he shivered harshly as he clung onto Kigo, fear coming off of him in waves as he stared up at his father. His killer. Kigo. He whimpered. Pathetic. Endeavor growled, blue eyes glaring coldly down at them, a sharp contrast to the intense orange flames all around them, threatening to drag them into the inferno. Kigo pointed his feathers at Endeavor with a snarl. Stay away from him. Endeavor didn't falter and ignited his flames in his hand with a scowl. Pathetic. He shot a fireball towards them, heat radiating dangerously. And suddenly Yamada was in front of Kigo, taking the hit for him and catching on fire. No! Kigo's eyes widened in shock and fear as the hero is turned into a pile of ash on the floor. There was nothing of him left. I have no use for you anymore, Tuya. You're just a loose end. Endeavor growled. Then go away. Kigo yelled, tears welling up in his eyes. Endeavor chuckled. He's supposed to be dead. I guess I'll have to help with that. He decided, flames burning hotter. You're not going to hurt him anymore. Kigo screamed protectively. Endeavor went towards him, burning the feathers in his way. Kigo scowled and sent a phantom feather behind Endeavor in hopes of copying his quirk. It got burned by the flames before it could get close. Endeavor scowled down at him angrily. He picked him up by the front of his shirt and just flung him away. He loomed over Tuya with a scowl. Kigo winced in pain as he was thrown and looked up, disoriented. Endeavor's flames ignited and he burned Tuya to a crisp. There was an agonized scream and then it was over. There was nothing left. Just ash falling lazily down to the floor and Kigo felt his heart shatter. Tuya! Kigo! Kigo woke with a start, his wings flaring up in panic. Tuya stared at him worriedly. It's okay. You're okay. Hawks sobbed, cuddling into Tuya. Tuya hugged back gently, rubbing Kigo's back comfortingly. I can't lose you. Kigo choked out. You won't. Tuya assured while hugging him close. Kigo sniffed and cuddled closer. It's okay. You're okay. I'm okay. Tuya murmured. We're safe. Izuku. Kigo whimpered. They're going to save him. Tuya assured. Kigo squeezed his eyes shut. But he could only see Izuku's empty eyes. He sobbed quietly. Shoo, they'll save him. Tuya repeated. What if they're too late? Kigo whimpered. They don't send a child to fight villains. People would be suspicious. Tuya said. He's still young. There's still time. Kigo sniffed. I don't know. He mumbled. Tuya nuzzled him. They'll save Izuku. Kigo cuddled into Tuya. He hoped they would. Before it would be too late. Shoyuda frowned as he peeked around a corner. They were waiting for Nizu's signal to break into HC. Midnight was the distraction. She'd come in to say that she had a complaint about the way young women were treated in the hero industry. A valid reason and a good distraction as well. Meanwhile, he would climb through the vents with Nizu guiding him and disabling the security for him. They just had to wait. Go! Nizu said through Shuda's earpiece. Shoyuda wasted no time to scale the side of the building and break into the vent. He crawled along almost silently and followed Nizu's directions. He had to be quick. Nemuri could only buy a few minutes of time and Nizu could only hold the firewalls back for so long. Shoyuda gritted his teeth as he crawled as fast as possible. The vent was a tight fit but he managed to get through. From what Nizu told him, Izuku was supposed to be in his room. Shoyuta carefully removed the screws from the vent and removed the bars. He glanced down and saw a bare room. There was a kid curled up in a corner. "Hey!" Shoyuta called out gently. "Kigo sent me." The kid flinched and looked up, dull green eyes meeting his. He looked alarmed for a moment before he paused. "K?" The kid whispered in confusion. "Hawks," Shoyuta suggested. "He's all right. And he wants you to be all right too." The kid lit up. "Hawks? He's okay?" The kid then looked suspicious and his eyes glowed blue. "Who are you?" "Aizawa Shoyuta." Shoyuta introduced himself. He kept quiet about being a hero. "He really wants to meet you again. He's really worried." The kid's eyes narrowed. "What does he look like?" "Brown hair, blue eyes, freckles." "We don't have much time, kid," Shoyuta said urgently. "He loves eating chicken, hates cats." The kid's eyes lit up and he understood. He stood up and ran over to him. He paused before he started to glow and changed into a tiny green canary. He flew towards Shoyuta and hovered in front of him. Shoyuta crawled backwards to make room for the kid. It was too tight to turn. He'd have to wait for a crossroads. The bird flew towards him and into his capture weapon, hiding inside. It took a while longer to get outside. Shoyuta made sure Noon was there and climbed down the side of the building. He snuck away and the bird flew out. He stared at Shoyuta and he heard a voice in his head. "They put a tracker on me. The spot between my neck and head. Cut it out." Shoyuta nodded. He pulled out a knife. "How deep?" he asked. The bird transforms into the kid and turned around, pushing his hairline up. He could see a small bump under the skin. Almost to the bone. "Just do it." Shoyuta winced but complied. He was just happy that his knife was sharp. He pressed the tip of the blade into the skin and pushed down. The kid gritted his teeth but didn't make a sound as blood dripped down his neck and stained his white shirt. Shoyuta winced in sympathy. He needed Recovery Girl ASAP. "Nizu, tell Recovery Girl to be ready." He spoke into his headset as he continued to cut the tracker out. His blade hit the bone and he shifted. He felt it touch the tracker. Now he just needed to pull it out. Shoyuta carefully pulled the tracker out. He grabbed the bloody tracker and stared at it. He dropped it on the ground. The kid pressed a hand to his neck as blood poured from the wound. Aizawa frowned. He took off his capture weapon and wrapped it around the kid's neck. "Come on, let's get you to Recovery Girl," he murmured gently. The kid stayed close to Shoyuta, pulling the scarf to cover his face. Shoyuta walked as fast as he dared, getting the kid to UA quickly. "Why?" the kid asked quietly. Shoyuta looked down at the kid. "What?" he asked. "Why did you get me?" the kid asked. "Because you were in a horrible situation and needed some help." Shoyuta replied. "I don't deserve help," the kid said robotically. "I need to repay what they did." Shoyuta sighed. "Your brother has accepted one single cat," he told the kid. "It's too tiny to do any real damage, so he gave Aine a chance." The kid blinked and stared at Shoyuta suspiciously. "Did he?" Shoyuta nodded. He pulled out his phone and showed Izuku a picture of Aine. He was really scared at first, but Tuya helped him get used to her. He explained. The kid blinked when he saw Hawks holding a tiny kitten with another person next to him. He looked healthier, happier. He smiled a little. Shoyuta smiled softly. "Do you want to see him right now?" he asked gently. "I can get him to where we're going right now." "He's with you?" the kid asked in surprise. "How? Who are you to him?" Shoyuta nodded. "I took him in," he replied. "So we're roommates, I guess." The kid frowned at him. "And he trusts you?" "Not much," Shoyuta replied. "Enough to let me take a picture of him, though." The kid didn't say anything and kept following him. "Are you scared of heroes too?" Shoyuta asked. The kid looked down. "I'm not allowed to interact with heroes yet. Not until I debut." "Ah," Shoyuta mumbled. So, he'd been trained to be a hero too. That was not good. Recovery Girl frowned as Shoyuta walked in with the kid. "Sit down," she said. The kid obeyed immediately and sat on the bed with his head down. Recovery Girl frowned at the blood. "You'll feel better in a second." The kid nodded silently. Recovery girl carefully used her quirk on the kid. The kid stared at her as the quirk healed his injury. He blinked a little and tilted his head curiously. There was no pain anymore. He brushed his hand over the place and felt smooth skin. Healing quirks were rare, especially ones that didn't leave scars. You'll likely get quite exhausted now, Recovery girl explained. Heroes don't get tired. The kid said robotically and activated a quirk. I'm not allowed to be tired. Well, I get tired quite often and I'm a hero. Shoyuta replied gently. The kid blinked at him. Superior heroes don't get tired. Shoyuta sighed softly. Even Endeavor gets tired. He pointed out. Endeavor only has one quirk. The kid said, I shouldn't be like him and limit myself. Izuku. Kigo called out as he barreled through the door. Izuku perked up and turned to his brother with disbelieving eyes. Hawks. Kigo winced a bit. It's Kigo now. He replied. Kigo. Izuku said and looked over him. Did they capture you? No. Kigo replied. I can leave whenever I want to. Tuya panted softly as he stopped next to Kigo. Hey! He mumbled. Izuku stopped and stared at the teen critically. He remembered him from the picture. But the hero could have been lying. Kigo. Who's this? Kigo smiled brightly. He's my boyfriend. He replied. Izuku blinked and stared, less hostile. Burn scars. Do you want them healed? Tuya blinked. Kinda. They hurt a lot. He replied. But they're old. I'm not sure there is anything that can be done about them. I can fix it. Izuku said. You kept Kigo happy. I'd really appreciate it. Tuya replied. Recovery girl watched curiously. What kind of healing quirk do you have? She asked. Anything I want. Izuku replied. How is that possible? Shoyuta asked, confused. Kigo looked down nervously. My quirk is powerful, Izuku explained blankly. I can create other quirks. Oh. Shoyuta said. That would explain why HC tried to keep him under wraps. Don't worry, just processing it. He said out of habit. Izuku blinked and turned to Tuya, assessing him. Tuya stared at him. He looked nervous. Won't be easy. Izuku said. But doable. Thanks. Tuya mumbled. Izuku held out his hand. Quirk, overhaul. Completely remake your body. It will hurt for a moment. Tuya nodded a small bit. Oh, is there a chance you can change his hair color to black? Kigo asked softly. Not with overhaul. Izuku said. But I can use DNA manipulation to change it. Tuya stayed silent. It would help him quite a lot. Touch my hand. I'll fix your scars. Izuku said. But it won't be pretty. Tuya looked hesitant for a moment. But trading a lifetime of pain for that. He reached out his hand. It was a split second of pain. Like every nerve in his body was screaming. Then it was gone and he was left gasping. Izuku stared blankly at him while everyone else stared in a mix of horror and wonder. Tuya winced. That had been awful. What the F dash? Shoyuta whispered. He had just been a splatter of blood and then suddenly back and without scars. Kigo stared up at Tuya. You okay? He asked quietly. Tuya ran a hand through his red hair. That felt awful. He paused and checked his arm. Nothing. No scars. Thanks, Aizu. Kigo said softly. Izuku nodded. Do you want to change your hair? If it's not too much trouble. Tuya replied quietly. Izuku held out his hand again. No pain this time. That's good. Tuya mumbled. Izuku waited silently for Tuya to touch his hand. Tuya slowly reached out to touch Izuku's hand. There was a tingle along his scalp. Tuya blinked in confusion. Had it worked? After a few seconds Izuku pulled away. I used 2 quirks. One to change your hair color. One to make sure your hair will grow black. Thanks. I owe you. Tuya replied. Kigo smiled at Izuku. Izuku nodded. Shoyuta noted how he hadn't smiled once. Just a blank face. Can I hug you? Kigo asked. Izuku looked at him. If you want. Kigo went over to his brother and hugged him gently. Izuku wrapped his arms around Kigo robotically, but it lacked any warmth he'd used to have. It's all going to be okay now. Kigo murmured softly. Izuku didn't say anything. Shoyuta felt worried. The kid looked broken. Recovery girl frowned. She glanced at Shoyuta. He looked like he'd seen it too. What had HC done to the kid? We'll be okay. Kigo murmured softly, gently hugging Izuku close. Izuku didn't react. He shifted a little. I'm glad they haven't found you. Kigo smiled softly and looked up at Izuku. I'm glad too. He replied. Izuku looked at him and rubbed a hand through the phantom wings. I'm sorry I had to take them. They were pretty. It's okay. Kigo replied with a small smile. Tuya smiled at him. I'm so glad you're here. Kigo mumbled quietly. I'm glad you're safe. Izuku said. I'm happy you're safe too. Kigo mumbled. Are they nice to you? Izuku asked seriously. Kigo nodded. Really nice. He agreed. Izuku nodded, relaxing a little. Okay. I was so scared. Kigo mumbled. I'm alive. Izuku assured. I can see that. Kigo said softly. Then there's no need to worry. Izuku assured. I am more worried about your mental state. Kigo admitted. I can function and it won't hinder my performance. Kigo stared up at Izuku. Percentage of mental functionality? He requested. Izuku blinked in confusion. 100%. I don't really believe you, but okay. Kigo said with a small frown. Izuku's jaw tensed a little in fear. I promise, I'm fine. Kigo looked up at Izuku. You know you can tell me when you feel bad, right? He asked quietly. Izuku didn't answer and stared back blankly. There was conflict in his dull green eyes, but his face remained blank. A mask. It's okay, Izu. You're safe now. Kigo said softly. Izuku didn't reply, but he nodded. Kigo hugged his brother close. He was so worried. What had they done to Izuku? What do you think of Izuku? Shoyuta asked once he was alone with Recovery Girl. I think the boy has been through too much. Recovery Girl frowned. The look in his eyes. I've only ever seen it from old veteran heroes who have seen too much. Been through too much. Shoyuta frowned. It was similar to the vacant look Hisashi would get after a bad nightmare. I feel bad for him. He's still a child. Recovery Girl nodded. I'm almost afraid to know what they did to him. A child with that sort of quirk. He'd be able to heal any injury without a scar. Shoyuta mumbled. Recovery Girl nodded. A useful and powerful quirk. Shoyuta frowned. They were likely no better than the people he was saved from. But we won't know unless we ask. Recovery Girl said. For now he's under Yue's protection under Nizu. We'll keep him hidden. Shoyuta nodded. Yeah. Speaking of which, how do you plan on adopting those two? 3. How? I'm sure Tsukachi will be able to help. They'll be looking for him. Recovery Girl warned. They need to be in the system. And it's not easy hiding the son of Endeavor and 2 wards of HC. Shoyuta nodded. I'm aware of that. He replied. They couldn't keep hiding the kids forever. Not without something to tie them down. Didn't Kigo look different now? Izuku had done that. He could have many quirks. Was it possible to change their appearance completely? Down to the fingerprints? He'd have to ask. It would be useful. They could lead normal lives if HC couldn't find them. But then there was the issue with their quirks. Especially Izuku's. The quirks were easily recognizable. But Kigo's quirk was changed. They could change Tuya's. But what about Izuku's? Maybe he could choose which quirks to use? They'd have to wait. The kids needed to settle down first. They all needed support. Izuku stared blankly at the floor as he sits on the couch of Aizawa and Yamada's apartment. He hadn't spoken or moved at all. Izuku? Kigo asked gently. Izuku took a moment before looking up at Kigo. How are you doing? Kigo asked quietly. I'm fine and ready for whatever you want me to do. Izuku said automatically. Almost robotically. Kigo knew Izuku was decidedly not fine. Izuku stared and waited patiently. Are you hungry? Yamada made food. Izuku glanced at the clock for a moment. It's not lunchtime yet. Kigo frowned slightly. All right. He mumbled. It was silent again. And it stayed that way. Kigo sighed and went back to Tuya. Tuya looked up and opened his arms for a hug. Kigo hugged him gently. Tuya held him close. He'll be okay. Just give him some time. Kigo nodded. I hope you're right. He mumbled. Tuya nuzzled Kigo gently. You'll help him. Kigo nodded a small bit and cuddled into Tuya. He's safe now. Tuya assured. Yeah. But. Kigo mumbled softly, glancing over at Izuku. He looked empty. He just wanted his brother back. You'll help him. We'll help him. Tuya rubbed his head. He'll get better. Kigo leaned into the touch with a soft chirp. Okay. He mumbled. They both stilled when they heard laughter and looked up to see Izuku laughing. It wasn't a fun laugh. It was crazed, desperate, and broken. Ha! That's it. I'm hallucinating. Fun. Very funny. Izuku laughed, tears falling as he looked at the duo. His eyes were small and manic. He pointed at them with a smile too wide. You're not real. None of this is real. This is my punishment, isn't it? Because I tried to leave. Ha ha ha. Kigo stared at his brother silently. Aizu? He tried quietly. Tuya held Kigo silently, staring in horror. Izuku kept laughing, tears falling. What's next? You seem to know how Hawks looks like now. What? You want to show him to me? Beaten black and blue. Want me to brainwash him to join your FING group again? Go ahead. I don't care anymore. Hawks sobbed quietly. Izuku. He whimpered. No. He had to fix this. He had to help his brother. Tuya looked up as Aizawa walked in and saw them. Oh! Izuku exclaimed with a bright and manic grin. Unless this is another interrogation training. But this time you're actually trying to find sensitive information. I get it now. And I think the punishment is actually capturing the only person I care about. I might as well have killed Hawks myself, right? Hawks pressed close to Tuya as he sobbed quietly. He couldn't do anything to help Izuku. He was useless. He couldn't help his brother. And who are you? Izuku directed his manic towards Aizawa, giving him a wide grin. His voice was too cheerful to be fine. A new recruit. Are you my new handler? What's your speciality? What's your quirk? It's probably something very useful against me. Is your name actually Aizawa Shoyuda or is it made up? Haha, not that it matters. I can't stop you anyway. Izuku. Kigo whimpered quietly. He didn't know what to do. Wasn't there anything he could do? I'm not. Aizawa tried to say, but he didn't know what to say. Izuku kept laughing and crying. Is this what breaking feels like? But it's what you wanted, right? You'll just make me fix myself afterwards, so it's no big deal. I'm just here to fix a villain's mistakes. That's all I am, right? Izuku was so much more than that. Kigo hid his face as he cried for his brother. After a few minutes of laughing, it trails off into purely sobbing. I'm so sorry, Hawks. Izuku cried. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. You'll die and it's my fault. Aizu. I'm right here. Kigo whimpered. Izuku shook his head. No. You're just a hologram. Hallucination. Anything but real. Kigo shook his head. I'm real. He mumbled. You're not. None of this is real. I never left. Izuku curled into himself. No. You're free. Kigo tried. I'm not free. I can't be. But you are. Kigo tried to insist. How? Izuku looked up at him tearily. How can you be sure I'm really free? You're not at HC anymore. They won't hurt you anymore. That's what they all say when they try to trick me. Izuku said bitterly. Kigo hugged Tuya close. You don't have to believe me right away. He mumbled. Just give it some thought. I don't have a choice, do I? Izuku mumbled dejectedly. You do have. Kigo mumbled quietly. Tuya hugged him close. Give him time. Okay. Kigo mumbled quietly. But it hurt so much. He didn't want his brother to be afraid anymore. He looked down when he heard a mew from Ain. Kigo gently picked Ain up and cuddled her close. Ain shifted and nuzzled him, letting out a tiny purr. Kigo relaxed a small bit. He needed to be calm. For Izuku. I think she knows you're upset, Tuya said as the kitten continued to purr as loud as her tiny body could produce. Kigo nodded a small bit. He was glad he had Ain to comfort him. Her and Tuya. Kigo nuzzled Tuya a bit. The fire user wrapped his arms around him tightly and ran his hand through Kigo's hair. Kigo cuddled into him, slowly relaxing. Meanwhile, Shoyuta went back to his room to silently fume and get sick. Because what the hell? What had HC done to the kid? What had happened to inspire that kind of reaction? And his words? They were just horrific. Broken? Interrogation? Had they tortured him? What had HC done to Izuku? What? What had they done to Kigo? He was afraid of the answer. Shoyuta winced when he remembered how scared Kigo had been to be sent back to HC. He'd been screaming and thrashing. That amount of terror. That reaction. He wouldn't let HC get these kids. Never. Even if he had to fight them all by himself. They would never get his kids. Izuku didn't get better. He went back into his vegetative state and didn't respond to anything. Yamada tried to get the kid to talk and be friendly, but he didn't respond. Like he didn't hear him. It didn't make Yamada stop or discouraged, but he was worried. What had HC done to this poor kid? Aizawa had asked if Izuku was afraid of cats too, and Kigo said no. So, he tried to place the kid in the room with the cats. The cats tried their best. They all piled on top of him and purred as they cuddled him. It barely helped. The kid just pet the cat on his lap with empty eyes. Aizawa decided to leave the kid alone for a moment. Though when he came back, his eyes widened at the sight of a younger kid on the bed. Not 14 like Kigo, but 8. At most. The kid looked malnourished. Like he'd been forced to keep a strict diet despite not having the need to. But Izuku still had defined muscles. More than a child his age should have. That was so much worse than what he'd thought. This kid was younger than Kigo. But he looked so broken. Beyond what Kigo had been or was. The kid was back to staring at a wall passively as the cats nudged him and tried to get some pets. Aizawa didn't know what to think. He just felt so mad and disgusted. Because this was a child. An elementary schooler. A kid. And the light in his eyes was gone. A cat looked up at him and mewed as if to tell him to do something for this poor little kid. Aizawa stared back. But he didn't know what to do. What could he do? He silently watched as the cats tried to comfort Izuku. This was so bad. When he went to UA to teach, he went to Nizu to inform about the kid's health. From your expression I read that you have bad news. Nizu said as they settled down in his office. He's 8. Aizawa said bluntly. It was a disguise. He's 8. Nizu blinked. Midoriya Izuku? He asked worriedly. Aizawa nodded. He's worse than Kigo. In every way. Physically malnourished, but he has muscles. He hasn't responded to anything at all. He won't do anything unless told, and even then, it's like he's a puppet. Completely obedient and broken. Nizu frowned. Give him some more time. If it's not better in a few weeks, we should consult a therapist. I don't trust anyone with Izuku right now. Aizawa said truthfully. What if they have connections to HC? What if they call HC? We can't risk that. I was going to suggest Hound Dog. Nizu replied. Aizawa thought for a moment. He could help. Has HC noticed Izuku is gone? They likely did. Nizu replied. They didn't show it though. Aizawa sighed. I couldn't ask if he could change his appearance. He can, but he won't respond. I'm afraid HC will send out a warrant for Izuku like they did with Kigo. Nizu nodded. They likely will. I really don't want to force the kid to do anything. Aizawa admitted. I know, Shoyuta. But it's for their best. Nizu replied. Maybe ask Kigo to request it? Aizawa nodded. They need to change their names too. If Izuku can change appearances, we could have them legally registered under a different person entirely. That would make adoption a lot easier too. Nizu pointed out. I know. Aizawa said. You should definitely bring it up soon. Nizu said. I'll try. Aizawa said. Kigo looked up a bit nervously when Aizawa approached him. Kigo. He started softly. I need to ask you for a favor. Kigo blinked. Oh, okay. He mumbled. Ask away. I need you to talk to Izuku. Aizawa said. First to change his appearance so that HC can't track him. Aiza can change fingerprints too. Kigo said quietly. Aizawa blinked. That was very useful and powerful. Changing appearances was one thing. Fingerprints? That was a whole other level. Did he do the same to you? Kigo nodded a small bit. Makes it easier then. Aizawa said. Ask him to do that to himself. And to you as well. That way you can be put into the system as a new person. Kigo blinked. Oh, okay. Aizawa nodded. Also, should he tell them that he planned to adopt them? Or was it too soon? They need to change names. But, it was too soon. Can you ask Izuku if he's okay with meeting one of my coworkers? He asked. Hound Dog. He's the school's counselor and licensed therapist. He can help Izuku. Kigo stared up at Shoyuta. Hey, a therapist? He asked with a bit of confusion. Aizawa nodded. A special kind of doctor. Normal doctors heal physical wounds. Therapists heal mental and emotional wounds. It's different but equally as important. Okay. Kigo mumbled. Can you do that? Aizawa asked. Kigo nodded a bit. He needed to try. For Aizu. Izuku stared blankly at the floor. Kigo approached him slowly to avoid startling him and sat down near his brother. Aizu. He spoke up. Izuku didn't react for a moment, like he always did, and looked up at Kigo with dull eyes. Kigo winced slightly. He mumbled quietly. I have to ask something of you. Izuku blinked in acknowledgement. You changed my DNA. So, I'm not recognizable anymore. Can you do the same to Tuya and yourself? Kigo asked. Izuku blinked again before he nodded. HC can't find us that way. Kigo said softly. There was a brief flash of emotion. Too much too fast in his eyes before it was gone. What do you want me to look like? Izuku asked. Kigo bit his lip. Maybe similar to me? So that people won't think twice when I say we're siblings. Izuku blinked a little. His green hair changed to brown and his eyes to blue. The roundness of his face changed into a bit of a heart and his freckles stayed the same. He looked at his fingers as they shifted, not wincing from the pain. Kigo blinked. We could be seen as twins. He hummed. Good job, Aizu. Izuku blinked at him silently. Kigo smiled a small bit. They stared for a moment in silence. Kigo looked away uncomfortably. He wasn't used to this. This silence. Normally Izuku talked so much. Now he was just silent. He hated it. Oh. Kigo mumbled as he remembered something. Aizawa mentioned that there's a doctor for mental health problems at UA. He explained. Are you okay with meeting him? Izuku blinked. There was confusion in his eyes. If you want me to. I do. Okay. Kigo nodded a bit. Talking with Izuku was so awkward. Back then it was easier. Izuku would always have something to say. A new hero. A quirk. Or just telling stories. Sometimes he told jokes just to hear him laugh. Now Izuku was dead silent unless spoken to. Kigo stared up at Izuku. I miss you. He mumbled quietly. Izuku blinked and his eyes softened. I miss you too. Kigo was momentarily taken aback by the show of emotion. Do you want to hold Ein for a bit? He asked softly. Izuku blinked and glanced at the tiny kitten. If you want me to. Kigo gently placed the tiny kitten on Izuku's lap. Ein shifted a bit and laid down, purring softly. Izuku blinked slowly and raised his hand to pet the kitten with 2 fingers. It was really tiny. Ein looked up at him and mewed. Izuku stared down at the kitten silently. The kitten raised a tiny paw and touched his hand. Izuku blinked and wriggled his finger gently in front of the kitten. The kitten blinked and crawled towards the finger. Izuku stayed still for the kitten. The kitten pressed its head against the finger. Izuku pet the kitten gently on the head. Ein purred softly. Izuku continued. Petting the kitten. Kigo smiled a small bit. Maybe not all hope was lost yet. Inui opened the door to his office when he heard a knock. He looked down to see a kid with brown hair and dull blue eyes. "Hello." He greeted the small kid standing in front of him. Most likely Midoriya Izuku. Izuku bowed a perfect 90 degrees in front for him. "Hello, sir." He greeted politely. "It's nice to meet you. I'm Hound Dog. Or well, Inui Ryo." Inui explained. Izuku straightened up and looked at him. "I'm Ace." Inui nodded. "Do you want to come inside?" he asked gently. Izuku nodded politely. "After you, sir." Inui stepped into his office. Izuku followed behind him. Inui sat down on a chair and motioned for Midoriya to take the comfortable couch. The kid sat down and faced Inui, straight-backed and posture polite. "What's your name?" Inui asked gently. "Ace." The kid answered. Inui nodded. He couldn't expect the kid to open up immediately. "I heard your brother Kigo is really worried about you," he said gently. Izuku blinked a little, no emotions in his eyes. Or he masked his emotions well. "I'm fine. I'm here to help," Inui said gently, hoping to gain some sort of reaction. That didn't work as well as he hoped. "Okay. Alright. How are you feeling right now?" "Fine." Izuku replies, face blank. "I'm ready to do whatever task you give me." "I meant what emotions you are feeling." Inui explained patiently. "Sadness, anger, indifference." He suggested. Izuku blinked a little. "Nothing." "Nothing at all?" Inui asked gently. Izuku shook his head. "All right." Inui said. "You're doing very well. I just have quite a few questions for you." He pulled out an evaluation booklet. He needed to diagnose Midoriya before doing anything else. Izuku stared at him silently. "Is it okay if I ask you some questions?" Inui asked gently. Izuku nodded. "Go ahead." Inui nodded. The next half hour was filled with Inui asking questions and Izuku answering them emotionlessly. There would be some hesitation where he would try and answer right, and Inui had to remind him that there were no wrong answers. Just truths. "Good job, kid," Inui said once they were done. The answers he'd gotten were really worrying though. Izuku blinked in confusion at him. Inui smiled reassuringly. "I think you should go see your brother now." Izuku nodded and stood up. He bowed. "Thank you for your time, sir." "No problem." Inui replied. "Please send Aizawa in. I have to talk to him for a moment." Izuku nodded and left the room. A moment later Aizawa walked in. "How bad is it?" he asked bluntly, his eyes showing worry only reserved for people he cared about. Inui frowned as he reviewed the papers. "Well, he's dissociating really badly right now," he said. "He has PTSD, depression, possible anxiety. The list goes on." Aizawa shouldn't be surprised, but he groaned. "He's still a kid. It's not fair." Inui nodded. "I agree," he said with a frown. He had to keep from getting angry though. This was important. He had to stay coherent. The dissociation is likely from depression. I should give him antidepressants as soon as possible. You'd have to monitor him closely though. He might react badly. "Yeah. I will." Aizawa nodded. "Good," Inui said and cleaned his desk a little, grabbing Midoriya's health evaluation. "Let's give him 3 days to snap out of it, then we'll start with the treatment." Aizawa nodded. "Thank you, Inui." "It's no problem," Inui replied reassuringly. "Can you do the same for Kigo and Tuya?" Aizawa asked, hoping that they could get the kids stated on the path of healing. Inui nodded. "Of course." He agreed. "Thank you," Aizawa said gratefully. "I'll tell them." Inui nodded. "Next week maybe?" Aizawa asked. "Sure. But please talk to them about it first," Inui replied. He wasn't sure how the kids would react to therapy or suggestions of it. They need to be careful. "Will do." Aizawa nodded and went to leave. "Goodbye," Inui said, leaning back in his chair a bit. Now he could get angry. The door closed as Aizawa left, just in time to muffle the angry barks and howls coming from the room. Shoyuta swished a cat toy around, entertaining the cats as the felines chased the bundle of feathers and bells. He looked up at the kid who was staring blankly at the floor. They were in his bedroom, hoping the cats could help Izuku in some way. They were great at comforting others. "Want to try?" he asked Izuku, offering the toy. Izuku looked up at him blankly. "If you want me to." Shoyuta nodded. "Please do." He handed him the cat toy. Izuku took it and waved the toy around the same way he'd seen Shoyuta do it. Taz jumped after it excitedly, eyes wide and focused. Izuku kept the toy away from the cat and continued moving it around. Moss joined in happily, jumping on the toy. Izuku let the cat grab the toy. He let them play with the toy after a while because he didn't want to make the cats feel frustrated and sad. Like how he felt when his goals were kept just out of reach multiple times until he collapsed. Moss chewed on the toy happily, purring softly. "You're a natural." Shoyuta praised gently. Izuku didn't react. He was used to it. He was supposed to be a natural at everything. Every minute thing. Maggie went up to him and rubbed her head against him. Shoyuta smiled softly. "They like you," he hummed. Izuku petted her gently with one hand while the other was still playing with the other cats. A slow blink means, "I like you," in cat language. Shoyuta explained. Izuku nodded in understanding. He needed to remember that, in case Aizawa asked. Then he noticed that the cat he was petting was making eye contact and slowly blinking. Izuku stared back in confusion. That was an "I like you." What should he do? Blink back? He slowly blinked at the cat. Maggie mewed softly. Izuku took that as a good thing and pet her gently. The cat purred happily. Izuku continued petting and playing with the cats, his eyes never losing their blankness. Aizawa sat down on the couch and turned on the news. He didn't watch the news for fun. Hardly anyone did. He just liked to get caught up to the now. It would be useful for his work in heroics. It was useful in general. He frowned when one of the stories caught his interest. HC had issued a search warrant? He choked when it showed a picture of Izuku and marked him as extremely dangerous, detailing his quirk and his background, warning everyone to not be fooled by his harmless appearance because he had a dangerous quirk. An escaped villain. Aizawa hissed. He was so glad they had changed his appearance. He'd have to tell Izuku to be careful though. His quirk would be the most telling. Aizawa walked to Izuku with a small frown. He really didn't want to tell the kid his abusers were looking for him and warning everyone to keep an eye out. Izuku didn't react other than staring at the floor. "Izuku?" Aizawa asked gently. There was a moment of delay before the kid looked up at him, his eyes still blank and empty. I have bad news." Aizawa explained hesitantly. Izuku blinked up at him. "Don't worry, you're safe," Aizawa said cautiously. "But HC issued a search warrant." Izuku blinked, not understanding. "They want to have you back," Aizawa explained. "We won't let them have you though." He could see recognition slowly fill Izuku's eyes. Those blue orbs slowly shrinking as his eyes widened. Then the recognition was quickly followed by pure blinding panic and fear. His breathing quickened and went uneven, eyes looking down as panic slowly took over. Aizawa frowned worriedly. He should have expected this. "Hey, it's all right," he tried to assure as he kneeled down in front of the panicking boy. "You changed your DNA. They can't find you." But it didn't seem like Izuku had heard him, too caught up in his terror. His eyes went distant and cloudy as his breathing went erratic. His hands went up to pull at his hair and scratch violently. "Hey," Aizawa said gently and tried to keep Izuku from hurting himself. He held Izuku's wrist to stop him, the limbs shaking. Izuku continued to spiral into a panic attack, gasping for air and struggling to take in oxygen. Aizawa frowned. "Kigo, I need your help," he called out. Kigo was quick to fly towards him. He landed behind Aizawa worriedly. "What's wrong?" "I think it's a panic attack," Aizawa explained with a frown. Kigo's eyes widened and he turned to his brother who was gasping for breath. He stepped back as a black glow came from his brother, dread forming in his stomach at the all-too-familiar sight. "Oh no," he said fearfully, staring at the black glow that was growing bigger and bigger. "Oh no 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 no. What's wrong?" Aizawa asked worriedly. Why was the kid glowing? His quirk is dangerous when he gets like this. Kigo explained and sent a feather to show Yuta to copy his erasure. His eyes turned red and he activated it on Izuku. If we don't push it down, he'll explode and kill us all. Aizawa cursed and watched the kid worriedly. He let go when Kigo told him to and backed away, watching as Izuku continued to spiral and gasp. Izuku kept gasping and hurting himself, curled up into himself as he scratched his head. Blood dripped down his fingers as he dug his nails into his scalp. I'm sorry, I can't, I'm sorry, please, I'm sorry. He gasped, pleading brokenly. Aizawa winced. He wanted to help but Kigo blocked his path. He could only watch and use his quirk to try and help, but that was it. He couldn't do anything else and his heart was breaking from the sounds of Izuku's crying and broken pleas for mercy. For help. Kigo wasn't sure if the tears were from the quirk or his own emotions. But it hurt either way. It hurt. It hurt to see and hear his brother cry like that. It hurt knowing he couldn't do anything to help. He hated it. Izuku shouldn't sound so broken. Izuku. Everything is all right. Aizawa said calmly. Even though he didn't feel calm. Not calm at all. Izuku, please. You're safe. Kigo called out. Izuku didn't react. Kigo's eyes were burning but he couldn't blink. If he did, they'd all die. His eyes widened when Izuku suddenly let out an agonized scream as the black void of his own power covered him, reaching out like a mass of uncontrolled chaos and destruction. The air rippled from the force of the power. Both he and Aizawa stepped back in shock and fear, feeling every fiber of their being protesting and vibrating from the waves of power radiating from the boy. Izuku's screams were only amplifying the feeling of wrongness and dread. He expected it to explode outwards. He expected the black mass to suddenly reach out and grasp them into the void. But it didn't. It rushed back inside of Izuku with the suddenness and sharpness of an arrow. Izuku gasped loudly, back arched, head tilted up as his eyes rolled behind his head leaving white blankness and his mouth agape. If it had been too much before, it was too little now as everything felt 10 degrees colder. The air felt like all of the warmth and oxygen had been sucked out of it. Everything went still, they went still, staring at Izuku's frozen body and wide maw. Neither of them dared to even breathe when it felt like they'd been ejected into the cold void and stillness of space. They stared, breaths held in and not moving an inch. What felt like forever, it could have only been a few minutes or an eternity of stillness and cold. Izuku's body twitched. Then his body shook with ripples that looked so wrong. It was like the ripples were coming from under the skin, what Kigo could only describe as a multitude of ants moving under Izuku's skin trying to break out. From his fingers to his arms and his face. Kigo wanted to look away from the horrific sight but he didn't. He couldn't. And he watched as the ripples stopped and Izuku fell forward. The void they had felt disappeared and their senses returned. Aizawa blinked in shock as he could finally breathe properly and felt his senses returning. He hadn't realized how silent and constraining the air had been before he'd felt it return to normal. But his mind was spinning. What in the world had just happened? Kigo rubbed his eyes with a hiss of pain, trying to make the burning stop. That was new. Aizawa silently gave him some eye drops he kept in his pocket. Kigo took them gratefully. Aizawa frowned worriedly as he stared at Izuku. What had just happened? Izuku wasn't moving. Or breathing. Aizawa cautiously walked forward and kneeled down next to Izuku's crumpled form with a frown. He gently moved Izuku onto his back, feeling a bit weird how he felt a little too pliable. Izuku's eyes were closed and he was pale. But his chest wasn't moving. He tried to find any hint that he was breathing. Nothing. He mumbled. Maybe he'd done it wrong? He tried again. He carefully searched for a pulse on his wrist, neck, anywhere. He even placed his ear to the kid in hopes of hearing a heartbeat or any kind of breathing. Still nothing. He pressed his hands to Izuku's chest and tried to do chest compressions but recoiled violently when he pressed down. His face was pale as he stared in shock, a bit of disgust. What the F-? It felt like liquid. He slowly moved forward, pressing a hand to Izuku's chest and pushed down before he recoiled back again. It was like pressing down on a water balloon. Has his insides liquefied? Kigo? Aizawa asked tensely, looking at the startled and terrified boy. What the hell is happening? Kigo trembled with tears in his eyes, staring in shock. He'd seen what Aizawa had tried to do. He almost didn't want to believe how easy it had been for the man's hands to sink into the skin and make the rest of the chest distended outwards. I don't know. He whimpered. This has never happened before. Is he really? He choked on a sob. There's no pulse. Aizawa whispered, solidifying their thoughts and hitting the last nail in the coffin. The demon broke and Kigo covered his mouth and fell to his knees, sobbing quietly. No, 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 no. I'm so sorry. Aizawa mumbled quietly, not sure what else he can do in his situation. Kigo covered his face and sobbed, his whole body shaking harshly. No, 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 no. Not him. Not his brother. Not Izuku. Aizawa frowned sadly as he heard Kigo sob brokenly next to Izuku's body. Why? Why had this happened? He didn't understand. Kigo had said the kid was supposed to explode. But what? Had his quirk had some effect? He didn't understand. He just couldn't understand. Now he had a dead child on his hands and it was his fault. Because he didn't do enough. He hadn't done enough. He wasn't enough. He'd bitten off more than he could chew and now Izuku was dead because he wasn't good enough. Aizawa clenched his fists as tears welled up in his eyes. This was his fault. He'd promised Kigo his brother would be okay. Aizawa took a shuddering breath. What should he do now? He had no idea what to do. What could he do? How could he possibly try to explain this to anyone? To Hisashi? To anyone that a child had died in front of him because of his own quirk? A quirk Aizawa with which should have been able to stop and prevent this from happening. He glanced over at Kigo. Still sobbing brokenly, begging for his dead brother to come back. We're free, Aizu, we're free. Kigo sobbed, voice cracking as he looked up. His eyes are red-rimmed as tears fell. He begged his brother with pleading eyes and a broken heart. You can't leave, don't leave me again, don't make me do this all on my own. Come back, please. Aizawa pressed his lips together as he watched with a heavy heart. There was nothing he could do or say that could help. Not with this. Because Izuku was dead. And he couldn't save him. His insides were liquid. Even if they would get him to the hospital, the doctors wouldn't be able to help. Because there were no organs to retrieve. To save. Either drowned inside of the fluids that filled Izuku's body or part of the liquid itself. There was nothing they could do. He didn't understand why it had happened or how. But there was one unchangeable fact. Izuku was gone. When nothing happened, Kigo let out an agonized wail and hid in his wings, sobbing in distraught. I'm so sorry, Kigo. Aizawa mumbled quietly, head tilted down and hair covering his face. Kigo didn't reply. He only cried. How? How had this happened? Why? He remembered when Izuku would have a weird black glow for the first time. They'd been fighting with quirk suppressants on for quirkless sparring for 3 days straight. Izuku had kept complaining about pain and some sort of pressure wanting to be released. They'd had to take a break when it had affected Izuku's performance. He'd been lucky enough to be in the other room as he exploded, killing 12 people who'd been trying to calm him down. It kept happening for months after that. Discomfort and pressure. The black glow. Then the explosion. He'd always exploded. Never done so. He'd never died before. Was this because of HC? Had it forced him not to explode? He paled at the thought, his stomach dropping. Izuku had spent a while trying to figure out why he exploded. It was uncomfortable and painful for him and he wanted to find out why. They'd said his quirk was making quirks. And he stockpiled them. He theorized that stockpile quirks would eventually explode or leak if it got too much. Like filling a bottle of water constantly. Over time it would fill up and the power had to be released, usually in the form of usage. Had the quirks exploded inside of him? No wonder he died. He remembered the last time they'd been together, HC had forced Izuku to copy so many quirks before forcing him to create his own. Every day. That was too much. He was so small. The human body wasn't meant to hold more than one quirk. Let alone hundreds inside of a small child. And they'd forced him to not explode all of that power. Kigo sobbed brokenly. Those pieces. Izuku didn't deserve this. He didn't deserve any of this. He'd just gotten out of a prison of torture and experiments and was immediately subjected to hell. Izuku. He sobbed. It wasn't fair. It was not fair. He'd just gotten his brother back. Kigo sobbed harder. It felt like his heart was being torn into pieces. It hurt so much. But there was nothing he could do. Because his brother was dead. And there was nothing he could have done. Then, Izuku's gasped as he shot up. He gagged and coughed. What the F dash? Shoyuta whispered. Izuku's insides were liquid. Kigo's head shot up and he stared in shock as Izuku coughed and gagged. He was alive. Eventually Izuku stopped and laid back down, his face miserable with pain. Shoyuta frowned. Do you need pain medication? He asked. Izuku nodded his head with a grimace and saw Aizawa. This isn't a dream? It's not. Shoyuta replied. I'll be right back. Kigo hugged Izuku tightly. Izuku winced and pushed him away. He shook in pain. Every nerve and body felt shot and overloaded. I'm sorry. Kigo sobbed quietly. It's not your fault. Izuku groaned quietly. Everything hurts. Shoyuta kneeled down next to Izuku and gave him a pill and a cup of water. Izuku glanced at it suspiciously before deciding to just take the pill and swallow it dry. It should work in the next half hour. Shoyuta explained. Izuku didn't reply and looked around. The room he was in seemed. It wasn't as cold as HC. He stared at the adult and his eyes glowed blue with a quirk. Name. Aizawa Shoyuta, eraser head. Quirk. Erasure. He turned to the other boy with his quirk activated. Name. Takami Kigo, Hawks. Quirk. Phantom wings. He blinked and looked down at the floor. Are you okay? Kigo asked quietly. I'm really not at HC? Izuku asked quietly. This isn't a hallucination or a simulation? No. You're free. We're both free. Kigo said softly. Izuku looked up at him for a moment. Then the tears fell. It's okay. Kigo said quietly, but he was crying too. Izuku's face crumbled and he sobbed. Tears fell freely down his face but hardly any sound came out. We're safe, Aizu. We're finally safe. Kigo whispered. Hawks. Izuku whispered and looked up. You're real. You're really here. You're really safe. Kigo nodded. I am. He agreed. I'm so sorry. Izuku cried. It's okay. We're safe now. Kigo mumbled. Izuku shook his head. I thought you died. I'm so sorry for taking your quirk. I'm so sorry for leaving you alone. I'm so sorry, Hawks. It's okay. I'm alright. Thank you, Aizu. Kigo mumbled. Izuku looked up at him. You saved me. Kigo said quietly. I left you. Izuku argued weakly. You did it to protect me. Kigo replied. Izuku looked down. I didn't even tell you what to do. Kigo gently took Izuku's hands. It's all right. Izuku winced in pain but he didn't pull away. Kigo frowned. Sorry. He apologized and let go. It's okay. Izuku said and pulled his hand closer to his body. My nerves are new. New? Kigo asked confusedly. Izuku looked down at his hands. Saw what happened. I had to regrow and heal everything. Including my nerves. Kigo winced. I'm so sorry, Aizu. He mumbled. It's not your fault. Izuku said. I just need a moment. Kigo nodded a small bit. Hizashi opened the front door with a bright smile. I did it. He announced happily. Tuya looked up in confusion. Did what? Kigo blinked silently. Hizashi held up a stack of papers dramatically. I've been working on it for almost a month but finally, my agency is unrelated to HC. Tuya smiled. That's great. Hawk's wings fluttered a bit. He nodded. Hizashi grinned. He closed the door behind him. I am so glad it worked. Tuya smiled and nodded in agreement. At least now we won't have to worry. Oh, and Izuku is conscious now. Izuku gave him a confused look. Hizashi smiled. That's good to hear. Izuku looked down. I'm sorry for being a burden. You're not a burden, Izuku. Hisashi said gently. You wasted your resources on me, while I did nothing but sit like a useless piece of garbage. Izuku said, I was a burden. I promise I won't be one anymore. I'll do whatever you tell me. Hisashi sighed softly. Izuku, you're a child. You don't have to do anything to earn your right to a safe place, warm food, and a family. He explained patiently. We want you here, and we won't demand you to work for staying here. Doing the dishes every now and then is enough. Izuku stared up at him in confusion and disbelief. But, you know who I am. I have to pay you back. I can do anything. Anything you want. You can ask for anything and I'll deliver. I won't even fight back. Hisashi smiled sadly. We don't want to use you for your quirk. We want you to be happy. To be able to smile freely and enjoy life. He explained. Izuku only looked more confused and a little lost. His brows furrowed as he stared at Hisashi. He didn't understand. My life will be fulfilled when I dedicate it to protecting and saving Japan. He recited from memory. Hisashi slowly shook his head. Your destiny is yours to choose now. You don't have to be a hero. He explained patiently. You could become a mad scientist and we'd be proud of you. Izuku still looked confused. Don't question it, kid. Tia said. They're different. They're not assholes who would use you for your quirk. Izuku's eyes widened in shock and hope, staring up at them. Hisashi smiled assuringly. Don't worry, kid. We're working on never letting the bad people harm you again. Izuku kept staring in shock. He shook his head and looked away with a frown. He couldn't get too hopeful. They might be lying. He could use a quirk to make sure he wasn't lying? A confession quirk? No, that was a crime. He couldn't. Kigo looked up at Hisashi. Nizu is helping, right? He was really helpful with the breakout. Hisashi smiled. He's helping it. And my moms are too. Do you really think you can get us new IDs? Tuya questioned, looking at his fingers. Now that he saw them, he could tell the difference between his old fingerprints and this flipped and upside down one. They don't question 3 kids suddenly appearing out of nowhere? Not when you know the right people. Hisashi said proudly. Shoyuda is friends with Detective Tsukachi. He's our best bet. I hope this is permanent. Tuya said with a sigh. What about our names? Our quirks? You'd likely have to take on new names. I hope you'll be okay with that. Hisashi said gently. And we'll register your quirks under different names. Or just as quirkless. I already have a different quirk. Kigo said. I'm fine with Kigo. Maybe change my last name? I want to change my name to Dabi. Tuya said. Izuku looked down. He bit his lip and changed his mind. I can change your quirk. Tuya looked down. Well, my quirk hurts me. I'm made for extreme cold. How about cold flames? Izuku asked. It's not impossible. I can switch your quirks. Tuya blinked. That would be good. He mumbled. Izuku nodded and stood up, putting a hand on him. It'll feel weird for a moment. Don't fight it. Then he pulled and Tuya felt something inside of him go away. What was left was an empty space. Tuya blinked. Weird. But then something pushed into him and settled into the empty space, filling it up. It was uncomfortable at first. The empty feeling was gone. It didn't feel wrong per se. But it felt. It'll take a while to settle into your new quirk. Izuku explained. Try it. Tuya nodded. He took a deep breath and held out his hand, using his quirk. Blue flame flickered between his fingers. But instead of a burn, his fingers tingled and he could see a faint mist around the flame. Cold, Izuku said after waving a hand through the fire. It's new, but I made it as raw as I could. I don't usually do that since I need to have a lot of power right away, but raw quirks are like new trimmings. It takes time to cultivate it. But once it does, it'll become an amazing quirk. Tuya smiled. Thank you. He whispered. Izuku nodded. Tuya put out the flame with a smile. That settles that. Hisashi smiled. Now for names. We actually have an idea. How about you take our last names? Kigo blinked. But you have 2 last names? He asked. Hisashi smiled. You could take Yamada or Aizawa, Shuta's last name. I'll take Aizawa. Tuya said. Black hair. Kigo looked down. I'm not sure yet. But probably yours. He mumbled. Izuku nodded. We'll really be safe. Kigo mumbled. He couldn't believe it. Hisashi nodded with a smile. We can get your IDs whenever we have time. Kigo slumped a bit. It doesn't feel quite real yet. He mumbled. Once it's done it will feel real. Hisashi said with a smile. All right. Kigo mumbled and hugged Tuya. Tuya hugged back. Kigo cuddled into him. Aizu wanna join? He asked softly. Izuku blinked at him in confusion. Join the hug. Kigo mumbled. Izuku hesitated before walking towards them. Kigo smiled encouragingly. Izuku gulped and walked forward to lean against Kigo. Kigo hugged him gently, giving him enough space to pull away. Izuku flinched and braced himself for pain. Kigo looked at him. I won't hurt you, he said gently. Izuku glanced up worriedly. Kigo smiled. Don't worry, Aizu. It's just a hug. Physical affection. Izuku blinked in confusion at him. Kigo cuddled his brother gently. After a minute Izuku relaxed a little when no harm came to him. Kigo smiled softly. How in the world did you adopt a tiny kitten? Izuku asked suddenly. Kigo chuckled. It's kind of a long story. He hummed. It could be a good story to tell. Tuya encouraged. Izuku nodded a bit in agreement. So, when Shoyuta found out I was afraid of cats, he got this tiny, defenseless kitten. He explained. Tuya smiled. Really tiny. Like finger small tiny. Kigo nodded. She didn't have a mom, so I took care of her. And she grew on me. Izuku hummed softly. I guess a tiny kitten is more in danger to you than dangerous. Kigo nodded. You changed a lot. Izuku said. Kigo smiled. Good change? He asked. Izuku nods. Yeah. Awesome. Kigo hummed happily. Tsukachi looked up when there was a knock on his door. That had to be Aizawa. Come in. The door opened and the underground hero walked in. Detective. Hero. Tsukachi replied with a small grin. Aizawa grinned back in amusement before it fell. I need to talk to you about something. Tsukachi nodded. I'm all ears. Remember the text I sent you that I found a vigilante and that I wanted to adopt them? Aizawa asked. Yes. I do. Tsukachi agreed. Where was Aizawa going with this? Well, sit down. This is a long story. Aizawa said. I am sitting down. Tsukachi pointed out. Okay. Aizawa said and started explaining from the top. About how he had found out about Kigo, the vigilante phantom. About how he got sick during winter and had to stay with him, bringing a friend and later boyfriend Tuya. What their real names were. Their connections. And the whole shebang with Izuku and HC. Tsukachi stayed silent, occasionally nodding to show he was listening. And that's it. Aizawa finished. We need to keep them away from HC and Endeavor. And I was wondering if you could help us make new IDs for them. Sure. Those kids went through too much shit. Tsukachi replied. Thank you. Aizawa said gratefully. I'll bring them in next week. Tsukachi nodded. No problem. Aizawa nodded. I'll leave you to your work then. Sorry to bother you. It was no bother. Tsukachi replied. Aizawa nodded and left. Goodbye, detective. Goodbye, hero. Tsukachi replied. Kigo kept close to Hisashi as he walked into the building he'd always dreaded. The police station. He'd always hated this place. They could take away his quirk and return him to HC. But he trusted Hisashi and Shoyuta. A bit. This would be fine. He was still scared though. Tuya looked at him and held his hand for comfort. Kigo relaxed a bit as he squeezed Tuya's hand gently. You okay? Hisashi asked softly. Not at all. Kigo replied. I am worried. There's nothing to worry about. Hisashi assured. They won't arrest you. They want to help. It's just hard to believe. Kigo mumbled quietly. We won't let anything happen to you. Hisashi assured gently. Kigo nodded a small bit. Izuku was silent as he walked next to Kigo. We'll be okay, Kigo murmured. Tuya nodded in agreement. They went inside and Shoyuta asked for Tsukachi Naomasa. Kigo frowned worriedly. After a moment they were led to a room where they saw a plain-looking man. Kigo hid behind Hisashi. Tsukachi, Shoyuta greeted. Meet the kids. Kigo, Tuya and Izuku. Izuku bowed deeply. It's nice to meet you, sir. Kigo hesitantly gave a small wave. Tuya didn't say anything. Kigo watched Tsukachi warily. Was he really going to help them? He kept hiding behind Hisashi. Tsukachi smiled down at them. Nice to meet you. Kigo frowned, pulling his hood over his head. The detective smiled sadly and looked at Hisashi. We can start with the paperwork now if you'd like. Sure. Hisashi agreed. Tsukachi nodded and led the way to his office. Hisashi followed. The sooner they got the paperwork done, the better. Kigo frowned when his hiding spot moved and went to Tuya. Tuya wrapped an arm around Kigo to comfort him as they walked. Kigo cuddled into him a bit. Usually you have to go to a government center to have your ID made. Tsukachi said. But while it's unlikely for people to turn up with nothing, it's not impossible. Especially kids. And some kids aren't very trusting of the system, so we can take responsibility to handle the paperwork so people don't need to step foot in that place. Thanks, Tsukachi. We really appreciate it. Shoyuta spoke up. Kigo watched the detective distrustfully. It's really no problem. I'm sorry about what happened to you three. Tsukachi said truthfully. Izuku blinked at him after using a quirk. He was telling the truth. Kigo cuddled into Tuya a bit more. That expression was so sincere, it was scary. Tsukachi opened the door and smiled kindly at them. Let's go inside and get the paperwork done. The children followed a bit hesitantly. Tsukachi placed a bunch of papers on the table. First we need your names, age, and general information. That will be complicated. Shoyuta sighed softly. I wanted to be named Dabi. Tuya said. And we decided to take your last names. Hisashi smiled. He wanted to take yours. Shoyuta smiled softly. Kigo, what age did you want to take? He asked gently. Kigo blinked. Like Tuya. My real one. He mumbled. 14. Tuya said. Izuku looked down unsurely. I was told I needed to be 14. And what age are you truly? Tsukachi asked gently. 8. Aizu. You don't have to listen to them anymore. Kigo said softly. Izuku looks down. Do whatever you tell me to. It's your choice. Hisashi said gently. Izuku looked up at him in confusion before he turned to Shoyuta. What do you want me to do? I want you to do what feels right. Shoyuta replied. Izuku blinked in confusion. What felt right? He didn't know what was right. It's your choice. Kigo said softly. Izuku looked down hesitantly. My real age. Kigo smiled a bit. So we'll do that then. Name? Tsukachi asked. Aizawa Dabi. Tuya replied. Yamada Kigo. Kigo mumbled. Why? Yamada Izuku. Izuku said quietly. Hisashi smiled softly. Tsukachi wrote down their names. He placed down an ink pad in front of them. All right. Just place your thumbs to the ink pad and press it on the paper. In the blank space. Kigo hesitantly stepped forward and gave his fingerprint. Tuya stepped forward and did the same. Izuku copied them. All right. Good job. Tsukachi smiled and grabbed the papers. Now we let Shoyuta fill in the rest. Don't forget to go to the clinic to get a medical checkup and register your quirk. Kigo blinked. Medical checkup? He looked up at Hisashi. You won't let them hurt us. Right? Hisashi shook his head. Never. And it won't hurt. Promise. Unless you never got vaccines? We did. Izuku replied. I did. I did too. Kigo mumbled. Tuya looked away. I don't remember. Kigo hugged Tuya gently. We'll have to check that later. Hisashi said. It won't hurt. We won't let anything happen to you. It's still kind of hard to believe. Kigo mumbled quietly. That's okay. Hisashi smiled sadly. We'll prove it to you. Kigo nodded a bit. I trust you. To an extent. But you won't always be around. He mumbled. We'll be around as much as we can. Hisashi assured. Okay. Kigo mumbled quietly. They finished up the rest of the paperwork and stopped when it came to their quirks. I have cold flames. Tuya said. I don't know if there's a name for it. Ice flames? Kigo suggested. Cold fire? Izuku hummed. I'm not sure. Tuya sighed. Kigo watched Tuya worriedly. I'll just pick cold fire. Tuya sighed. It's easier. Okay. Kigo said softly. My quirk is phantom wings. He said. Izuku looked down. His quirk was too recognizable. Is there a quirk you can use easier than others? One that you like? Hisashi asked gently. Izuku shook his head. I can't use only one quirk. I'll overload. Shoyuta frowned worriedly. You can always use your other quirks but just register as one? Hisashi suggested. What if you say you can just copy quirks? Kigo said softly. Izuku blinked and looked at him. Copy quirks? Without a stockpile added to it, it would mean that I would need to give myself a time limit. It was just a thought. Kigo mumbled. It's plausible. Izuku said softly. I'll be limited. But I want to copy quirks. Advanced copy. Kigo smiled a bit. Advanced copy it is. Tsukachi said and wrote it down. Hisashi smiled at the kids. They done well. Alright, all that's left is the medical statement and quirk registry. Tsukachi smiled at them. Kigo nodded a small bit. Alright, thank you. Shoyuta nodded. We'll go to the clinic for the checkup. Kigo stuck close to Tuya. Alright. Tsukachi nodded and let the two pro heroes lead the kids outside. Kigo held Tuya's hand gently. He hoped everything would be okay. Kigo frowned as he sat in a waiting room. It was so creepy. Izuku shifted uncomfortably next to him, scratching his arms unconsciously. Hisashi watched the kids worriedly. It will all be okay, he said gently. Tuya looked down uncertainly, biting his lip. Tuya, into the examination room please. Tuya flinched and slowly got up from the chair and headed towards the room. Shoyuta followed him. It's just a routine checkup. It'll be over before you know it. Shoyuta said gently. Tuya played with his hands uncertainly. Please sit down. The doctor said. Tuya complied, tense and shaky. Shoyuta watched him worriedly. Are you all right? He asked gently. Tuya nodded tensely. Shoyuta sighed softly. We just need a normal checkup. He told the doctor. The doctor nodded. Alright, don't be afraid. It won't hurt. Tuya nodded. The checkup went over quite quickly and without many problems. Tuya was told that he was healthier than he expected. Living with Aizawa and Yamada really helped, but he was still a little malnourished and underweight. They got a prescription before being sent outside. Tuya walked over to Kigo and gave him a reassuring smile. I'm not hurt. They just did a normal checkup. Kigo smiled hesitantly. That's good. He mumbled. Izuku looked up at them silently. Tuya sat down next to Kigo and wrapped an arm around him. It'll be okay. Kigo cuddled into Tuya. Kigo, come into the examination room. Kigo winced. He got up with a frown and went towards the room. Shoyuta was standing next to the door, waiting. Ready to go? Not at all. Kigo replied and went through the door. Shoyuta followed after him. It went about the same as with Tuya. Kigo walked out afterwards. He immediately went to Tuya to cuddle. Tuya hugged him close. Kigo hid his face in Tuya's shirt. Shoo, it's over now. Tuya said softly, rubbing his back and running a hand through his wings. Kigo relaxed a small bit. Izuku stood up and walked towards the room when his name was called. His checkup yielded quite worrying results. Physically he was healthy, but he had too much muscle for an 8-year-old. Way too much. The doctor sent Izuku outside to talk to Aizawa. How bad is it? Aizawa asked when they were alone. Quite bad. The doctor replied with a frown. They all need some vitamin supplements. And Izuku should stop training immediately. We won't train him. Aizawa promised. The doctor nodded. Anything else? Aizawa asked. No. But you should take them all to a therapist. The doctor recommended. We are currently doing that. That's good. The doctor sighed. Aizawa ran a hand through his hair. Anything else? No. That's all. Alright. Thank you. Aizawa said and left the room. He was worried about the kids. And? Hizashi signed at him. Not good. Shoyuta signed back. Needs more vitamins and supplements. No training. Need therapy. Ouch. Hizashi signed. We'll get through it. Shoyuta nodded in agreement. They would. Tuya walked inside when Shoyuta opened the door. Kigo followed him. He went over to the couch and sat down. Ain mewed up at him from the floor and pawed his leg. She could finally walk but was confined to the living room and hadn't met the other cats yet. Kigo gently picked Ain up and placed her on his lap, petting her gently. I'm exhausted. He mumbled quietly. That's understandable. Tuya said next to him. Ain purred happily. Kigo leaned back against the couch cushions with a sigh. He didn't understand why he felt so tired. Normally he could do more straining activities. Like catching villains. He hardly did anything other than talking and getting checked. And still, exhaustion weighted him down. Ain mewed up at him. Kigo blinked. He went back to petting Ain. Ain blinked back at him. Kigo blinked at Ain again. Now they were stuck in a blinking contest. Tuya smiled softly. So cute. Izuku watched from the couch silently. Kigo looked up at his brother after a bit. Are you okay? He asked softly. Izuku blinked at him in confusion. Yes. Why wouldn't I be? Just wanted to check. Because I feel awful after all that. Kigo explained. Izuku blinked and nodded, even though he didn't understand. What about you, Firefly? Kigo asked gently. I want to sleep. Tia muttered. Same. Kigo sighed and leaned against him. Ain crawled between them and purred. Kigo smiled softly, rubbing Ain's head. Kigo sat around in the living room. 2 days ago, they'd visited Hound Dog again. It had been relatively eventless. He wasn't ready to open up with whatever happened to him. He didn't want to remember it. And it was hard dealing with his emotions sometimes. Hound Dog hadn't pride. And he was grateful for that. They tried doing some exercises instead to help him gather his thoughts and emotions. It had somewhat worked. Not by much, but it was something at least. He looked up when the front door opened. Shoyuta walked in and looked at him. Hello, Kigo. Hello. Kigo replied. How are you feeling? Shoyuta asked. Kind of weird. Kigo replied honestly. Do you want to talk about it? It's not bad. I just feel a bit off. Does it have to do with the medicine Hound Dog gave you? Shoyuta asked gently. Kigo blinked. Likely. He hummed. It's a very unusual feeling. Shoyuta hummed softly. I can imagine. You're not used to sitting still, right? Yeah. Kigo agreed. Maybe we should go outside sometimes. Shoyuta thought out loud. Kigo shrugged. How's the abomination kitten? Shoyuta asked. She's doing great. Kigo replied. How big is she now? Shoyuta asked and said kitten came walking in with a mew. Kigo smiled. Big. He hummed and pointed at the kitten. Shoyuta chuckled. Fair enough. Ain walked over to Kigo and mewed at him. Kigo gently picked Ain up. Hey there. He murmured. Ain mewed at him and purred as she was picked up. Kigo placed her down on his lap and gently pet her. Ain purred in appreciation. Kigo turned back to Shoyuta. Any news on the IDs? He asked. He sounded so calm. It usually takes a few weeks to be done. Shoyuta said. They'll tell us when it's ready. Okay. Kigo replied and cuddled Ain gently. It was silent afterwards. Only Ain's purring could be heard. Kigo relaxed slightly. Ain was great. Kigo woke up in a cold sweat, flashes of his nightmare still playing in his head. He sniffed, opening his eyes. Maybe staring at the ceiling would help. He didn't want to wake Tuya and Izuku. They both needed their sleep. So he slid off the couch and went to the kitchen to cry a bit. He saw light coming from the kitchen and peeked inside, seeing Yamada at the table nursing a cup of coffee. He looked tired. Kigo blinked. He'd never seen an adult look so vulnerable. He sighed and stepped into the kitchen. He felt awful and didn't like the thought of a confrontation. But he wanted some tea. Yamada didn't react at first until he was in his line of sight, making the adult jump. He sighed in relief and made a few hand gestures. Kigo blinked in confusion. "I just want some tea," he mumbled. Yamada blinked a little in confusion before a look of realization came to him. He grabbed a napkin and a pen, writing something down and showing it to Kigo. "Sorry, I don't have my hearing aids and I don't feel like talking." Kigo stared at the napkin for a few seconds. "Ah," he mumbled. Conversation was out of the question then. He materialized his wings and flew up to one of the cupboards, getting himself a mug and a tea bag. Yamada looked at the two items and nodded in understanding, giving Kigo a thumbs up and a smile. Kigo nodded a bit and readied the warm water for his tea. He wondered how Yamada was a hero while being deaf. He'd overheard the commission saying that disabled heroes were useless and not worth the risk. But Yamada was a hero and he was disabled. Then again, the commission was really biased and their views were jaded. Kigo frowned. He'd found out that he had ADHD. Did that mean he couldn't be a hero? No, HC's views didn't count. He sighed. He really wanted to be a hero. It was the only thing he was good at. He didn't know anything else. He was lost. Being a hero was the only thing he knew. It was the reason he'd become a vigilante when he'd had no other option. His nightmare had been about that. He'd finally managed to become a hero. And then HC came along and told him he couldn't. That he had to give up his license because he wasn't capable enough. Kigo's hands stilled. He was scared. They might find him. They'd do awful things to him. Shoyuda had said that they'd likely take revenge. And Kigo knew that to be true. He was so afraid. He didn't want to lose everything when he finally had something. But he was different now. He wasn't Hawks anymore. He was Kigo. Yamada Kigo. Everything about him was different. But the fear remained stubbornly, his hand trembling slightly. He placed down the mug with a frown. Deep breaths. Count backwards from 10. Breathe in. Breathe out. Kigo swallowed. He could do it. He just had to calm down a bit. Count slowly. Take a breath. Kigo stared at the boiling water. He could do this. Okay, since breathing wasn't doing much. Find 5 things he could see in the room. His mug, the tea bag, the water boiler, the stove and Hizashi. He could do this. Next was color. What color could he see? The blue of his mug. And lots of other colors. Yamada's hair was yellow. The table was black. The floor was an off shade of white. Or was it cream? He didn't know. Kigo took a few deep breaths. He felt a little better now. Kigo finished making his tea and went over to the table. Yamada smiled at him and slid the napkin closer. Nightmare. Kigo nodded a small bit. Yamada wrote his answer. Same. Kigo blinked. Adults got nightmares too? Pro heroes got nightmares? Yamada smiled and wrote something down. Yes, I get nightmares too. Kigo stared at Hizashi in surprise. Hizashi wrote something down. Heroes get nightmares a lot even when they don't say it. Trauma comes with the job. Kigo stared at the text. He'd never known that. Hizashi grabbed another tissue and wrote down another message. It's okay to have nightmares. There's no shame in it. Kigo blinked. There really wasn't? But HC always said that he was weak for having nightmares. You're thinking about HC, aren't you? Was on the other tissue. Kigo looked away and nodded shamefully. He shouldn't be thinking about HC. Another tissue slid towards him. It's okay. They were a big part of your life, whether you wanted it or not. It's normal to think about them. No shame in that. Kigo looked at Hizashi and gave a hesitant nod. Hizashi smiled at him. Kigo took a small sip of his tea. Eventually, they fell into comfortable silence. It wasn't tense like usual. Shoyuda walked into the flat with a smile. Tuya looked up at him when he stepped in, his hand occupied with playing with the kitten. We got the IDs. Shoyuda announced. Kigo looked up curiously. Really? Tuya perked up a little and let Ain grab the cat toy. Really? Shoyuda held up 3 IDs with a proud smile. Yup. He agreed. Izuku looked up and all 3 of them grabbed their cards. Yamada Kigo. Kigo read his ID, seeing the picture they took of him. He really did look different from before. He had a different name. HC couldn't find him. There were lots of 14-year-olds. Especially now that his quirk and fingerprints were also different. Kigo sighed softly. It's so weird. Tuya said as he looked at his own ID. Aizawa Dabi. We're safe. Kigo mumbled. Tuya nodded. Yeah. We will be. Thank you. Kigo mumbled softly. It's no problem. Shoyuta smiled. Izuku stared down at his ID with a blank face. He didn't know what to feel. Kigo looked over at his brother. Are you okay? He asked gently. Izuku nodded. Yeah. I just. Tuya looked over at him in concern. I don't know what to feel. Izuku admitted. I don't feel safe like you too. Nor do I feel excited. It just is. Kigo frowned worriedly. He went over to Izuku. We're safe. And we'll be okay. He said softly. Izuku looked at him with a blank expression. I guess so. Kigo didn't know what to do. He'd thought Izuku was finally better but he had to give his brother time. All they needed was time and support. Kigo smiled hesitantly. We'll be okay, Aizu. He mumbled. Izuku only stared back at him passively. Kigo sighed softly. Give him time. Ain mewed up at them. Kigo gently picked her up. Ain purred loudly to comfort him. Kigo smiled sadly and cuddled her gently. Ain always knew how to make him feel better. Kigo looked over at Tuya. Tuya looked at him and gave him a reassuring smile. Kigo smiled back sadly. They'd be okay. Izuku looked at the building in front of him blankly, hands holding onto the straps of his backpack. It'll be okay. Shoyuta said gently. Izuku looked up at him. He nodded silently. Good luck on your first day. Shoyuta said gently. Izuku nodded. I won't cause trouble. That's good. Shoyuta hummed. Goodbye. Izuku waved and headed to the building. No, Dabi stared at the building that would be their new school. It looks kind of intimidating, doesn't it? Kigo mumbled. He'd likely get a lot of shit because he looked like an 8-year-old. Yeah. I haven't been to school since kindergarten. Dabi said with a grimace. Same. Kigo mumbled, staring up at the building. We can do it. Dabi held his hand. Kigo smiled up at him. Together. He mumbled. Dabi nodded with a smile and looked at the building. Better now than never. All right. We can do this. Kigo mumbled. Dabi nodded and they both headed towards the building. Hello class. Today we have 2 new students. Please introduce yourself. Their teacher said. Kigo shifted nervously as the other kids stared at him. Yamada Kigo. He mumbled. Aizawa Dabi. Dabi said coldly. He didn't like how they stared at them. Please go sit down. The teacher said. Dabi and Kigo walked towards the 2 empty tables at the back obediently and sat down. First PRD today is maths. Get out your books. The teacher said. Everyone got out their books. Kigo opened the page the teacher told them to look at. He'd learned that when he'd been 10. He looked over at Tuya. Tuya looked back and nodded. That was way too easy. And still, there were plenty of students who didn't understand it. They tried to keep their focus on the teacher and the lessons. But both of them knew about this. It was so boring. But they managed to look, or pretend, to be focused. Kigo spent his time drawing in his notebook. The bell rang to signal lunch and a few students went to them. Hey, nice to meet you. One of the students smiled. Hi. Kigo mumbled quietly. Dabi stared at them. I'm Takawa. A student greeted. Yamada. Kigo mumbled. Aizawa. Dabi said. The student smiled. What are your quirks? Phantom wings. Kigo replied. It pained him not to have his wings summoned all the time. But it wasn't allowed. What does it do? The student asked curiously. I get wings which I can use to fly and I can control my feathers. Kigo explained. That's awesome. You would be an amazing hero with that quirk. Thanks. Kigo replied. And you? The student asked Dabi. I can make cold fire. Dabi replied. That's really cool. One of them said. Dabi raised a brow. Was that a pun? Kigo smiled at Tuya a bit. I guess. Dabi said. Mine is fold. The student said. I can fold paper into anything I want with just a touch. I can also harden it. That's a nice quirk. Kigo said softly. Dabi only hummed. Thanks. Are you two aiming to become heroes? The student asked. Kinda. Kigo said. That's so cool. Kigo didn't really think it was cool. He just didn't have any other things he was good at. Dabi didn't know what to think. Being a hero was expected before. Now he wasn't sure. Kigo took Tuya's hand to reassure him a bit. Tuya looked at him and squeezed back. A small smile appeared on Kigo's face. They'd be okay. Later that day, they all ate lunch together. Dabi was silent as he ate. The first day of school hadn't been anything special. School was boring. Kigo spoke up. Shoyuta chuckled. Was it? What did you do? The teacher made us go over things I learned when I was 10. Kigo replied. Shoyuta hummed. I can see how that would be boring. Kigo nodded and went back to eating. There's not much to say. Dabi shrugged. The other kids were a bit annoying though. Kigo said. How so? Hizashi asked curiously. They were overly friendly. It hurt to watch. Like they were forcing themselves to interact with us. Kigo replied. Dabi hummed in agreement. They probably want to be our pals because of our quirks. Kigo nodded. I suppose it can't be helped. Shoyuta shrugged. Shoyuta, don't say that. What if they do want to be friends? Hizashi chided. Their expressions looked fake though. Kigo pointed out. Hizashi pouted. You never know. Shoyuta snickered. Says the social butterfly. Shoyuta. I learned that in training. Kigo pointed out. I guess. Still, you should make some friends. Hizashi smiled encouragingly. They're important. I have Tuya and Izuku. Kigo pointed out. But they're your brother and boyfriend. It doesn't count. Kigo shrugged. What about you, Izuku? Shoyuta asked the silent boy. Izuku stared at his food silently. Izuku? Shoyuta asked. Izuku shook his head. Are you okay? Hizashi asked in concern. Izuku didn't answer, playing with his food silently. He hadn't really eaten anything. Izuku? Hizashi tried. Again. Izuku looked up and leveled Hizashi with a blank stare that could compete with Shuta's Olympic-class blank stares. Eventually the blonde relented with a sigh. All right. Aizu? What do you have in your hair? Kigo asked worriedly. Shoyuta reached over and frowned. Aizu, are you being bullied? Izuku frowned but didn't say anything. I'll get the oil. Hizashi stood up to grab said oil to get the gum out. No need. Izuku mumbled and placed a hand on his hair, removing the gum easily with a quirk and throwing it in the trash. Kigo watched Izuku worriedly. Izuku. Shoyuta started gently. Why didn't you say anything? Izuku frowned. It's not bad. And I deserve it anyways. He said. For what? Shoyuta asked with a frown. Izuku shrugged. I just do. He replied. Shoyuta frowned. I'll talk to your school tomorrow. Did the teachers notice? Just leave it. Izuku said. No, Izuku. A teacher should know about this. They're responsible for the students under their care. If they can't solve a problem like bullying, they shouldn't be trusted with kids. Shoyuta said vehemently. Izuku scowled. Stop acting like you care. He slid off his chair and walked away. Shoyuta stared after him in surprise. Then he sighed silently. He still needed to work on Izuku's trust in them. Kigo looked after his brother worriedly. He'll come around. Tuya assured. We were worse. I have to earn his trust too. Shoyuta said. I'll look into his school. How ignorant are his teachers? Hizashi frowned. I hope they'll get his classmates to stop. He mumbled. Poor Izuku didn't need bullying on top of everything he'd been through. If not, I'm taking him out of that school. Shoyuta frowned. I trust the teachers to take care of him first and foremost and educate him. If they can't do that, then they don't deserve their jobs. Hizashi nodded. Not all teachers are like you. Tuya said as he ate. Kigo nodded. There's always bad ones. He said. Shoyuta frowned. Unfortunately. Kigo looked at the hallway. He was worried about his brother. Shoyuta used his lunch break the next day to check up on Izuku's school. He wanted to have a talk with Izuku's teacher about possible bullying. On the first day, he frowned. Being bullied on the very first day had to be harsh. He went into the school and saw a bunch of kids walking down the halls and playing around. The school looked rather friendly. He walked towards Izuku's class and paused. There were kids still inside. He glanced inside the classroom. Izuku was sitting at his desk passively as kids threw curses at him. You're quirkless. Admit it. Yeah. That's why you won't show your quirk. You don't have one. A shame. Someone so smart is so useless. Izuku didn't react except nodding. Show us your quirk registry. One of them demanded. That is none of your business. Shoyuta stepped up to glare down at them. Izuku frowned at Shoyuta. Who are you? One of the kids asked. I'm a pro hero. Shoyuta frowned at them. Do tell me, why are you harassing him? The kids froze. A pro hero? We're not harassing him. I know what harassment looks like. Shoyuta said coldly. Do you want to become heroes? All of the kids nodded. How can you aspire to be heroes when you're acting like villains? Shoyuta said coldly. The kids looked quite shocked. Don't bother becoming a hero unless you change. Did your teachers even notice this? Shoyuta asked with a glare. The kids shrunk back and nodded. And what did they say or do? Shoyuta pried. Nothing. Nothing? Shuta's eyes narrowed. Another kid nodded. Shoyuta pushed down his anger and turned to Izuku. Aizu, come here. He said softly, not wanting to scare the kid with his anger. Izuku frowned at him. Why? He asked. Pack your bag too. I want to have a talk with your teacher, the principal, and take you home. Shoyuta said. I didn't ask for your help. Izuku scoffed. I know. Shoyuta said. Come on, kid. Izuku glared at Shoyuta. I don't want your help. He felt energy pulsing just beneath his skin. He was angry. He didn't need help. He didn't want help. Accepting help made him weak. Okay. Shoyuta relented. But that's not the problem here. The problem is the bullying. Even if it's not you, bullying should not be tolerated. At all. That's my problem, isn't it? Izuku pointed out. It's not just you. Shoyuta said. Then go help those other people. You're currently part of this investigation. Shoyuta said slyly. Izuku frowned. You're the only connection to this investigation. So. Shoyuta trailed off knowingly. Is it so hard to just leave me alone? I'm your guardian. Shoyuta said bluntly. I never asked you to be. Izuku replied flatly. It's my duty as your guardian to be there for you. That, and I wanted to. Why? Do I need a reason? Shoyuta asked. The kids had slipped away during their argument. Yes. Izuku stated. Then it's because I care about you. I don't understand it. Izuku deadpanned. Shoyuta smiled sadly. I know. Izuku scoffed. I'm not bothered by the bullying. What about the other kids? Shoyuta asked. The ones who are being bullied as well? You can help me stop that. Izuku blinked. You're a hero. Why do you need help to stop kids? If they continue like this, they'll grow up to be bullies. Shoyuta said. Stopping kids is just as important as stopping adults. Because they're the future. Why do you need help? Izuku repeated. Do you think heroes solve cases on their own? Shoyuta asked. We always ask for help. From a lot of people. I don't believe that. Izuku replied. I don't know what they've been telling you, but heroes work with a lot of people. Shoyuta said. Cops. Detectives. Other heroes. Sometimes even villains or those in the gray area. Izuku stared at him silently. Come on, Aizu. I still plan on taking this up with the teachers of this school. Don't call me Aizu. Izuku then. Shoyuta said. Why can't you just leave me alone? Izuku sighed. I'm your guardian, Izuku. I never asked you to be my guardian. I never asked you for help. Izuku snapped. He activated a quirk and warped away. Izuku. Shoyuta exclaimed and looked around the empty classroom. He sighed and rubbed his face. Damn it. He had a lot of work to do to prove himself to Izuku. He was less trusting than Kigo and Tuya had been. He wasn't sure if Izuku would ever trust him. But first he had to deal with this bullying issue. Izuku wasn't the only kid at risk here. Shoyuta took a deep breath before he pulled out his phone and called Hizashi. He picked up after the second ring. Yeah. Hizashi asked. Zashi, have you seen Izuku? I scared him off and he teleported away. Shoyuta said while leaning against the wall. There was a pause as Hizashi checked. No. He's not at home. He said eventually with a frown. Shoyuta bit his lip. Can you help me look for him? I really messed up. Sure. Where are you? Hizashi asked gently. At Izuku's school. Shoyuta replied. He was being bullied. Hizashi sighed. I'll be there. Sorry. Shoyuta apologized. Don't worry, Sho. I'm just sighing because I hate bullying. Hizashi said gently. I know you do. Shoyuta frowned. He remembered the story of Hizashi's bullying, which had led to his trauma phobia of bugs. I know you do too. Hizashi murmured. Shoyuta nodded. Years of being called useless and a villain made him very bitter towards bullies. I'll be there soon, Sho. We'll find him. Hizashi murmured. Shoyuta hummed. Thank you, Zashi. See you soon. Hizashi said softly. Shoyuta hung up and stared at his phone. He still had to talk with the principal. In a park near the school, several people crowded around a tree, trying to get a kid to come down. Izuku sat on a sturdy branch, one leg propped up with an arm on top of it, staring at nowhere with a frown on his face. Aizawa was weird. So was Yamada. Like he was going to believe those lies. No one truly did something without reason. Kindness hid ulterior motives. He ignored the people calling up at him. Likely he'd need to move soon to make sure they wouldn't get him down. It was so hard to find a quiet place. Then again, when was he ever alone? There was always someone watching him. Izuku sighed. He just wanted to be completely alone. He could use a quirk. But then he'd worry Hawks. And he couldn't do that. So he stayed up in the tree. He'd have to come back down and go back to the house. But he'd stay for as long as he could. He tried to relax a bit. It would be easier if people weren't talking under him. Especially because they were trying to talk to him. He really didn't like this. Izuku sighed and climbed higher onto the tree. He hid into the foliage and sat down on a sturdy branch. It wasn't as sturdy as below, but it was good enough. It would hold him. The shouts were quieter now. Not completely silent but harder to hear. Izuku sighed. Maybe he could relax a bit. He closed his eyes and tried to drown everything out. It worked rather well. Until he heard a familiar voice and felt someone climb up the tree. A blonde head popped through the foliage. Hey there, Izuku. Hizashi greeted. Izuku narrowed his eyes at him. Leave me alone. Alright. We'll wait by the tree until you feel ready to come down. Hizashi said and climbed back down. Izuku watched him leave in confusion and suspicion. But Hizashi didn't show up again. The voices down below diminished. He didn't leave the tree and stayed silent. Why wouldn't they just leave him alone? Give him orders? Why were they so insistent on trying to be nice when they could just be straightforward and say what they wanted? He just didn't understand it. I want to apologize. He heard one of the adults say. Shoyuta. I shouldn't have barged in like that. Sho. Let's wait until he comes down. Hizashi said. He likely needs some time to relax. Izuku frowned when Shoyuta relented. What was their deal? He kept using a truth quirk and there was nothing. No lie, no ulterior motive, no nothing. It didn't make any sense and it was making him feel conflicted. They were not normal. Izuku sighed when it was almost time for Hawks to come home. He slowly climbed down the tree and saw the two adults. They were sitting on a bench near the tree. Hizashi was engrossed in his phone while Shoyuta was reading a book. Izuku heaved a silent sigh and walked towards them. Hawks will be back from school soon. He spoke, causing the two adults to jump. Hizashi checked the time. Do you want to come with us? He asked gently. Might as well. Izuku said with a blank face. It's better than going opposite directions. You decide. Izuku, I want to apologize. I should have respected your wishes and not barged in like that. Izuku stared at him with narrowed eyes. Did he actually mean that, or was he just saying it? The lie detector quirk wasn't going off. Izuku scoffed. Whatever. It's okay if you don't forgive me. I won't hold it against you. Shoyuta said gently. Did you go through with it? Izuku asked instead, changing the subject. I did. Shoyuta replied. And? Well, the bullies got temporarily suspended and we're allowed to conduct an investigation. Shoyuta replied. Izuku hummed. He wanted to say more, but he knew they'd argue again if he would. Let's just go get Hawks. Shoyuta nodded and started walking towards Kigo's and Tuya's school. Kigo smiled as he saw his brother. Hey! He called out softly. Izuku looked up and waved. Hey! Hi Tuya! Or Dabi. Dabi smiled. Hey Squirt. Or Izuku. He hummed. Izuku hummed. How was your school? Boring. Kigo hummed. The lessons were too easy. Tuya sighed. Or maybe you're too smart. Izuku said factually. Nope. Remember? I always used to get in trouble for not being smart enough. Kigo pointed out. Those assholes don't count. Izuku said. Kigo sighed. Okay. He mumbled. Tuya wrapped an arm around him. Don't feel bad. You're still very smart. Kigo smiled up at Tuya. Let's go back home. Hisashi smiled at Kigo nodded. Was that what he'd finally found? So, what did you do today? Izuku asked. The teacher bored us to death. Kigo replied. Other than that, our classmates tried to swarm us again. Some showed off their quirks. Tuya said. Like it would impress us or something. They wanted to see ours too. We didn't show them though. It's not allowed after all. Kigo said. How was your day, Izuku? Izuku shrugged. It was okay. He said and glared at Hisashi when he went to say something. Nothing interesting happened other than me climbing up a tree. Kigo blinked. Okay. He hummed. Why'd you climb a tree? Tuya asked. I wanted some privacy. Fat good that did. People just won't leave me alone. Izuku scoffed. Do you still want to be left alone? We can be quiet if you want. Kigo offered. Izuku shook his head. I don't want that with you. Okay. Kigo hummed. They continued walking in silence. Shoyuta sighed softly. The kids were already asleep. He laid down on the bed next to Hisashi and looked over at the blonde. What should we do about Izuku's school situation now? He asked. The first thing is getting him out of there. Hisashi decided. Izuku has had enough with HC. He doesn't need to face that in school either. Shoyuta nodded in agreement, shifting a bit closer to the other to cuddle. But then there's the issue of his schooling. Hisashi pointed out as he hugged Shoyuta gently. Shoyuta nodded tiredly. Would he trust a different school? Hisashi asked. I don't think so. Shoyuta sighed, resting his head on Hisashi's chest. Homeschooling. Hisashi suggested. Shoyuta nodded a bit. Would be our best option. He said. Hisashi nodded. But then there's the issue of Izuku not wanting to learn with whoever we find. Or if they have connections with HC. Or Izuku scares them off. Shoyuta nodded slightly. That would be a problem. A big problem. But how could they get around that? I mean, we could take him to UA. Shoyuta suggested. Would that be okay? Hisashi asked. I think so. Shoyuta replied. We'd have to ask Nizu. Hisashi nodded. Do you think the staff would be able to teach Izuku? Likely. Shoyuta hummed. Hisashi nodded. We'll have to ask first. Shoyuta nodded. Do you want to ask or should I? Hisashi asked. I think they're more likely to say yes to you. Shoyuta hummed. I'll ask then. You wanted to consult me regarding an urgent matter? Nizu asked as Aizawa stepped into his office. Aizawa nodded. Yes. It's about Izuku. What about him? Nizu asked. We found out we was being bullied at school. Aizawa replied. We don't trust schools with him, and we were wondering if we can take Izuku here instead? Sure. Nizu agreed easily. Really? Aizawa asked in surprise. That easily? Nizu nodded. Of course. I don't want Izuku to get hurt. He replied. Aizawa nodded. Thank you, sir. Bring him with you tomorrow. Nizu said. Aizawa nodded. I will. Thank you, Nizu. Nizu nodded and went back to his task. Hawks stared at the ceiling as he laid in bed. He was completely exhausted from a long day of torture training. Tomorrow would only bring more training, which was exactly why he couldn't sleep. He didn't want it to be tomorrow. He knew he should sleep, get the needed rest. But he didn't want to wake up and do it all over again. He didn't want to. Before, he hadn't minded. He had warm, clean clothes, food, water, shelter. It was better than his old home. So what if he had to put up with training all day and mind-numbing academic lessons? He'd used to not mind. Used to. Because he'd seen nothing wrong with it. Until Izuku came. Sorry, Ace had. Well, he'd been normal up until then, he thought? And just seeing all that happened to someone else really put it into perspective. There was a difference between punishment and abuse. He realized that as he watched Ace get beaten until he was sent into a panic attack. You couldn't hit kids with a belt until they bruised or begged for it to stop until their throats were raw. There was a difference between discipline and control. He understood that as he watched them use Ace's phobia of shackles and needles against him. The fear in his eyes and the pure panic and terror, using his weakness against him to make him submit and obey. There was a difference between criticism and verbal abuse. He thought as he watched Ace get yelled at by one of his handlers until he broke down crying, the words looking like they were being carved into his very soul. Weaving guilt and pain behind venomous words. And he realized that HC was doing exactly the same things to him. They abused them both. The handlers that he trusted for years became monsters as he comforted Ace after a long torture training session. It was worse when he found out, Ace told him, where he'd come from. Ace wasn't from a poor family willing to sell, let someone sponsor him for money. Ace had his mother killed in front of him, kidnapped, tortured and experimented on for who knew how long, and then when he was saved, he was brought here to utilize his new unwanted quirk. His hell never ended. He never got the help he needed and his mind was fragile. That night was spent crying over Ace's lost childhood. And soon, they saw each other as brothers. Their pillars. The only person in that hellhole they could trust. So they held on to each other through the abuse. They patched each other up, cried together, comforted one another. And even if Hawks knew that he was being abused now, he had Ace. And together they would prevail. Until a week ago when it had been pretty bad. He couldn't remember what caused it, head trauma probably. But one of their handlers got really mad and Ace stepped up to protect Hawks. They both got a taste of reconditioning that day and it was pure luck someone else went looking for them. But they'd already been half dead by then. They'd never seen that person again, but Ace wasn't the same. And the handlers got a new way to control. Threatened to hurt the other and they crumbled like sticks. It was harsh. Hawks watched himself closely to make sure they wouldn't hurt Izuku. The stress was killing him. He didn't know what Ace felt. The kid went catatonic after that. Barely reacted or spoke. Just staring blankly. Hawks was afraid that they'd broken him. But Ace wasn't like that when they were alone. A little different, but he was still kind to Hawks. When he broke down from the stress, Ace was always there, comforting him. It wasn't easy. Living under the threat of hurting each other. If one didn't perform, the other got hurt. You either hurt yourself or the other got hurt. It just got worse as the handlers thought up more creative punishments. Hawks shuddered at the reminder. He didn't want this. He wanted to take back what he'd thought in the past. This pain wasn't worth it. He just wanted to get out. The door opened and he knew it was Ace. Too small to be any of the handlers. Hawks glanced over. Ace's face was shadowed and there was an oddly determined look in his eyes. Sharp, focused, and a fire burning in them. Over time Hawks had learned a few things about Ace. Mainly how he showed determination. One could only be described in fierce, desperate, and fiery. Where he would radiate it from his body that made everyone listen to him. That looked utterly reckless and crazy but was fueled by so much fire. Another, which he'd found out was due to HC's relentless training, was colder. Detached. like a man on a mission. Tunnel vision, nothing else mattered more than getting the job done. That was the mood Ace was in. Ace? Hawks asked quietly. He didn't want to wake anyone on accident. Ace walked over to him and gently picked him up, holding him closely and protectively. Don't move. Don't make a sound. And trust me, he said quietly yet sternly. Hawks nodded a small bit. He trusted Ace. Ace. The Green-Eat turned around and saw a crowd of armed guards and one of his handlers at the door. Drop him now and we can resolve this. The man said calmly. Just put Hawks back. Come quietly and we can talk about your punishment. Ace wordlessly raises his hand and a bright light gathered. He tucked Hawks closer to him, hiding his face in his shoulder. No. The blast was sent towards the guards, covering them entirely. Hawks tucked his wings close. He felt movement and wind as Ace ran quickly using a speed quirk. He didn't dare turn his head to investigate the smell of burned flesh. Another blast destroyed the wall and Ace jumped, using a quirk to float in the air before zooming through the sky. For the first time in years they could smell fresh air. The warm sun. A glimpse of the orange sky. Hawks relaxed. The punishment they'd get was so worth it. He felt Ace place a hand on his head. Gentle. He was always so gentle. Reassuring. Hawks allowed a small smile to grace his lips. There was a change in the air and Ace swiftly dodged to the side, avoiding a net. He flew backwards and glared at the helicopters following them. He stretched out his hand and red covered his fingertips before long stripes of red tendrils shot out in uncontrollable waves, slicing through the helicopters easily and causing an explosion. He turned and sped up with a better speed and flight quirk. Hawks cuddled close to his brother. After a few minutes they fell and landed in an alley. Ace placed Hawks down near the wall and checked the area. They were near some kind of dock and could smell the salt water coming from the sea. It was empty. They didn't have much time. Hawks looked at Ace. What are we doing here? He asked quietly. You're going to escape. Ace said, cold determination in his tone. He faced Hawks and there was a brief flash of regret in his eyes as he stepped forward. I hope you won't hate me for this. Hawks blinked. But we said we'd escape together. You promised. He reminded, hurt creeping in his voice. I know. I'm sorry. But I can't fulfill that promise anymore. Ace pressed a hand to his head, tears in his eyes but his face was set in stone. I'm truly sorry. Pain bloomed from Hawks' back and Ace covered his mouth to muffle the scream. When it was done, Hawks felt naked despite wearing clothes. His wings. He felt tears fall as his entire body started to burn. It was like his nerves were lit on fire all at once. It hurt. Hawks shivered in pain. Then he felt like something was pushed inside of him, settling into him. But it was uncomfortable. Familiar, but uncomfortable. Like a piece that didn't quite fit. Hawks winced. He felt Ace step back and he slumped against the wall. He opened his eyes, vision blurry. He saw red and noticed that Ace had formed red wings. His wings. He stared in silent shock. Ace smiled sadly at him and brushed his sweat-slicked hair back. I love you. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Please hide and stay alive. Be free. Hawks tried to say something but it didn't work. He watched as Ace stepped back. He heard helicopters and stared helplessly as Ace spreads his bright red wings and took to the skies. Hawks woke up in a cold sweat, his breathing erratic. He hated that nightmare. He rubbed his eyes with a shuddering breath. He needed to calm down. Izuku was here. He was safe. He was away from HC. They were both safe now. Still, he hated that nightmare. How much Izuku had sacrificed to free him. But he would have done the same for Izuku. He never knew what had prompted that. Maybe it had been the week prior? Maybe something had happened? He didn't know. Izuku had never said anything.